selves. Vous voyez souvent des hommes sains faire un grand voyage d'extrêmement sans besoin aucun précédent. 89. Nonetheless, although it has been interpreted without much insight, in Germany, Russia, France, England, and also in America, the crack in the lumber is heard everywhere, wherever the planetary tension is increasing. In Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Bloy, Joseph Conrad, and most precociously, Edgar Allan Poe, and also in Melville, especially in Benito Cereno. In all of them, a disturbing atmosphere is propagated alongside and below the optimism that was so enthusiastically disseminated at the time. Zola, Walt Whitman, Salut au monde, the first radio transmissions, the World's Fair, the Eiffel Tower. It is necessary for us to pay heed to the subtlest sounds. The subliminal is not necessarily found outside of the system. It is even normal in old houses. Ghosts and apparitions can also be domesticated and even rationalized, as the spiritualists did, and as is still being done today by parapsychologists. The subliminal forms part of domestic tranquility. One will look for it in vain under the Eiffel Tower, which is why the idea of taking part in its demolition lacks appeal. The bombings have erased old neighborhoods from the map, and with them more than one ghost, to the benefit of technological constructs. In such landscapes, one can leave the hammer aside, as long as one does not want to use it as a prospect. The rest is the business of the cleanup crews. What is still cracking and splitting apart in these places heralds something different. It heralds something more than collapse. We have managed to take the first hesitant steps beyond the threshold of the radioactive era. The latter demands a new toolbox, in the spiritual realm as well. One more note. Here one might get the impression that the technological process has influenced our meditations. Thus, the assumption has been formulated that Darwinism has left its mark in Zarathustra. This is called building your house from the roof downward. In the beginning was the Word. Progress is oriented in accordance with it, independently of whether one works with muscle power, or with steam power, with electricity, or with radiation. Compared to this, the world of things is fictitious. It evaporates into smoke if it is not always renewed by the Word and by poetic creation. Now, too, important efforts are dedicated to the return to the Word, to the sounding of strata that are fused in the magma. The atom, for example, demonstrates activity but lacks reality, in which the following universal truth is reflected, that is, abstractions do not reach the absolute. The Tower of Babel is based on fiction. No one will be convinced of this who has not understood that the very basis of abstraction, the numerical series, itself represents the most prodigious abstraction, a universal key fabricated by all cultures, but nothing more than a key. Let us return, however, to the premiere performance of Figaro. This play heralded, as we said, a lesser transition. And nonetheless, when Beaumarchais smashed the windows, a wave of fresh air entered the theater. The room was still crowded, it was hard to breathe, and this feeling would spread. The Bastille, the guillotine, the Pont d'Arcole, the pyramids, the burning of Moscow, Waterloo. Few centuries have begun with such an impulse. Universal history is still in its swaddling clothes, if it is compared to the cycles of geological history and of the cosmos. The influence of astrological signs, the macrocosmic style of astrology, becomes particularly persuasive on the scale of the major periods. But we only attend to the idea of a few influences that, to speak truly, become more constrictive the more deeply we plunge into them. Taurus, Aries, Pisces, and now Aquarius, whose age is now announced. They are unique experiences. We only know one part of the signs of the zodiac, and none of them has yet been repeated. We undoubtedly know the course of smaller and really more human unities, which we call cultures, and which Spengler ordered into a system. For many reasons, meanwhile, there is a growing suspicion that precisely our culture is not adjusting to this schema, since it has departed from its cyclic orbit, which could also be a consequence of a millennial acceleration. By this, I do not mean to say that this movement, which fills us with enthusiasm at the same time that it terrifies us, does not obey a cycle, and that it is tending towards the unknown in a straight line of progress. There is probably no movement in the universe that does not revolve around a central point. This was the theological conviction with which mechanical and astronomical, dynamic and static models of the universe could also be reconciled. Linear progress, however, is debatable, since we are passing into a new orbit or, expressed in different terms, since we are undergoing a transformation that is unprecedented in the history of the world and of culture. The one thing we can be sure of is that it is evidently taking place outside of our consciousness. To the same extent that this consciousness is becoming more exact in the cockpit, the voyage itself becomes more uncertain, insecure, and doubtful. Outside of our consciousness does not mean, however, that the movement is also situated outside of our experience. Internal experience is related to consciousness as the mass of an iceberg is related to its visible part. In this respect, in our century, voyages of discovery have been successfully carried out that are at the same level as the voyages to the deepest parts of the oceans. The human being is the measure of things. The word gains a greater scope with the extension of knowledge. Internal knowledge has passed through the amoebas, the reptiles, and the dinosaurs. It was felt all over the moon long before a spaceship landed on it. Here resides the experience not just of periods in the history of the world, but also in the history of the Earth, not only of voyages in time, but also of explorations beyond the wall of time. Many contents that took shape in religions and also in myths could only have become conscious in this way. To activate this experience is now our most urgent task. The case of Wagner. If we now consider the premiere of Figaro as the model of a secular lesser transition, next we raise the question concerning how a great transition, the entry into a new house, is heralded. Entry always indicates supervention. First of all, we want to set aside secondary considerations, such as whether, perhaps, man acquires a particularly relevant role insofar as, for the first time since we have been able to speak of universal history, we are entering into an astrological sign that does not refer to an animal form. Other questions are connected with this one. Thus, for example, that of knowing whether we have attained a sufficient level of spiritualization to spare ourselves the entry of the gods. Therefore, we shall observe certain precautions, and in what follows the questions are not posed for the purpose of obtaining any answers, but only for the purpose of pointing to the method to formulate the questions. How, for example, is the case of Wagner different from the premiere of Figaro? At first glance, by its longevity, since the case of Wagner has been hotly debated for more than a century. It lacks the explosive component of Figaro, despite the fact that it too was associated with scandals. It also lacks the strictly political element, despite the fact that his work has been repeatedly mobilized on the political battlefield. In Beaumarchais, the fire disappeared into smoke. In Wagner, new fuel is still being brought to the fire. And this fire is not, by the way, a fire in the political or social sense. And where it does cause destruction, we also hear a subtle crackling sound from the flames. Baudelaire could not avoid hearing that sound. This is just where he found what he had been looking for in hashish. The spirit is transported to that dreamlike state where total clairvoyance is not far off, where one then perceives a new connection of the phenomena of the world, which, undoubtedly, is of such a kind that it cannot be perceived with the eye of ordinary vision. 9d. This is how it is expressed in the only essay that Baudelaire devoted to music, in which, after the Parisian debut of Tannhäuser, 1861, he defended Wagner against Wagner's concert at the Salle des Italiens, plunged Baudelaire into a kind of addiction. He went to all the cafes, to all performances, wherever a piece by the maestro was being performed. Tannhäuser must have affected Nietzsche with a similar or even more violent enthusiasm. The case of Wagner must be read with a critical spirit, like all polemics. It was written during his Turin period, in the fateful year of 1888, shortly before his breakdown. In such readings we must pay close attention to the points of light, to the flashes that glitter in the most diminutive crystals, as can be seen on the surface of the snow when the sun shines low on the horizon. Anarchy of the atoms. Hostility and chaos, always becoming more striking as one ascends to ever higher forms of organization. Our greatest miniaturist in music, who compresses into the smallest space an infinitude of meaning. The air of Hegel. Music decomposed and reduced, as it were, to the elementary. He emancipates the oldest woman in the world, Irda. Jünger. Along the way, there are expressions and sentences of which only Nietzsche is capable. The world, a Christian term of insult. The Wagnerian musical directors in particular are worthy of an age which posterity will one day designate with timorous reverence, the classical age of war. And, to top it all off, the quotation from Wagner. Let us be careful. Let us struggle against our ambition, which would like to found religions. But nobody must venture to doubt that we save him, that our music alone brings salvation. From Wagner's essay, Religion and Art. Something must have happened there. Nietzsche's main objection to Wagner decadence, which is surprising, coming from Nietzsche, is not relevant in our context. However, it is just in such transitions that the decadent extends his tentacles as far as possible. His place is wherever the bios is being transformed into pus. It is even possible that this term is converted into an insult directed against the most capable and fecund of artists. He is the degenerate. When, nonetheless, the genre itself loses rank, value, and power. Perhaps the degenerate is the only one who still knows how to clear the way, while he strives to pass between the almost immaterial cracks of the petrified edifice, the last one who still possesses generative force. However, we do not want to attribute value to mere success or to the fact that the continuity of history is preserved, even where the type does not make progress, and that is its current fate. It has acted in itself. An example is a Akhenaton, in whom the figure of the decadent rises to power and champions heresy. His name is inscribed in the book, even if he did not experience the resurrection in time that was later conceded to him thanks to the work of the archaeologists. It is not by chance that this has succeeded for us, for there are related surprises between the spiritual position of this personage and ours. In his attempt to venerate natural forms, under the aspect of pure radiation, such as was developed in Heliopolis, and of spiritualizing them with the help of art. The case of Wagner will last longer than Nietzsche supposed. Exhaustion and crisis form part of its image, the way Nietzsche preferred to view the situation, however, is exemplified in prophecies like the following. The age of national wars. This whole interlude, character which the circumstances of Europe at present are possessed of, may, in fact, assist such art as that of Wagner in obtaining a sudden glory, without thereby guaranteeing to it a future. And he adds as a postscript, the Germans themselves have no future. In both cases it is likely that he was mistaken. What is the future anyway when the question is framed in such terms? It is a word that is particularly dear to spirits who have no present moment. We can compile a whole catalogue of words that are the objects of celebration in this sense. For example, with respect to those who do nothing but invoke youth, maturity, tradition, the afterlife, ideals, the revolution, democracy, and metaphysics. All, au fond, defensible, but only au fond when they are backed up by the necessary power. Otherwise they degenerate into mere invective. That Spengler should have denied a future to the worker, seems surprising to me, coming from a thinker for whom the entire West had no more value than a form of antiquity. Anyone who participates as an invited guest in the sumptuous banquets of life, anyone who engenders, who creates, who enjoys, does not speak of the future in this way. Nietzsche, of course, was not unaware of this. Otherwise, how could he have venerated the light of noonday, the oasis, the most silent hour, honey, the serpent, and the homecoming, the Mediterranean, and also midnight? 12 years ago in New York, exhausted after a long and tedious flight in a jet plane, the performance of The Twilight of the Idols at the Metropolitan Opera made me think of the part of this prophecy that relates to Wagner. The audience was predominantly Jewish. In the final scene, Wotan comes on stage in the robes, and with the overall appearance of the high priest, Aaron. Wagner's future seems to me to be more than assured. Nietzsche quotes Goethe's definition of the fate of the Romantics, suffocation by chewing moral and religious absurdities over again, and he adds, in fewer words, Parsifal. The Christian wishes to get loose from himself. But perhaps the German also wants to free himself from himself, to look enviously towards master morality. Noble morality, the Icelandic legend, is almost its most important document, and at the same time to have in his mouth the contrary doctrine, the gospel of the lowly. Modern man represents biologically a contradiction of moral values. He sits between two chairs. He says in one breath, yea and nay. Meanwhile, what is here seeking philosophical expression by way of the voluptuous storm of the intuition, has taken form in the vicissitudes of time, in unprecedented concentrations and shocking deliquescence. In the premiere of Figaro, a storm is also announced. There, too, the air is charged and foul. But even without taking into account that there the Roman expression, one of two alternatives, prevails, and here the Germanic expression, one as much as the other. It seems that the storms are different not only in the extent of their destructive power, but also in their quality. Beaumarchais' action can lead to a common denominator. The third estate is knocking at the door. But who or what is coming and knocking at the door now? At first, Wagner wanted to conclude the Ring of the Nibelungs with a hymn to free love and with the prospect of a utopia where all will be well, as Nietzsche says. Wagner finally rejected that plan. Beaumarchais opted in favor of it. To judge the power of a transition on the basis of the themes that motivate it constitutes, a priori, a mistake. Mediocrity sought to overcome itself by choosing elevated materials. When a genius applied himself to them, in the historical novel, for example, like Flaubert and Salammbô, he takes on instead a temporary ballast. He will always proceed with freedom, as has been the case since ancient times in the great dramas. Art is sovereign, even against history. When Nietzsche directed his attack particularly against Parsifal, it must only be understood in part as a thematic critique. The idea of salvation, which seemed particularly strange to him, is not contained in the theme, but in its background. To elaborate this theme, one does not need Christian subterfuge. In any case, Schopenhauer managed to do so without resorting to Christianity. And, according to Nietzsche, Wagner created a poetic version of the world as will and representation. The malaise might be rather widespread. What good are the gods? What good are the names that have more or less worn out with use? Nietzsche is not thinking of the figures of the shadow play, which move according to more or less performed ideas and ideals, but his sarcasm points to the player casting the shadows, who is hidden behind the scene. But he is not capable of defeating him, just as Schopenhauer was not able to triumph over Hegel. We must add something important. The strings are the wires that move the marionettes. We shall call them the weft, 91. Here the phenomenon becomes quite uniform. One could object that its multiplicity resides in the actor from whom it is projected. Perhaps but his nerve fibers also belong to the weft. And this brings us back, by way of grayish masses, from the reticulum to the undifferentiated. Let us take a look at our shadow plays, the flows of images emitted from towers and satellites. The plurality appears on our screens. One could also call it the ephemeral or the futile, in comparison with what happens, certainly not in the studios, but behind the screens. There one finds the reticulum, there the weft. Now the threads are waves that are transmuted into light, colors, and sounds. They penetrate walls, even spectators, before they take part in differentiation. They travel through the bodies of human beings and animals without being perceived, albeit not without consequences. The play becomes increasingly more uniform, more colorless, and more profound. It approaches the pure action of weaving, just as the myths attributed weaving to the Fates and the Norns. Its theme is the spiritualization of the earth. The theme, but not the goal. The screen that is interposed between the weft and perception also performs a protective function. Just as cosmic radiation would be fatal without the shield of the atmosphere, so too, would this weft, the primordial material of tragedy, be unendurable without a solid epidermis, without the blunting of the senses that protects us. It is true that science teaches that certain kinds of cosmic radiation penetrate us. This also happens with telluric radiation. It is not good to be irradiated in excess by the latter, either. Art, if it must preserve form and essence, cannot become too dense. The human spirit has always striven to draw borders here. It constitutes an act of self-defense. With respect to the question of what is art, at the beginning of his principal work, Bleuler compared the song that is born from the human throat and the trilling of the nightingale. As for the former, it is often said, that is music, and with respect to the latter, those are the sounds of nature, like the roaring of stags. There is nothing behind it except the well-known forces of the sex drive. And furthermore, music is, at its very root, art and works with instruments. It has nothing in common with the trilling of the nightingale except sound. As for tracing borders, it can be accepted. But can one accept these claims with respect to valuations? Is music really art at its very root, or is it also something else, something different? What is the significance of the arrogance with which Bleuler demotes the nightingale to the same category as the howling of a mastiff in heat? Is this arrogance not all too similar to that of the thinking artist whom Nietzsche also wanted to distinguish from Wagner? Is it not the same distinction he makes between the thinking artist and the traditional artist? Ad notam. Modern ornithologists have proven that the twittering of the songbirds sounds more beautiful when they sing without any reason, and therefore, when they are not in heat and not fighting over territory. Meanwhile, we should clarify what we mean by great transition. It is revealed in the concentration of forces, which certainly never ceases to act in art and history, but which is not manifested in its pure state. Cosmic radiation is concentrated. The telluric weft works from the loom of the depths. It can happen stealthily or ostentatiously. It is likely that precisely the most decisive phases take place without being observed. Suddenly the serpent appears in the house. Perhaps it has always lived there. It is no longer a matter of the rank of a work of art, but of the definition and the fate of art in general. It is not clear what we must identify as art. The borders are not distinct. It is evident that, now and then, the concept must be reconceived. After the Battle of Jena, some Prussian generals said that a victory of that type, that is, one involving troops advancing in dispersed order, was not art. But they could not deny the reality of the victory. On the other hand, Blücher, after the Battle of Kotzebue, could say, "We have overcome that, too. Now you will have to explain to me how we can make these people understand the clever way we did everything." The question of whether the considerations posed by Nietzsche in the case of Wagner correspond to the truth is irrelevant here. They possess value in themselves as a model for thinking of a higher rank. To this we add the following observation. When a mathematician draws figures on a blackboard with a piece of chalk, circles, triangles, parallelograms, these are types that do not exist in nature. In a strict sense, they are not present in architecture either. And when it comes right down to it, if they can be successfully represented on a blackboard, this is only an approximation. They are nothing but representations. The point that is conjured from the depths of the boundless appears in the form of a small scratch of chalk. However, it should not be said that nothing has happened once the sketches are erased. Something has happened that goes beyond simple comparisons and demonstrations. Certain spiritual powers have been convoked before the tribunal of the intuition, a summons that, like applied geometry, has an impact on time and space, on the field of physical forces. The eye has extracted energy from the non-extensive by means of the relay of figures, and there are analogous relays or transformers for the undifferentiated. In this way, it begins to move like fabric on the loom. It begins to shuttle like the weft of the Norns. Once seen, the figures can be erased. Classification becomes more difficult as qualities become more indistinct. In the undifferentiated, there is an immense reserve of force, but without qualitative differences. Especially with respect to valuations, we touch upon the infernal circle of degeneration and of the new energy that forms on the basis of this abyss. The main reproach leveled by Nietzsche against Wagner is that of sickliness, decadence. It comes from his natural ill health, which, on the other hand, is propitious for prophecy. Nietzsche not only saw the sickness, but he also saw how the weft began to move, because both quivered in his own entrails. His genius was formed by both, and he has brilliantly affirmed and denied both. The difficulty cannot be resolved. It resides in the climate, not in individuals. We may refer to it by way of an image. A frozen lake can be crossed. This is one of the symbols coined by Nietzsche. The ice forms the shell, a crystal of solid forms. When a warm wind blows, then the ice breaks up, and finally you cannot walk on it. The great form, consequently, the supporting form, becomes soft and deceptive. This state of affairs is reproduced by analogy in microclimates, even in the formation of crystals, even of atoms. In a glass of water, right at the line around the freezing point, the crystals form and delicace following minimal fluctuations, so that confusion is produced. There is a border before which we can no longer decide whether this or that body is at the point of melting or of sublimating, if it is moribund or in statu nascente. We have seen the weft, this time in its crystallographic version. Here qualities and times melt and merge, even death and life. From now on, we only have to wait. Optical models. Thus, the judgment of value has become difficult, if not entirely impossible. It must be referred, if not reduced to a museum value, not only to the form, but also to the movement. A glance at our life, at our world, suffices to corroborate this. We know perfectly well what is of value in an image up to the recent past. We even know it all too well. As long as we move within the history of culture, we have information. When, however, supplied with such information, we seek to dominate objects that show themselves to be totally or partly evasive, we enter no man's land. The bridges have been burned. Now we have to cross by swimming. Here no geometry can help us. With respect to the judgment of value, I recall the phenomenon of crystallization around the freezing point, and with respect to method, I think of the example of the chalk and the eraser. Does Vincent van Gogh belong to the history of culture? Without a doubt, despite the fact that his work can also be contemplated from other points of view, such as from the clinical point of view. He belongs to the history of culture like Möbius, Altdorfer, Hokusai, Poussin, or even the anonymous painters of the caves of Lascaux. His work, including the colors, the curves, the undulations, can be sounded by means of information, if not with the help of computers, then at least with techniques of the great office of convergence in Heliopolis, 92. We must add, as a reservation, that a work of art always harbors a remnant that is refractory to any method. A great painting not only contains an aesthetic effect, but also a completely internal effect, a magical effect. This effect was, in its origins, powerful, even predominant, and diminished as art acquired autonomous laws and rules. This must have taken place locally even in a very early epoch, even before Lascaux. Nonetheless, this magical participation reaches even to our time. It is hard to define, because it does not belong to the work of art, but is nevertheless concealed within it. A comparison may make this easier to understand, that is, the comparison of wine and its lees. This can be developed in various directions. We can see the little that magic or enchantment has to do with a work of art in the miraculous icon. The latter attains, only on rare occasions, the rank of a work of art, for the more capable the artist, the more impenetrable will be the wall that separates him from that layer. In any event, there remains nothing but art, that is, virtuosity, if the lees are not completely filtered out. For this reason, all works of art contain not only a potential of aesthetic charm, but also an immediate magical force. This opens up a vast field. The historian of culture, Erhard Gopel, who unfortunately died young, developed above all in conversations intuitions that transcended the frontiers of art as well as those of history. If Vincent undoubtedly belongs to the history of art, there are, however, in his art, tendencies that lead directly beyond the line, beyond art. They must be distinguished from the technique of dissolution that he borrowed from the Puntillistes, portrait of Père Tanguy. The last intoxication of color begins in 1888, when Nietzsche's fate was sealed in Turin. Now it becomes dangerous. The magmatic force shines in masses of incandescent and liquid gold. In one case, the rain of gold on the Danube; in the other, the golden wheat field over which the ravens fly as heralds of death. A few days later, he went to the countryside to hunt ravens with his revolver. Then abundance was powerfully manifested, not only for the artist, but also for the mayfly whose wings were burned. Woe to thee, Zarathustra! You resemble one who has swallowed gold. You will yet have your belly cut open. For a long time the thought sparked, like the flare of a match, before a great light was liberated. What is drawing? Vincent asks. How does one learn it? It is working through an invisible iron wall that seems to stand between what one feels and what one can do. How is one to get through that wall, since pounding against it is of no use? One must undermine the wall and drill through it slowly and patiently, in my opinion. True, and the danger becomes greater as this undermining is accompanied by an increase of physical debility. Thus it was in Arles and in Turin. The image is a good one. It is prophetic, in the highest sense of the word. It leads far beyond the ephemeral existence of art and the artist. Art works on surfaces, the eyes on the butterfly's wings, the leopard's mottled skin, but the models from the depths undulate within it. The experts have debated the extent to which Vincent's art should be attributed to a conscious configuration, and the extent to which it is due to a psychopathological state. Controversial questions of this kind could be debated with regard to many of the artists of that era, Utrillo, Gauguin, Toulouse-Lautrec. When it comes right down to it, there is no such thing as a normal artist. This debate is irrelevant, and we should not waste any more time on it. For, to paraphrase a well-known saying, it does not matter if one is sick or healthy. The only thing that counts is what one does with one's health or one's illness. 93. We are not interested in clinical symptoms but in microcrystals, wefts, reticuli, the effects of radiation. In short, signs of the great transition. Does the thread run towards the borderline, to lose itself there? Or are topographic details and lineaments of the other side already discernible, as if from the peak of Mount Nebo? In this respect, one must think, as I have already said, that the weft takes after both sides. It has been a long time since the alternative was sickness versus health, and the same is true of the alternative one quality versus another. One loses one's directions like a compass in the eye of a hurricane. The particles do not tell us whether the wave is breaking or receding, if it is coming from above or from below. A painting like Study of Pine Trees, Rijksmuseum, is already quite noteworthy in this respect. However, it produces a feeling of familiarity in the sense that we are entering an estate, perhaps distant, but without thereby leaving our house. Through the windows we glimpse a landscape swept by the mistral. The wind brushes its lines towards the sky. There, they become more distinct than in the braided texture of the crown of a tree. Composition. The rain is still controlled by the hand. Echoes of the modernist style. In Munch, a similar tendency is discerned. The psychic substance is not accommodated within either the situation or the figures. It is distributed throughout the painting, as if it had dissolved and had been reapplied on the canvas. It is no less legible on the faces than on the branches of the trees and the lines of hands. The horror is undeniable, but the ghosts nonetheless form part of the furniture of the house. Many paintings from that era evoke spiritual accessions and their manifestations. This is even more evident in the North. Munch the Scream and Whistler's study. Viewed historically, Van Gogh figures, with his study of pine trees, among the masters who have transmitted to us famous paintings of forests and trees. If we imagine ourselves in a museum devoted to these themes, we could, beginning with Fra Filippo Lippi and Altdorfer, walk through a series of rooms to reach, finally, that room whose window allows us to see the landscape swept by the mistral. We enter. Nothing totally strange lies before us. Is there anything that could be totally strange to us anyway? It is hardly plausible, not even on Sirius. Horror only overcomes us when powers from very ancient epochs or very distant spaces erupt upon us. This horror itself is a sign of recognition, a sign that we have already known it. If, in this tendency, a movement concludes that for a long time has preoccupied art and artists, perhaps since the Renaissance, perhaps since the Gothic era, depending on how far we want to extend the boundary, one may ask if new elements arise beyond this very fine line. In the final analysis, painting is nothing but an example, a model of higher optics, and the latter is, in turn, a model of transformations that take place outside of optics. A new style is a proclamation. It is at the same time a response to previous works, whether as a rejection or as an acceptance. It can be viewed as progress, or it can be seen as a dialectical, cyclical, or rhythmic development. The mechanistic vision of progress is the most simple, and therefore it is the one that has been imposed most vigorously. Thus, for example, Darwin as opposed to Cuvier and Lamarck. But there is no progress without regression. Or, less paradoxically, the sum of the forces in the universe remains constant. Evolution should also be represented more or less as a tapestry that is displayed over the substance. This presupposes an expenditure of energy. New forces compensate for this, forces that flow from the other side and supervene. We must not allow ourselves to be deceived by the decoration. For example, by scientific subtlety or by the artistic palette. The weft of the tapestry is colorless on both sides and is radically deprived of qualities by virtue of the proximity of the thing in itself. To take an example from optical physics, X-rays and crystallometry are the latest refinements of the classical enhancement of vision. That was still the 19th century. Atomic physics is the response of the 20th century. Röntgen and Rutherford represent two different types. The electron microscope does not presuppose any development of the optical microscope, but a new connection with the cosmos. The new century now stands out with distinct outlines, even more distinctly in forms than in people's heads, since from a rational point of view, it does not seem to need more than a few more steps for the process to be perfected and reach a conclusion. We are already capable of discerning with some certainty what must be located on this and that side of the line. This means, at least in this context, our side, and that means the past. On the other hand, the fact that in Vincent van Gogh the wave breaks, while in the Cubists it becomes choppy, constitutes an almost unanimous point of agreement among the specialists. Immediately before the First World War, something must have happened in Paris, in La Roche-Guyon, and in other places in the world, comparable to a rip in the curtain. It is not just another change in style, but a transition of greater scope. If we compare Vincent's study of pine trees, Tadao, 1888, and August Macke's Two Girls in the Forest, spring of 1914, and adopt as our point of comparison the forest in Altdorfer's painting of St. George, 1510, then we can, without a great deal of effort, retrace the path that led from Vincent back to Altdorfer, but not the one that leads from Macke. One of our great hopes, back to Altdorfer. Macke's painting is a source of valuable suggestions, and therefore both its thematic as well as its expressive means possess a synoptic character. The color seems to have melted around the 0 point, and then to have crystallized again, undoubtedly over large areas. It urges us to disencumber ourselves of the idea that something only happens in the realm of the absolutely small, in atoms for example. This affirmation also contains a point of truth, but a great transition supervenes in every dimension and in every discipline of science, which sheds light on the likeness, not only of apparatuses, which serve distinct ends, such as, for example, the telescope and the microscope, but also on the visual worlds that the former open up to perception. The existence of such similarities is less a question of fact than a question of style, as a configuration of a powerful will, both in the macrocosmic as well as in the microscopic domains. A similar transition is manifested consequently both in the large and the small. It can also supervene with a figurative or abstract or non-figurative thematic. These are questions of technique, and as such, of transcendence for the history of art. What interests us, however, is not so much forms and their differences, as the forces that elevate forms in their totality. This happens outside of art and independently of it. The concept of cubism, like that of Baroque and other similar concepts, was born accidentally on the occasion of Georges Braque's premiere showing, Paris, 1908. It soon became evident that the last bridges with materialism had been burned, which, as I have said, cannot be claimed with respect to either Van Gogh or even the Fauvistes, who had already come close to the line. But on their side melting still prevailed, while with Braque, crystallization has been reached. When one of the Cubists said that he wanted to approach the thing in itself, his desire expressed the same need as Vincent's, that is, to undermine the walls that separated it from feeling. It is the same goal, but pursued from two opposite points. The border can separate individuals, young and old, and can also be overcome within the individual. The transition from Fauvism to Cubism forms part of this context. The distance between Braque's painting The Door, 1906, and the Guitar Players, 1914, is almost unbridgeable. Here something different must have supervened within the pure temporal sequence. The fact is that there are artists whose work is an obstacle, rather, for reflection, whose point of gravity reposes in the nameless. Must we therefore choose models from other domains, for example, from physics, where the transition is especially obvious? This choice entails, once again, the risk that the phenomena fail to fit the figure. With regard to this point, the fate of the worker has served me as an object lesson. When contemplating paintings like Homage to J.S. Bach, 1912, by Braque, The Scottish Girl, 1918, by Juan Gris, or even The Surrender of Barcelona by Wyndham Lewis, painted at a later date. Our attention is called both to the marked affinity between these paintings, as well as their total foreignness, both with respect to the immediately preceding works of art and even contemporary ones. It is disconcerting. Faces emerge from the bottom of clouds of confetti. They have little to do with art. It seems, rather, that the field of art has been abandoned, or is even in danger. Winckelmann, the guardian of noble innocence and serene greatness, contemplated the small Sardinian bronzes as barbarous trash. Today, they instead speak to us of a greatness, certainly not noble, but modest. This is not accidental. 94. For Goethe, concerning whom one could say that he went as far as the East, but not as far as Mexico, the gods of Mexico were a complete atrocity, the absolute opposite of beauty. This, how we must interpret the verses of his posthumous work, for a Witzlapausli would be, talisman upon thy heart, that it should be precisely images and affinities of this type that are presented to us is not, as we have said, an accident. They are prefigurations that come directly from behind the weft and are projected on the empty surface. They belong less to the abysses of time than to those of space, whose depths we can explore at all times. In this sense, we still find ourselves underground, in the caves at Lascaux. Montezuma was waiting for Cortés. The arrival of the white gods had been prophesied. This explains many of their conquests, which only belong in part to history and in part to the realm of legend, as Stucken understood. It is to be assumed that there is a movement in the opposite sense. Mexico acquires distinct traits in opposition to us. To the same extent, it flourishes within us. The signs begin to come to life. They still await their Champollion. This case is similar to that of Goethe, who had a correct instinctive reaction against anything that might pose a threat to the culture of antiquity. He sensed the irreconcilable character of the Mexican world with respect to our culture. He could only glimpse an affinity with it when he reached the end of the road. In the 21st century, Mexico will play a more important role in archaeology, and not only in that discipline, than the one that has until recently been played by Egypt. It will surpass the domain of science. Compared with it, Egyptology has been all too scrupulously limited to its own specialty. In the magic flute, the many possibilities it harbors have been hinted at. These possibilities vividly came to life for me during a nocturnal walk through the temple of Karnak. Flaubert's The Temptation of St. Anthony is also worthy of comparison. There, something begins to stir in the shadows cast by the temple, in the shadows cast by the century of the Enlightenment. When, in the changes of time, archaic powers approach or even supervene, Greek, German, Egyptian, or Mexican gods, it is not a repetition that takes place, but a return. A repetition takes place, for example, with Napoleon III. Meanwhile, time has seen his power undermined. Return refers to the acquisition of a position of a starting point outside of time. When this event takes place, it is usually only recognized much later, that is, as a result of that which survives the process of demythologization. This is where the advocatus diaboli of modernism goes to work, and its task is not difficult in an epoch in which the actors no longer deal in myths, or even with fairy tales, even if they sing their praises to the sound of trumpets. Not another face, but an image in which clever mercenaries are at work. Colossi with feet of clay. When they fall, they are followed, instead of by songs, by a cloud of dust dispersed by the wind. Repetition confirms the order of stable and classical epochs and their security. At such times legacies accumulate, one monarch succeeds another, one style dissolves harmoniously into another. In return, art touches bottom, it reaches domains that no longer allow it to be subjugated. Its configurative capacity is weakened, and its capacity for conjuration is strengthened. When archaic powers supervene, when they suddenly erupt next to us, causing terror, joy, or happiness, they are not the goal that we have to attain. They are instead testimonies of something imminent, of an approaching goal. Then silence is imposed, even in music. The nameless can be expressed with sounds, but it cannot be named. If we invoke them by their names, then we will have exchanged return for mere repetition. However, they are nothing but witnesses, pillars of Hercules. The nameless, that which is not coined in the form of money, beckons to other journeys. What returns is not an Olympus of the gods, but the timeless matrix where they were born. New names are needed to apprehend it. From this perspective, one can understand the accusation of histrionic, with which Nietzsche summarizes his attack on Wagner. His art is understood as a sign of a great transition, and at the same time as an example of the way that a great transition can be spoiled and betrayed. His art was content with a mask. We can judge it differently. Rather than figures supervening, something must have happened within the undifferentiated. At the freezing point, the particles that have been transformed into crystals are not just similar, but equal to those that will crystallize. In this intermediate time, the weft undergoes a stage in which its fiber is colorless. Then, new models are in the works. Where the weft loses its qualities, not only are material differences fused, but so too are those characterizing points of reference. The differences between up and down, high and low, right and left, and even between life and death. When the fiber recovers its color, however, the relative differences of the reference points are manifested, at first in the form of diverse processes of development. Thus, the powers of interconnection, spirals and woven forms with knots arise. Science comes to the encounter with these structures, on the small as well as the large scale, both in the atoms and in the molecules, as well as in cosmography, in its conceptions of the inorganic and the organic world. These models extend from the spiral nebulas to the fabric of the genes, and even deeper. These movements precede the formation of every crystal. We must presume the existence of similar processes in the genesis of the work of art. A large part of the work of art does not acquire a figure and remains in the limbo of the concept or intuition. Another part will erupt unexpectedly. When a creature reproduces in the organic world, whether in the form of a bacillus, a snail, or a convolvulus, a movement is repeated that is very close to the reticulum. Lower organisms like the foraminifera possess this capacity, but so do the more highly evolved organisms. In the evolution of the ammonites, the movement comes and goes, as if reproduction was always necessarily reiterated. These movements span the entire morphological reserve. Their existence is conjecturable wherever the style is extremely simplified, but they can also penetrate extensive reserves and produce Baroque universes. To behold a nautilus shell cut into two halves is to behold a marvel. Something similar also penetrates our technological landscape. In this context, the following question, among others, is posed: whether the magmatic eruption destroys, in every circumstance, the form, and particularly the evolved form, or whether it can instead transform it, perhaps even make it fertile. Generally speaking, volcanic force must not be conceived as only an absolutely isolated power, but also as a cooperative power. This is how it is manifested in the larger economy of the Earth. It testifies to its weft. That it should show itself in the color red is now and then necessary, just like the cycle of feast days on the calendar. It is important that we should be guided, more than once, to the extreme frontiers of the human, as was the original meaning of the festival. Its history can be divided into two great hopes: in the desire to become identical with the animal, and in the hope that the gods will supervene. The precondition for such approach is that the human being should remain open. It is known that today he is no longer so capable of such a thing, and that he proposes this even less than in any other period of his history. To the contrary, he proposes to totally humanize the world and to saturate it with the human substance. Must we resign ourselves to the fact that sensory apparatuses that existed in the past should slowly degenerate and die? This is Huxley's view in Brave New World. Or is it precisely the total purge and clean sweep of the metaphysical remnants, eroded by time, that will allow us to expect the unprecedented? Nietzsche, who made a tabula rasa by revoking the gods along with men, undoubtedly harbored great hopes. But he expressed them imprecisely. Like Zarathustra, the wise man was able, and is still able, to live in any time. However, what meaning can living have without contact with those frontiers before which not only human beings, but even the gods and animals are daunted? This question has always disturbed and worried the human being, and even today it is still the most secret of his anxieties. Zarathustra loved the serpent. He took it for the most clever of the beasts. By this, he could not have been referring to the empirical snake, the animal as an object of scientific knowledge and anatomical and zoological description. He must have had in mind another kind of intelligence and a different creature than the one that is manifested in nature. Indeed, the cleverness and intelligence of Mother Earth lives in the serpent, but not with any greater power than in any other creature. This does not explain the fear and veneration that it aroused in the East and in the West, the rank to which he was raised above the heads of the gods and kings, or the one to which he was relegated at the foot of the cross. Nor does it explain the shock of the hiker, no matter how wise and brave he may be, at whose feet the snake lies coiled. A force must be acting in the serpent that is stranger and more powerful, a force that right up to our time has preserved and maintained as a revealed secret his immediate capacity to strike fear into our heart. If we compare this shock with the effect of a work of art, we may say that it acts by reduction to a fundamental form that we call the web. It is not a primordial power, but a power that, by way of evolution, has been regressively stylized until it provokes fascination and shock. Long ago, the snake had limbs. In the Ophidians, however, they atrophied, and only some anatomical vestiges remain. From an evolutionary point of view, a flagellate, a coelenterate, or a lamprey is a more primordial organism. Many of these creatures, like the spirochetes, are also incomparably more dangerous. Thus, in the serpent we are presented with a mask, and an especially highly developed mask. This testifies to the value that has been conceded to this creature since ancient times. It is the animal of the funerary gods, and also of Aesculapius, a creature whose venom unites both powers, deadly poison and cure. Peoples, widely separated from one another in time and space, venerate in it the primordial power of the earth. It is the origin and end of metamorphoses. The mask in space, what we sense through it, shocks and fills us with ecstasy. We listen attentively. Personat, a sound comes to us. Every work of art has to display something of this character. What it represents is presentation. If what it offers is nothing more than representation, something that comes to us through music and light, it is reduced to an empty spectacle, to a mere mask. This is the fundamental objection to artistic naturalism, as well as against the zoological naturalism that is practiced today. The mask in time, when the serpent lies coiled and then uncoils before our gaze, it is something more than an episodic encounter that is soon overcome. In this sense, the historical event is like the work of art, something different from the ephemeral, from the just and the unjust, from crime and suffering, cooperates in its temporal representation. The criminal and the victim are those who are often least aware of this fact. Tolstoy. In the Russian winter, Napoleon disposed of an insignificant measure of free will. Clemenceau. The human being who knew least about the affair was Dreyfus himself. Therefore, he did not see anything more than the episode which his rehabilitation brought to an end. Also part of this context is the liquidation of types that have inflicted atrocious harm. To give them death is not contrary to order, but it does not repair the reduction that order has suffered, either. The quantification of the harm produces a kind of perturbation in reason. It is not the fact that something happens, but the impression that is gathered as if something had happened, upon which the power of the facts and the work of art are based. The latter must transport us beyond time and space. All approach points to this. The woman of the night, who displays herself in a window in a port city, knows what will happen and desires it. It is necessary, however, no matter how squalid it may be, that it should take place as if something else really happened in addition. Meanwhile, everything is reduced to a mask, to mere representation, to a realistic action. If something else must happen here, it is the customer who must provide it. The woman works like a hunter of serpents, but is not prepared to offer anything of the serpent itself. The serpent does not horrify us so much by virtue of its venom, its immobility, or its lack of limbs. It seems rather as if, for an instant, the weft moves slightly. Life and death are mixed together, the floor becomes unstable. In every hazardous gesture, there is concealed the great and only danger. 96. In this sense, the serpent indicates a frontier. For some time now, however, it has not been alone. Seeing it arouses a reminiscence from times immemorial, the proximity of that weft within which, like any other difference, the dividing line between life and death is also blurred. The veil becomes more tenuous and colorless. The physicians of old recognized it as a sure sign of imminent death, when the dying man began to pick at the threads in his bedclothes. If it can be said of anyone that he is a reliable customer, who brings and provides something, it is the dying man. Here there are no more detours. The route is straight and direct. We have to cross the valley of shadows, even when our senses no longer serve us. The path leads further, even when hands and feet have ceased to move, and the heart has stopped beating. Whether some differences still persist here, for example, between entry and departure, is a question that has obsessed human beings since their origins, and often almost exclusively. Anyone who is inclined to a positive answer, or who even takes into consideration such a possibility, is immediately confronted with the following question: whether it is indeed possible to work in this direction in this life, whether by way of the meditative path, by the method of a rule of life, or through a symbolic journey by way of death, to behave as if something will happen. This is the meaning of mental exercises, both military as well as mystical. There are soldiers who have never been in the line of enemy fire, although throughout their entire lives they have exercised with this approach in mind. However, behind the enemy lines death lies in wait, and no one can spare themselves from this encounter. 97. Just as there are veins that solidify in magma during the process of cooling, the weft can form almost without any transition, and attain a high degree of perfection. It is to be supposed that the great draftsmen, whose works are so breathtaking because of their fabulous richness, have preserved a reserve of that decisive effort to create images. Even if these images proliferate inside them, like a plant, we must not attribute their power to this factor. The work of art exists in space, whether as a palace or a modest shack, but it exists. Here, however, something different is intermingled, a pantomime gesture of which the artist is not aware, and that perhaps even annoys him. We encounter this petrified movement in Statu Nascendi, not in Lascaux and Altamira. Those are already works of art, but in Mexico. This involves, as we shall never cease to emphasize, not so much dates established over the course of time, but rather experiences on the frontiers of time, always possible at any point in time, even, and once again more than ever in our time. Here we must not forget the reason for the interweaving of Celtic and Germanic elements, which is also found in countries that hardly know the serpent. I shall provide an excerpt from my diaries on the Osberg ship, which is on display in Oslo, a funerary vessel lavishly decorated with ornaments. As among the Celts, here interweaving plays an important role. This motif covers almost the entire surface of the wood. These figures cannot have been born from a pure spirit of invention. It rather appears that they conjured, by magical art, a universe of lines, as if it had burst from the wellspring of the undifferentiated, and that, from an artistic point of view, it would be unimaginable, refractory even to any formulation. The ornamentation of loops harbors much more powerful forces than mere aestheticism could provide. It is the net of fate, with its dense, even indivisible reticulum. All those blacksmiths, weavers, builders of ships and carts were at the same time magicians. That which the hand created acquired life. The verse was a magical formula. This is how we have to see the warship with its crew, as a powerful dragon that plows the waves, sure of its goal. Why, hiding ready. Historians like Walter F. Otto, 1874, 1958, and Wilhelm Grunbeck, 1873, 1948, achieved that which was denied to Jacob Burckhardt, or which he had denied to himself, the step that leads from historical, cultural considerations to immediate reality. On one side, the Greeks, on the other, the Germans and their world. The fact that the Christians worship a single God who does not tolerate other gods at his side is a fact that the world has had to pay for dearly. And not only has it paid with the extermination of human beings and peoples, but also with the planned destruction of documents. This makes it difficult not only to have access to the more refined cultures of Mexico, but also to our own ancestors. In this respect, the existence of Snorri represents for us a unique stroke of good luck. Nevertheless, Grunbeck was still obliged to grope around in the dark, for the most part to return to interpretations that were more in accord with the original sense, starting from Christian interpolations and distortions. Thus, the meaning of the blot as a sacramental magical ceremony. We must add a few more considerations. Grunbeck designates the blot as a creative festival. He is referring to a festival with a particular purpose, that is, conjuration and the epiphany of the gods. He could also consider it as a solemnity, since the atmosphere was undoubtedly more than festive. It was majestic. In accordance with its nature, the festival is linked to particular days, to the cycle, and to return. This feature may also have been applicable to the blot, but only in part, since it could be celebrated independently of the cycle, for an immediate purpose. For instance, to solicit advice from the ancestors and from the gods before making serious decisions. This is why one must imagine the circle of the congregants as a more reduced and homogeneous group than that of the guests in the banquet halls of the big landowners and princes. In both cases, the participants drank, and undoubtedly copiously. The difference was approximately the one that was long ago established between dinner and banquet. In the blot, viands were not served on the table, and jokes were definitely out of place. The atmosphere was serious and rather anxious, charged with expectation. The singer, the bard, was not supposed to appear in public, either. But they undoubtedly pronounced verdicts. In the great banquet hall, on the other hand, jubilation reigned to excess. Festivity and solemnity had to touch on their borders and interweave. Their separation is an act of spiritual anatomy rather than historical anatomy. We must agree with Grunbeck that the ritual of the Germans has been lost in its essential features, and they were never in any position to reconstruct the rite in its development. The banquet was attended by the men, especially in the great banquet hall. The blot transported them to another time. History and fate were severed. In the former, the human being was united with his kind in the fabric. In the latter, he congregated in the weft. It is not a difference between 2 points of a temporal sequence, but between 2 incommensurable temporal orders. In festive joy, the past and the future were celebrated. For the participants, the exploits of their fathers and also their own exploits were the objects of praise. One listened to the singer and also to those whose names would survive in the memory of their descendants. The beloved weapons gleam, courage and exuberance increase. They easily overestimated their own limits. The Phaeacians agreed to arm a ship for Odysseus. The officers of the Prussian Guard sharpened their sabers on the stairs of the French embassy before 1806. A different temporal order reigns in the blot. When the gods are conjured, they are not convoked from the past, from time immemorial. Nor should one solicit oracles, or try to divine the future. When the Goths committed themselves to such a way of life, they had already lost their power. Past and future are instead concentrated in the prodigious tension of the moment. One arrives at the bridge, time flows below. Here one finds the most remote chamber. Here is where the treasure lies, with respect to which the works and exploits of the external world represent nothing but miserable copy. Where fate is lived is where it is contemplated. Next is the temptation to confer upon this encounter an oracular meaning, as has always happened and will always happen. The future must be opened up to view, or it must be completely determined. Upon this choice, priests, magicians, and astrologers have at all times made their living. The vulgar conception of astrology is entirely encapsulated in the desire to interpret the future. The general lack of knowledge of and disdain for prayer generates an attraction to fortune-telling. The great transition leads beyond time as such, and ultimately beyond the future as well. The future merges with the past in the incandescence of the moment. Nietzsche referred to this moment when he spoke of happiness at noonday. The clock stops. To this, we must add what Schopenhauer says about the solemn power of the moment of death. Here at the custom station in anxious expectation, the fundamental motif of the melody of life echoes for the last time. Properly speaking, the gods are not conjured but illuminated. This fact has been well described by Grönbeck, and it was also familiar to Angelus Silesius, as is corroborated by some of his boldest verses. The gods are therefore in statu nascendi, almost without qualities, not yet eroded by worship and faith. They sound more than they act, as can be discerned from many of their names. Frey, Freya, Fro, and also the ones that begin with Jo, Ju, Ju. They are not found in the roots or in the crowns of the trees, but at the foot of the ash tree, where the higher sphere and the lower sphere shine like a mirror. There, the weft is colorless, without quality. Hence the intrepidness, the power based on knowledge, that triumphs over seas and peoples. The place where a great blot is celebrated is considered to be sacred ground. There a commemorative stele is erected. Hence one concludes that the encounter is not always consummated. If, in the historical past of people and religions, or in their ethnographic present, we venture to inquire into the absolute, we will only attain to models, normative criteria in most cases. We have to provide the measure ourselves. Names, even those of the gods, are not just noise and smoke. Anyone who accepts them in the sense of mere repetition has already lost the game before it even started. In this respect, I am reminded of a nocturnal conversation I once had with the writer, Ernst, who died some time ago. It was at the Leipzig Observatory. He told me anecdotes about the students in his most recent class, those he taught at the Institute. And I have one who has very big plans. This young man dreams of becoming a Napoleon. This is the goal towards which he directs his action. Not bad. And what is he doing to bring it about? He lives like an ascetic. He is interested above all in mathematics and tactics, and is thinking, after he's awarded his bachelor's degree, of joining the artillery regiment. To which a third person, I think it was the editor, Naumann, added, "Let's hope that he makes it to the rank of sergeant." This was undoubtedly a correct judgment with respect to the method, but too severe with respect to the young man himself. He lacked only a spark of imagination. In his view, the world was divided into names, the way a garden is divided into terraced plots. He wanted to prosper in one of them. He was unaware of the fact that, if by chance we reach a rank of that kind, in reality, we ascend from the humus of the nameless. The grenadiers had a better sense of this. For them the great man was le petit caporal. The lack of imagination is excusable, even necessary. If imagination were ever to prevail, the world would soon resemble a virgin jungle or a madhouse. It needs little people and their sobriety no less than great men. In this sense, it is like a home, where it is more important for the postman and the chimney sweep to come than a Frederick or a Napoleon. The world lives, therefore, more on the lesser transitions and even on the very small ones than on the great transitions. On this we agree, which does not exclude a general assessment of the situation. As for us, there can be no doubt that we find ourselves on the threshold of a great transition, and that we have already witnessed some of its contours. Furthermore, the preparations are enormous. When one monarch succeeds another in a dynasty, right down to the last of the Karls, the Fredericks, or the Ludwigs, the reign is repeated by way of the order of succession. Persons succeed one another, small and great, among whom the great, for the most part, are dearer to the people than the insignificant ones. There are wars and domestic revolts. To fight for the king, whether against the foreign or the domestic foe, was usually normal. In the Great Transition, on the other hand, there is a break in the succession. There is a lack of directive line. It is no longer about persons, borders, ideas, or even gods, as in the wars of religion. Now everything consists in knowing whether the images that are presented correspond to the absolute claim of the Great Return. Even in the most advanced posts on the front, there are only presentable. Here I find it necessary to once again refer to the case of Wagner. When it comes right down to it, Nietzsche's charges against Wagner cannot be explained on the basis of awe, sickness, decadence, or histrionics. These are nothing but subterfuges. Behind them lies a charge, possible only between titans, that Wagner has falsified the return. This is what he wants to say, and it is discernible precisely where it is not distinctly formulated. Nietzsche's central thought, eternal recurrence, is characterized by utter vagueness. When such imposing waves besiege the heart, it is better that they should remain in the unexpressed instead of being formulated in such categorical terms. Finally, what is it, in general, that returns in such a transition? Neither dynasties nor images of animals or gods, nor grandiose conceptions of the world. Absolutely nothing visible or nameable returns, and this is a major point, since nothing returns. Therefore, he wants to say, neither images nor conceptions, but empty concepts, absolute ingenuousness. For an instant the door opens in silence. Then everything seems to be possible. Hence the restlessness, the expectation, the hopes. Great purifications help create blank spaces. Dynasties fall like old trees, like dying forests. They are concomitant phenomena, as their simultaneity indicates. Here, no change is worth anything. The time of the princes has passed. Their religions have also gone into decline, not only in the West, but all over the world. Such are the epochs of the downfall of the fathers, of revolutions and demystification. The purification ritual forms part of the festival and its preparations. The old image of the world must fall before a new one can be born. Such times are also the epochs of those who bring fuel to the fire, of despots without dignity or benevolence, but disposing of a monstrous and merciless energy. Colossi with iron faces are either the objects of demoniacal fear, or else they are venerated as gods. These are erroneous inferences. It is not their feet of clay that are making the world tremble. How can the silence, the lack of ideas, and the lack of expectations of our times be reconciled with the hurricane of history, and with the Gnostic anxiety that returns every 1,000 years concerning the possibility that the world will perish? But the world also returns to the bottom, that is, it submerges for an instant in the timeless 99. In principle, we can reply that where past and future are concentrated in an instant, it hardly matters what might happen in its vicinity. Archimedes traced his circles while Syracuse burned. The symbol of John of Patmos is a great one. From the heart of the apocalyptic storm, the eternal city rises. Eternal is only a synonym for that instant where past and future are concentrated. When the wave of time recedes, it is comparable to a great exhalation. The word comprehends both temporal liberation as well as liberation from time. In that instant, the seed pod bursts, that is, the presupposition for the return of the nameless, which aspires to be embodied in the word. The wave must unfold its entire impulse until it is completely exhausted. If the crest of a new wave reaches the previous one too soon, a sad mixture of names and images is produced. New wine in old bottles, which in the political world is called restoration. This would necessarily be an adulterated return. We shall not spend any more time here addressing theological questions. Nonetheless, we shall add yet one more comment. The prophecy of Schubart regarding a third Christianity, based on the Gospel of John the Baptist, harbors the danger of a falsified return. 100. Demystification is as improper for the priest as high treason is for the soldier. But this kind of prophecy has a positive feature, the strength inherent to the power of Eros. Here, too, the embers of names and dates are slowly burning, while the pure vein of the event comes to light. This also yields immediately a profit in time. On the one hand, a disencumbering, on the other, approach. The surrealist advance patrol. We have already mentioned the fact that great transitions are connected with the destruction of forms. In this, they are distinguished from revolutions, where what exists takes a new direction. In great transitions, being is affected at a much deeper level than the strata where the change takes place. Formless and indivisible power is extracted from the reserves of the depths and begins to work in its virgin force. In our epoch of change, this is manifested even with respect to matter. We also mentioned the danger that is associated with the reception of the substance coined in forms. This is not true of revolutions, since here the power of tradition is acting as a retarding moment, as Christianity has always done. In great transitions, with the masses of energy that they unleash, the clash and finally the destruction are more violent. It is true that the hope that surprising and totally novel phenomena will occur is more justified, which is the reason why, precisely, political and artistic power must not be implicated too prematurely in definitive formulations. In such new directions, one might expect more from the artist than he is capable of delivering. When the cosmos becomes transparent, one can no longer call the constellations by their old names. Here we touch upon the essence of the case of Wagner. According to Nietzsche, Wagner conjures by magical arts the oldest female of the earth, Ida, only to leave her in the lurch because he was not equal to the experience of her presence. It is a recurring motif. Jünger the fisherman could not enter the final chamber either, the chamber of the ring, without first having ordered the mother, to whom he was presented, to take off her clothing. The unease with which the elites of society also close their eyes to this transparency is surprising. The elites today are no longer princes, heroes and priests, but the great minds of the physical sciences and the entourage that participates in their spirit. It is self-evident that for them, transparency, as Bauder, and to some extent Nietzsche, had already discerned, is an illusion of the beyond. Meanwhile, matter has increased its power, and it has been a long time since its depths were finally plumbed. It becomes transparent wherever the spirit manages to approach its immanent power. Transparency can shine, for example, while meditating on a thermodynamic fact, like the identity of the melting point and the freezing point. Knowledge implies approach. We approach the source of the miracle without ever reaching it, and beyond the field of the nameable. If, as is the case with our epoch, knowledge expands until it attains the dimension of a gigantic sphere, then enigmas are not reduced, but are instead multiplied. The number of reference points that border on the inexplicable, along with the miracle, never ceases to grow. It has been said that the Greeks should have been able to produce certain results of great utility in the field of experimental physics. Their failure to do so was not due to inability, but to their scorn for a kind of production that, like artisanal labor, was judged to be inaccessible to the muses. They were interested in that part of physics that had to be studied in a sedentary way, above all by way of mathematical reflection and by astronomical observation, in a finite and well-ordered universe. Here, too, aesthetic intuition still reign. The stars move according to the harmony of the spheres, and in numbers is concealed divine power. A grandiose idea, particularly alien to our contemporaries, is that the stars do not exist by themselves, but that they represent emanations of the cosmic light that penetrates the celestial vault as if it was radiated throughout its pores and eyes. In its plenitude, exceeds our sensory capacity. We would be consumed by it like Phaon. There is still a place where the higher reality of this image of the world is communicated to us, the Pantheon in Rome. Let us hope that it will someday be rid of its Christian ingredients. Hephaestus, Vulcan to the Romans, was counted among the lesser gods. He was thrown out of Olympus because of his deformity. His lame foot also constituted a motif that goes beyond the anecdotal. It is one of the far-sighted or telluric-sighted coordinates by which myth is distinguished. Lameness is, among other things, a stigma of blacksmiths, who in part even belong to the subterranean world, and on whose smoke-blackened doorsteps they forge many types of a surprising variety of weapons and tools. They are also magicians, capable, like Daedalus and Wieland, of the mastery of the air under their wings. But their works become doubtful in the light of Apollo, as is the case wherever one knows how to distinguish between art and prestidigitation. It is true that the power of the world of automated machines should not be underestimated. The pleasure that it arouses is reminiscent of primitive dances in their naive happiness and their spiritual onanism. The mythical figure of the cripple maintains relations of correspondence with the one-eyed figure of the Cyclops, which does not exclude a particular sharpness of vision, despite the fact that his depth perception is limited. The Cyclops sees, thinks and works along a single simple path, and despite his goodwill, is hardly skilled in questions of law and morality. This is visible in his quarrels with his kind, for even though the solution is obvious, they are indefinitely prolonged. I was recently reminded of this question of lameness during a rebroadcast of the second moon landing. As everyone knows, one of the astronauts stumbled as he was making a leap that was not foreseen by the computers. This suggested related combinations. They often occur precisely due to technical malfunctions, as if caves were opened up for pseudo-metamorphoses. The raw material vanishes, but it preserves its form. The sinking of the Titanic constitutes the model. Otherwise, how does one explain the feeling of unreality due to which, during such broadcasts, we find ourselves more absent than present? The actuality is insuperable, and just for that reason devours reality. After long lapses of time, I had to call myself to order, like someone who participates in a spiritual seance, even preferring to read a book instead. The fantastic character of such phenomena is even more powerfully reinforced by their extraordinary faithfulness. This faithfulness does not reside in nature, or in the moon, or in the universe, but in vision. It is not the desert that is ugly, but that which conceals deserts. The beauty of the desert has been recognized by many spirits of our century, particularly by the French troupiers who spent long stretches of their lives there, and were deeply affected by the experience. This beauty still reflects or projects the reticulum distinctly enough, that is, the constellation of the smallest particles that repose on the very bottom of the undifferentiated. Here one finds the grains of sand. The wind works with them like an artist who sculpts a statue. Their secrets are revealed when they are expanded to a disproportionate scale. It is a general precondition for all aesthetics that the reticulum contributes the criterion for measurement. The wave is the same, both in the ray of light, as it is in the wave emitted by the eruption of Krakatoa. This identity is the ineluctable presupposition for all representation. Beauty and reason are still related by an intimate bond. The forms are rigorous, and often even of a mathematical precision. The same principle prevails for the peoples of the deserts, for the way they think, for the way they move, for their weapons, for their tools, and also for the wells they meticulously dig in the depths of the subsoil. How is it possible that the new kinds of wells, whose platforms have sprouted up in the desert like mushrooms, have not been adopted? The world of beams, of steel girders and empty jam jars, with its lights, its odors, and its sounds, is foreign to the desert. In the landscape of workshops, the reticulum is projected obliquely, which is where the uninterrupted attacks come from, which radiate in all domains, particularly in that of higher intuition. Undoubtedly, the force field will oscillate, with or without the collaboration of the human being. Science, which also serves as orientation for theology, is incapable of that. Only the artist remains, who still has to entrust himself to the production, or more accurately, to the radical creation of valid models. In the poet, nature even bursts from the wellspring of the undifferentiated and dispenses wealth, while science establishes itself on wealth and consumption. These are distances. The inclusion of technical substance fixed in the work of art represents a particular problem, the domain of the rational structure by way of the spirit of the muses. From a theoretical point of view, it would not be impossible, since art drinks from deeper spring. The dissolution, the incipient destruction, but also the peculiar rejuvenation of technical phenomena now takes place, wherever the uncanny begins to glow beneath the value of utility and comfort. The seal of the bottle has been broken. The genie rises like a cloud of smoke to the firmament. I have among my correspondence a sketch by Magritte, the depiction of a landscape over which atomic mushroom clouds sprout like the jets of geysers, titanic brains in the form of grayish clouds, in a majestic solitude. In this respect, magic and surrealism offer, in general, a goldmine of discoveries. When de Chirico attempted to destroy the works of his Pittura Metaphysica period, this was not directed against his own power. Thus, we are not pleased to recall a love affair that almost cost us our skin. We notice the elan prematurely. We bet too much on a single card. Here, the transparency of technology shows through. A new millennium of glacial and irreversible urbanization. Against this, Mexico is good, as is announced in a long walk through the halls of images. In the Surrealists, the sinister did not take long to spread. This is already true of their patriarchs, Poe, Lautréamont, Kleist, Emily Brontë, Sailly. Their magazine, Minotaur, provides a good overview. If such spirits represent the law, evolution has already come to an end. Artists recognize this very early. This recognition also marks their fates. This must not be understood as a pejorative comment. To the contrary, Surrealism offers the example of an approach that certainly leads, precautiously, to crystallization. It is a first attempt by the man of art to tame the world of technology and its ugliness. Returning to the spirit, an attempt that does not exclude the landscape of the workshop in order to preserve an idyllic vision, but which incorporates its constructs, its physiognomy, and its dangers. The power of this enterprise can now be recognized because it knew how to charge the fixed fragments of this world with the spirit of the image, and to grasp them, and not only by way of color. Thus, for example, the montages of Max Ernst, 1891–1976. The history of culture indicates that, in his work, irrational associations are established between forms of nature and the accessories of civilization. This can also be expressed more simply. The drilling rig in the Sahara, its skeleton, its girders, or, in Heidegger's terms, its positional structure, its Gestell, can be tamed, and of course, by way of intuition, in such a way that it acquires the necessary density and sovereignty. This precedes the phenomena. It guides their dance. Not in vain did the surrealists pay so much attention since the beginning of their movement to ecstatic intoxication and dreams. There, the spirit reaches a frontier in whose vicinity time begins to splinter and to tremble on its foundations. It thus becomes dubious and therefore rich as a mine. Such perceptions precede the dissolution of images and therefore the change of style. The internal clock now keeps a different kind of time, hence the fact that it is not even images in the sense of works of art, that are the first phenomena that one notices. It is rather the old and eternally new way through which life represents time and the temporal and to which it must be limited without entailing any loss, the dance. Even in our days, there is nothing that makes us as profoundly uneasy, or which is understood so superficially. With the growing monotony, it is becoming more difficult to follow the impulse of the heart. Hence the increasing incidence of accidents, heart attacks, and psychosis. Once again, we have touched upon a topic that threatens to lead us far astray. It would be better to just add a note on the work of Max Ernst. To make the foundations of time tremble, you need only unite in a single image two strata that do not fit together. This gives rise to an antichronistic current. This explains the influence of the woodcuts, old and in part absurd, in the papier collé. This effect is of a very universal and primitive nature. It causes surprise wherever the world is beginning to undergo an inversion. In the penumbra, previous to the immersion in dream, and in the change of seasons, particularly wherever the death of the winter and the imminence of the spring are celebrated with masquerades. Being masks itself with time and times, but we do not discover what is hidden behind the masks, for when we unmask it, we are left with a mask in our hands. It tricked us, now we are dazzled by a new fashion, a new face. This, however, i.e., to put ourselves into a position to reach the place from which to see, if not what changes, at least its changes as approach. Here the paths diverge. One is upset by the fall of the mask, or makes fun of it. The other succumbs to the fascination of the new mask. Meanwhile, as in the Etruscan tombs, there is still a third perspective, the serene contemplation of the ephemeral. What is included today, with fashionable verbiage, under the term of demystification, is in fact contemporary in the highest degree, but only insofar as the problem of time is represented as such. The Sphinx, which has asked its question, and will pose it, yesterday and today, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Here there are neither plans nor programs, neither safes nor recipes. At any time, in a solemn hour, when being is stripped of its mask, this question is directed at the individual. It cannot be a bad thing. Now and then, his ears prick up before the door leading to the antechambers. The triumph of the power of the spirit over time, its incorporation on a first plane, is an endless task. Before all claims, it is necessary to examine to what extent a breach has been made, and thus an approach. A history of culture that disposes with this consideration leads, most of the time, to aesthetic differentiations. In fact, it is not true that the power hidden behind the questions of time and fashions was not perceived, even when the ability to locate it was lacking. Frequently, the artist himself is hardly conscious of it. However, it is in the public domain that something has happened to him. This something can shock some and instill others with enthusiasm, and it can also spread by word of mouth like a new secret. Where is this something that moves far below differences, and which the enemy himself compels us to admire? In any case, it must be stronger than time. It now speaks in its favor that, like salt that does not lose its taste, it assures the duration the work of art, which, And here we approach once again the indeterminate, and the uncertain does not always have anything to do with the rank of the work. It can happen that a single painting or a single poem survives, and perhaps not the best one. It can shine in the fragments, in the weak points, like a reminiscence of instants when the universe confirmed its validity. It can also remain in the invisible, in dreams, in nostalgia, in failure, and nonetheless act precisely there. Brilliance can accumulate and concentrate in certain individuals, but there are vestiges shared everywhere. Grace, rather than merit, pertains to achievement. Naturally, sooner or later, every work of art must perish. However, that which passed silently by the word and the image, as by the tombs of Tarquinia, remains inaccessible. This touches us. That which we call immortal is ephemeral, but is nonetheless a reflection of the immortal. When we walk through the snow on a sunny day like today, February 1st, 1970, sometimes we can see one of the crystals of snow glitter like a diamond. In one of its myriads of forms, we get a glimpse of the reserves of heat that lie dormant in the eternal ice. The advanced patrol of surrealism is instructive. Painters and poets are very capable. If a painter like de Chirico could manage to empty any house on the shores of the Mediterranean, strip it of its meaning through the reduction of its chromatic quality to pure white, he not only demystifies it, but also dehumanizes it. He dissociates it into its atoms and then recharges it. At the same time that he does this, he throws a magic net over the skyline of New York. He would have then returned to the reticulum and would have exchanged an entire truckload of limestone and bricks for an atom of color. This is still a model on paper or on canvas, but behind it there is something more than cities and works of art. Mexico. Dilated pupils. From Europe and the East to Mexico, the leap is notable not only in space, but also in time, and also from a biographical point of view, for it entails a distance of 30 years. For that was the interval between the temporary cessation and the resumption of the experiment. 30 years had passed since I dropped the red-hot frying pan with which I had scorched myself. In every life, there are cliffs whose precipices paralyze us, with greater or lesser violence, and then cause us to come back to the edge again. They make us savor, in anticipation, the final plunge. That is when we throw the superfluous ballast overboard and pull ourselves together, as Hamann did after his nervous breakdown in London. Morally, the malady de relais is also created. We fill our sails with a fresh wind. My unfortunate experience of excess in Halle caused me to have a brush with catastrophe, and, thus, one of the most profound points of the spring of help. Some fortunate circumstances made their contribution. Thus, to mention one detail, it was favorable for me that food poisoning caused by fish should call for the prescription of strong coffee as an antidote. Such intoxications are lethal, and they are all the more perfidious to the extent that the toxins are already present, even before the fish has begun to smell bad. Only at that moment did I discover from practical experience that coffee is also indicated to treat cannabis intoxication, although I only understood it theoretically after reading about it in a book. Since both the drug and the remedy are stimulants, one would instead have presumed that this would produce an extremely disastrous synergetic effect. The paradox is probably explained by the fact that various depressive currents enter into play under the surface of such intoxicated states. There was another favorable circumstance. On that afternoon, an atmosphere that was in part agitated and in part depressed reigned among the guests at the hotel, which is why I was protected by a kind of sociological camouflage that mitigated the inopportune turn taken by my reaction. It made it less suspicious. I had already witnessed such scenes on several occasions without participating in, and it cannot be said that one would find edifying reasons for their occurrence. When we deviate from the dominant opinions of society and its behavior, 101 we should keep it secret. An easy precept to follow when one is planning to rob a bank, but one that is hard to follow when it is a matter of excursions, voluntary or involuntary, to the borderlands of the spirit. Collective rejection is certainly softer, but also more consistent than rejection due to violations of the law. The individual is subjected to close scrutiny, and his career choices and opportunities are severely constrained. All that is needed is a minor transgression to transform him into a suspect or to ruin him. This experience will be corroborated by anyone who has worked in an office for years or decades, and who has become integrated into a circle of intelligent co-workers. Fates are allocated, as when a fleet whose departure from port is carried out in good order weighs anchor. The ships have already been inspected and selected. Then, however, one of them deviates from the line and can no longer remain in formation, and others disappear forever. Every Christmas, one or two of the old comrades fails to attend the party. Illnesses, traffic accidents, amorous or matrimonial conflicts, sudden or simmering breaks. When it comes right down to it, each person is the craftsman of his own ruin, although in his own particular way. It is in this context that I must mention the chief of the department, who kept a bottle of cognac hidden in the lower left-hand drawer of his desk, and continued to do so right up to the day he retired. As the years passed, his ideas and his character unraveled. He performed many tasks cheerfully enough, but his confidence in his own forces with respect to certain operations diminished. His nervous secretary, whom he thrilled with his ideas at noon but depressed by evening, soon became unbearable to him. Then he would often disappear for a moment and return in a cheerful mood, which would not last for very long. A case like that of my friend, Dr. Jünger, who dealt with his schizophrenia until he was 60 years old and even acted with restraint, constitutes an exception. When and where one may drink is something that one knew quite well long before there were any Volkswagen. Compared with this knowledge, the question of quantity was considered as one of little importance. He can really hold his liquor was an expression that connoted praise. That drinking reveals character, that is, real character, and that ultimately it makes the type appear from the phenotype, is an unquestionable fact. Drinking at the wrong place and wrong time has always been viewed as if it were a crime. He came to work after one glass too many. This might be allowed to pass once, but not again. That is how Johann Christian Gunther made his own job as court poet the butt of his jokes. He wasn't drunk, he's just crazy. Often, this is also the case. Anyone who, amidst the affairs of everyday life, loses his sense of spatial and temporal orientation for a few seconds, or who disturbs others because of his absurd actions, usually disappears forever, or is repatriated to the common consciousness in the most disagreeable way. In this sense, too, it is worth it to read the second chapter of The Demons. The wild beast showed his claws. The types of people with dilated pupils soon arouse mistrust. In the evening, when others have friendly get-togethers, you seldom see them. Their appearance causes surprise. They have more accidents than other people. They are viewed with disfavor. The debits against their accounts are always mounting higher in the social, economic, and technical realms. It is nonetheless likely that they have a role to play in the universe. They are not lacking in any habitats, in none of the great families of animals and plants. They live under rocks, in caves and grottos, in the soil of jungles and the ocean depths, in the shadows, with big dark eyes, and also blind, but gifted with extremely subtle senses when night falls. They have their own particular arsenal. The sensitive whiskers of cats, the silent, velvety wings of butterflies and bats, tentacles and antennae with fantastic form, pale skins that are hypersensitive to a single ray from the sun, a sense of hearing that can detect the softest sounds, an extremely sensitive sense of smell, organs created for nocturnal flight. Among these creatures, the night is enjoyed as if it were a festival. It is common for tentacles to account for 1/3 of a creature's weight. In the human realm, The nocturnal type represents a limiting case. He does not dare to leave his home before nightfall, when he seeks out his kind, his comrades, and their playgrounds. Thus, Maurice de Guérin felt attracted by Novalis, and Baudelaire by De Quincey, and Edgar Allan Poe de Toding. However, the nocturnal type also exercises his power of attraction in the clearest light in the great noonday. Thus, Byron seduced Goethe. He communed with the dark side. Night is as indispensable to the human spirit as dreaming is to the body. In genetics, there is also a series of dark codes. This acts decisively on our image, on our fate. In this respect, it is possible that this brief excursus has not been superfluous, as a delimitation of a moral prejudice that, I must confess, is necessary for the clarification of our social condition. The situation changes when we contemplate the very character, the daemon, of the human being, as an image. It is precisely here where the divergence takes on value. Although we do not reach equilibrium, this is reflected in the splendor and the misery of the poet's maudits. If we take one more step, everything is converted into a figure of fate. The drunken Verlaine in the Luxembourg Gardens, which today features his statue, and the street urchins who run after him. There is a point of view from which every crime and every misdeed becomes a service. But it is undoubtedly not advisable to grant carte blanches for such acts. Substitutes. I will not attempt to approach my Mexican excursions from a chronological point of view, if only because my experiences have not yet concluded. Besides, Mexico, whose soil has given birth to such prodigious fruits, must be understood in this context as a spiritual rather than as a geographical unity. We must not close ourselves off from science, but take full advantage of it. Precisely in these frontier zones, we must approach, now and then, the data of the specialists, which I had ignored with respect to hashish. In this case, the doubt arises whether Mexican is the right word to classify three substances, mescaline, psilocybin, and LSD, that produce similar effects, hallucinogenic and psychotropic. It is true that the cactus, lophophora, and the mushroom, psilocybe, come from Mexico. Ergot of rye, however, from which Albert Hofmann synthesized LSD, comes from Europe. It was obvious that the time had come. This is an example of the sudden and universal spread of a laboratory experiment to consumption. If there is anyone who could provide me with information about this field, it was Albert Hofmann, well versed in both the oniric as well as the molecular realm. So I just called him on the telephone at his home in the Swiss village of Ritamat. And for my peace of mind, he has explained, with regard to this point, we should distinguish between lysergic acid, the name by which LSD is often erroneously designated, 102, and the diethylamide of lysergic acid that he synthesized. Lysergic acid alone does not cause any hallucinogenic effects. The diethylamide group must be contained in the molecule for it to produce such an effect. On the other hand, LSD is very closely related, even with regard to its effects, to the amide of lysergic acid, the principal active ingredient of a Mexican magic drug, Oleuqui. It was already mentioned by Europeans in the 19th century. The Franciscan father Bernardino de Sahagún wrote in his famous Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España General History of the Things of New Spain. There is an herb called Codelexo exuoxoki, green snake, which produces seeds that are called Oleuqui. These seeds stupefy and deprive one of reason. They are taken as a potion. No. An engraving accompanies a very precise description of the plant. It seems that the father only saw the plant's buds before they had bloomed. It was not until quite recently that it was determined to be a member of the Convolvulaceae family, Ipomea violacea. In our gardens we also cultivate some relatives of this plant, the morning glory, the Bella del Giorno of the Italians, which blooms for only a few hours. I plant them here in Wilflingen every year, along a decaying wooden fence. It was once thought that the domains of the alkaloids of lysergic acid were restricted to the lesser fungi, particularly to ergot of rye. The fact that its existence has recently been discovered in the realm of magical drugs as well, and therefore in the juices of a higher planting, was a big surprise to the phytochemists, those highly specialized descendants of the shamans and witch doctors of old, to whom the powers and virtues of plants are revealed, in part thanks to experience, and in part thanks to clairvoyant enlightenment. Such clairvoyance goes back to the epoch of the centaurs, especially to Chiron, the tutor of the gods who initiated Aesculapius in the art of medicine, and to whom Hölderlin dedicated a great poem that has yet to be fully appreciated. For then I'd look for herbs of the wood, and on the hillside hear soft game, and never in vain. Jünger, and of the crocus, time, and corn the earth would pick the first bunch for me. And in the cool of stars I learned, but only the nameable, disenchanting. Now here alone I sit in silence. Poison divides us now. Therefore, there is only a science of the nameable, and thought is pure poison. We have to resign ourselves to this in epochs, when the nameable is only worth anything, if it can be reduced to the quantifiable. Hölderlin rebelled against this tendency even at a very early period. It has become fashionable to quote him, but what one hears said of him is as reliable as street rumors. Quelle clarté, this is still an atmospheric appreciation, but now there is movement afoot to politicize Hölderlin. He offers us an example of an approach such as was never attained in the 19th century, even among the Germans. He does not return to the Olympian gods, but conjures them to the festival as sworn witnesses, and this is precisely what Wagner was incapable of doing when he evoked the Aesir. The latter remained independent. The word did not pass through, or much less beyond them, but remained under their domain. This is the source of evil, not in the people of the Lemures. In those days nature spoke directly to the senses, not because the senses were more sensitive, but because they were less differentiated, and therefore the undifferentiated essence of the earth was united with the undifferentiated essence of the human being. Without reflection, without thoughts. This explains, among other things, why the great medicinal plants were already known at a very early epoch. Even in the Middle Ages, things addressed us without intermediaries. This is possible in any epoch in which approach is attained. During the great epidemics, the names of medicinal plants resound, or birds bring them to human beings. Today, all of this has changed. Long ago, the reticulum glittered in the darkness of the forest. Now, in the clear light of consciousness, we must ourselves approach it, even if the amazement is the same. The world is still miraculous. When Albert Hofmann began to research ergot of rye, his intention was to discover a drug for blood circulation. The fungus had long been familiar to both mainstream medicine and folk medicine. The discovery of the psychopharmaceutical was not deliberate, and it was indeed unexpected, as if a door had been opened to a unique vision. The price of admittance was serious intoxication. There are chemical and botanical relationships that speak in favor of the inclusion of LSD in the Mexican category. This clarification pertains to the behavior of the major families of plants, which are as cosmopolitan as they are faithful to their native soil. Thus, there are ecstatic intoxications that, although originally rooted in a distant country, end up being widely disseminated, as if the wind transported their seeds from far away. Chemical classification is more methodical, but also more crude. It follows, without managing to equal, the refinement of the botanical world. It could also be said that chemistry extracts its crystals from the bottom of a reticulum of dense netting. The pigeonholes of its formulas delimit matter with extreme detail. That is why there is a constant ongoing project to revise the borders of its classificatory system. Thus, More than 1,000 isotopes have been discovered, some stable and others unstable. For the precision-oriented spirit of the 19th century, these aberrations were as annoying as the ones that had also afflicted zoology. If construction materials change with regard to their measurements and weights, the safety that used to be taken for granted comes to an end. Starting in 1898, the house not only began to burn slowly, but also to collapse. Its seismographic sensitivity increased. It is of course true that by way of this destructive process, forces are liberated, perhaps even more than are necessary. Therefore, when we use the adjective Mexican, we are only marginally referring to a chemical, botanical, or geographic affinity. The main reason we use it is the distinctive feature of the ecstatic intoxication in question, its remoteness from the measurable and quantifiable world, and consequently, its characteristic of approach. The key can be made with greater or lesser art, it can even be crude. All it needs to do is unlock and open the door. Then we can leave it in the lock or throw it away. One word might be enough, like sesame at the cave of Ali Baba. Today the doors open when a ray of light breaks through. The body crosses it. It too belongs to the domain of the nameable Tao. If I ride a destrier to the cave of treasure, I have no other choice than to dismount before entering the cave. The destrier cannot enter. I can use him when I return with the loot. I know. Words like destrier and dismount sound old-fashioned. They must therefore be read cum grano salis. They can be replaced by any other words, and as far as possible, by expressions as highly regarded, for example, as apparatus. In critical situations, we are compelled not only to get out of our cars, airplanes, and rockets, but also to exit from the state, society, and our families, and even to shed our clothing. This is the frontier before which everything apprehensible, in general with names, and therefore the nomeable, becomes sterile. The question of whether or not LSD belongs to Mexico therefore concerns the key and how it is cut. Its legitimacy is another question altogether. This word must not be understood in this context in the juridical or moral sense, but it pertains rather to the conscience, to the self-jurisdiction of the individual who is conscious of his responsibility. The charge that we are dealing with substitutes is an obvious one. The response: is there anything on earth that is not a substitute? For the Romans, surrogare meant to choose one person to act in the place of another, or to allow someone to make such a choice. It was a political concept. The world is imperfect. This is one of the few commonplace sayings to which we all subscribe. Consequently, an idea of perfection must exist. This inhabits the realm of the ineffable. The prisoner in his cell is especially sensitive to this imperfection. His situation may serve as a model. For example, the situation of Eldridge Cleaver in the California State Prison System, 1954. A 14-year-old black youth, he was sentenced to prison because marijuana was found in his house. Naturally, he missed his girlfriend, and in her place, he put a photo of a pin-up girl in English in the original on the wall of his cell. He chose one person instead of another. This is a substitute, a fetish, a replacement. Out of the center of Esquire, I married a voluptuous bride. Was this photograph only a substitute for his girlfriend, or for the movie star that it depicted? Was it legitimate, therefore, for him to have a photo of a white woman pinned to his cell wall so that he could feel close to his black girlfriend? Does this not transform both the white girl and the black girl, along with their images, into substitutes? In such a situation, realism, materialism, and idealism all come together. Even the prison guard noticed that something did not add up here. He tore the photo down from the wall and tossed it into the toilet. A contribution to the debate on iconoclasm. I have taken this detail from a biography, Soul on Ice, 1969, that I was reading today, St. Sylvester's Day. The author is trenchant and insistent in his views. The rulers of the land, whom he considered to be inveterate drunks, locked him up because he smoked marijuana. I had been getting high for 4 or 5 years and was convinced with the zeal of a crusader that marijuana was superior to lush. Nor did he have a lot of respect for those types who praise the authentic at the expense of substitutes. Such men of God are powerful arguments in favor of atheism. A man does not suck his thumb, and he is not content with the slogans invented by modern theology, God is good. And then desperation reared its head, because he was so horrified by his situation that he was hard up enough to suck my grandmother's old withered tits. Certainly a good image for those tortuous approaches in which old Gaia appears as a scrawny old hag. Up to this point I have been addressing substitutes. They are notes from no man's land. In the end, everything is a stand-in for everything else. We are even obliged to pass through our father and our mother, if the door must be opened. The real ring is undiscoverable, and, at bottom, or in the last instance, it too is a substitute. What is the authentic? It is simultaneously the insufficient, that which is provided by time, and that which time once again takes back. Even the das letzthinite, Schleiermacher, is still something that indicates something else. Furthermore, an image from ballistics. In his anxiety, in his indeterminate yearning, the human being is the marksman at the shooting range. He is seeking fulfillment in the nameless. That is where his target is. In order to correct his aim, he needs what the marksman calls his crosshairs. The nameable, as a substitute, is indispensable. Since the nameless intervenes in the process of aiming at the shooting range, quality ceases to be important. Here, all differences disappear. For example, the differences between a statue made by Michelangelo and a cheap plaster figure. We can gaze upon the Cathedral of Milan or the Pyramids of Giza with the same delight with which we look at a snowflake in the winter forest which melts under our breath. Dulcinea del Toboso is no less worthy of a toast than the divine Helen, and the Knight of the Sad Countenance is, perhaps, closer to the goal than the Paris Playboy won English in the original. American translators note, he is closer to the nameless. They are modifications. The diamond does not display anything more than what carbon is capable of revealing with its miraculous energy. We find things of the same kind in the desert, and we take them with us as fetishes. At bottom, any pebble possesses the same beauty and the same energy. This is our theme, to place man in an upright position with respect to the universe. This is more important than increasing his knowledge. Educational programs like those which are now being introduced to reform the university open up perspectives on an unreal world, a world with more robots, more boredom, and more suicides. You do not need to be a prophet to predict these things. This is the style of the intelligent and fatuous directors of warehouses of commodities, who transfer knowledge from one place to another as if it were sacks of potatoes. Nonetheless, there are still individuals who do not content themselves with pre-masticated fodder, and this world of rails and cubicles. Spirits go their separate ways. Chinese gardens. I had not yet done justice to LSD. I said to Albert Hoffman, it is nothing but a house cat compared to the real tiger, mescaline, or at most a leopard. I spoke these words after coming down from a trip on acid that we had taken long before this drug acquired so much fame and such a bad reputation. It was obvious that it had shown us its velvet skin rather than its claws, and that it had purred rather than roared at us. The dose was too small. I had mistaken a serenade in the lobby for the real performance. We therefore wanted to repeat the voyage with sufficient cargo. It was to take place before the conclusion of this manuscript. It must have been during the spring. In the meadows of Bottningen, the anemones were already blooming, but the winter had not yet entirely come to an end, since Anita, Albert's wife, had gone to the mountains to ski with the children. We therefore had the whole kingdom to ourselves. Albert Hoffman, As guide, Heribert Konzett, a pharmacologist, who at the time had not yet moved to Innsbruck, and I, a mere layman when it came to the fine points of chemistry, who had come from nearby Binningen. The preparations allowed one to understand that, here, exact science was at home. A large tapering beaker, full of distilled water, was standing on the table. Our guide, as symposiarch, administered our doses with an eyedropper full of a colorless liquid, which dissolved immediately. So, too, did the ancients dilute their wine with water so that the banquet would last longer. Their pitchers containing the mixture were decorated with wreaths of grape and laurel leaves, and above all, with mythical scenes that would have been familiar to all the guests. On our beaker, the only inscriptions indicated liquid measures. Each of us received a small cup, hardly bigger than a shot glass, full of liquid poured from the beaker. We made a toast and wished each other bon voyage. The house was nice and warm. We made ourselves comfortable on the couch. In the street, very close to the window, cars and trucks were passing by. The noise was at first annoying, but then it receded. Colors got brighter, as if the Nubian sun had begun to shine, or as if matter was radiating more intense. It seemed to me as if, up until that moment, I had only perceived shadows of the light. Now everything became essential. Even when I closed my eyes, the colors did not cease to shine. Then I began to feel warmth and peace, and also silence, only interrupted by deep and pleasurable breathing. Now I forget my business affairs, my worries, my job, my family. I have even left myself. Let's leave all of this behind us. Even the atoms, now nothing matters. We had taken off our shoes. It was an excursion for which neither shoes nor boots, neither wheels nor wings, were necessary. Our guide lit a stick of incense. The smoke rose and formed a silken thread whose gray color metamorphosed into the most subtle of blues. At first, it rose vertically in the almost motionless air, but then it began to tremble, to revolve and undulate in a play of weightless shapes. It seemed to reveal the meaning of the dance and its offering. Here, matter and motion, vestments and body almost merged. Being and appearance overlapped, almost without leaving a gap between them, and consequently, so did vision and phenomena. Were my eyes fascinated by the object, or did my eyes conjure the object? I could not tell. Besides, it did not matter. To speculate about it was pure illusion. A circle, a first movement of the dance, may even have preceded everything. What was at first separated was reunited in broad symmetries. Up and down, the crest and the trough of the wave, lingam and yoni, father and mother, power and spirit. However artistically they may be interwoven, and however dangerous these figures may be, their guides are the reminiscence of, and the nostalgia for, the re-establishment of the primordial unit. An offering of incense. Its interpretation is, as always, the responsibility of the augur. I have described this threading smoke in another context, and I will return to it later. The ashes fell while we followed the play, and now and then we noted a turn that seemed particularly accomplished. We were in high spirits, light, a state that intensifies space. It is not based on more space, but on mere space. That is, the vacuum grows. Not only is the superfluous set aside, but so too is almost everything that seems important to us. After a profound dream that successfully canceled all differences, in the morning we dance down the stairs, light, cheerful, without purpose. The hall is cleared before the dance begins. Only one thin wall, a membrane, separates us from the real world. We approach the window, on the other side of the room from the street, and look at the meadow below. This meadow had in the meantime taken on a great splendor, as if in the interim a team of Chinese gardeners had set to work on it. Not only had they created a great painting, but they had attended to even the least detail. Perhaps they had delegated armies of ants to work on the stems of the grass and the grains of dust. and this was a crude kind of labor compared to the powerful work of the light, which radiated ceaselessly. Now everything was in repose. The best gardener is the one whose labor is not noticed. His desire is that the world should crystallize in an image. Then time also rests. It had been some time since we had ceased to hear the noise of the traffic in the street. We must have been looking at the meadow and enjoying its silence for a long time, until we felt tired, and we went to lie down and enjoy a brief but deep sleep. Then came the burgundy that our guide had kept at room temperature in the kitchen. We had come down to earth, but our good cheer persisted. It had been a brief trip, from which we nonetheless returned with something more than the memory of a fleeting vision. This is not inconsequential. In this case, it was an exquisite sensitivity that persevered for weeks and months, and perhaps for even longer, with which a sharpening of the sense of judgment was also connected. This was revealed to me when I contemplated pictorial and architectural works, that is, when considering questions of style. Like absolute hearing, it is not something that is always beneficial. This can be explained from a spatial perspective, because we approach the reticulum, and ultimately, because we have become, in the work of art, for example, more sensitive to the twists and turns of its manifestations. The fact that mathematical figures do not bother us in this way is due to the fact that in them the reticulum is manifested with greater distinctness. Thus, for example, the point in the circle or the microscopic structure of matter in a crystal. This is situated beyond the order of aesthetic values. It harbors no relation with them. Therefore, the painter will take care not to include in his paintings figures that, from a geometric point of view, are irreproachably perfect. The frame constitutes an exception. Here, exact measurements are even a requirement. In every painting, we must precisely distinguish what can be contributed by technique and what aspects of technique detract from the work, which is what cannot be produced. The question can also be posed concerning every house, every architectural work, and this presupposes very ancient ramifications. On the other hand, the shells of periwinkles, and even of globigerinoida, will have a completely different aspect. The undifferentiated is incorporated into the forms. Now we shall take a look at our theme from the personal angle. The critical spirit becomes more acute when we penetrate into lower strata or layers that have been displaced from reality. We enjoy the trip beyond the line on board a luxury yacht. The service was so exquisite that we hardly even noticed it. 5 stewards stood by to satisfy all our desires. A chef de service supervised and harmonized their activity. In the tropics, we had to transfer to another ship. Here, too, there was nothing to object to in the way we were treated. In any event, it was not comparable to the previous ship. There, we had experienced an optimum. These are questions of style. The way we used our 5 senses and our consciousness did not lead beyond approaches, where proximity meant less than the linearity of the intention, which we used to call faith. Any plane can become oblique. The image of a luxury yacht might lead to the mistaken notion that approach is equivalent to rising up in the hierarchy or to refinement. The truth is rather the contrary. On elevated planes, at a distance from the reticulum, the risk of obliqueness also increases, and consequently, it also gets harder to remain upright. Equilibrium requires the skill of a tightrope walker. It is hard to learn. Sometimes it is only acquired after generations through inheritance. To give with just discretion, to work righteously, to know how to judge, becomes an enormous task the higher one rises. In this respect, consider Matthew 19:23. Verily I say unto you, it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. In general, this whole chapter is instructive with regard to the reduction of ethical problems to pure structural forms. Verse 8. At first it was not like this. In those times, wealth had not yet been divided. Every attempt to link power and justice, power and the spirit, therefore points towards a restoration. The hidden fibers of the undifferentiated are found throughout the realm of diversity. Bread informs the meaning of the food of rich and poor. It becomes synonymous with every gift. It is even converted into a sacrament. Thus, the word is also found in every language. If I had the impression that LSD, contemplated as a vehicle, does not transport one beyond the antechambers, which are nonetheless decorated with very exquisite taste, I had undoubtedly undergone experiences that provided a basis for this notion. And so it was. I began this Mexican section with the most pleasant memory. This does not presuppose any objection to the acuteness of the aesthetic judgment, although it has not made my stay in a society organized according to merely economic dynamic principles any more agreeable. Here one proceeds more easily if one has a thick skin. Albert Hoffman was probably right when he said that the dose had been too small. We had discussed the idea and agreed on several occasions to undertake a second excursion. The last time we spoke was in December. Twice our plans were postponed by the flu, then by snow-covered roads and an automobile accident. Small signs in favor of the suspicion that the right moment had not yet arrived. In any event, our first venture had also taught us some lessons, especially in the way that it had cast the qualities in their mutual opposition into such powerful contrast and instilled them with so much life. There is a big difference between perceiving mere properties or qualities. In the latter case, one not only perceives the object, but also its charge. The world is still the same, but the nature of perception can decide between the calling of a natural artist and the job of a house painter. Here, training does not help. Even so, an initiation might perhaps instill one with respect for the mystery of light and color. In dreams, we also see objects that have been freed from their everyday properties and have gained quality. The world acquires a twilight aura. Things still preserve approximately their usual contours, but not their status and their names. At the same time, they radiate more energy. The night recharges them. If they were to acquire more energy, we would leave the realm of dreams and penetrate a new reality. This is what is gained from approach that goes halfway, that the rising tide of being inundates the world with greater force. If we proceed beyond qualities, dreams, heroes, and gods, then the risk increases. The benefit can become ineffable, but then it is also incommunicable. Nonetheless, the having once been there can transform the human being in such a way that it remains hidden to him and does not penetrate into his consciousness. This is also true of serious illnesses, very profound ecstatic intoxications, and epileptic attacks, which can be followed by a glimpse of the resurrection. In artists, a change of style, not only is there an organ of generation, but there is also an organ of creation. Here one approaches the undivided world. This is how the great founders returned. From the caves of Mecca, from the shadows of the fig tree, from the desert, from the Sinai. Psychonauts. I would like to once again return to the blue thread. As I said, I had once before attempted to describe it, in a brief narrative, a visit to Goddenholm. Here is an excerpt. Every now and then, Schwarzenberg burned a stick of incense to clear the air. A blue thread rose from the incense holder. Moltner contemplated it at first with amazement, and then with fascination, as if his eyes had acquired a new power. Here, the playfulness of this aromatic substance was disclosed, which rose like a slender stem, and then took the shape of a delicate ring. It was as if this smoke had been created by his imagination, a pale fabric of marine lilies in the depths of the sea, which hardly move at all under the undulating waves. Time made its effect felt in these forms. It stretched them, concentrated them, and curled them, as if imaginary coins were being stacked one upon another. The multiplicity of space was disclosed in the fibers, in the enormous number of nerves that formed the thread and spread out in the air. Then a slight air current came into contact with it and made it turn gracefully on its axis like a ballerina. Moltner uttered a cry of surprise. The spokes and lattices of the marvelous flower turned towards new prairies, towards new fields. Myriads of molecules surrendered to harmony. Here, laws no longer acted under the veil of appearances. Matter was so subtle and weightless that it allowed the laws to be discerned directly. How simple and irrefutable it all was. Numbers, measures, and weights arose from matter. They were stripped naked. No goddess could have communicated with the initiate in a more audacious and free manner. The pyramids, with all their weight, did not attain to this revelation. This was a Pythagorean splendor. Here, in the rhythm of changing shapes, a feeling became evident, which, like the shudder one feels at the edge of a cliff, strikes the researcher when he trespasses beyond the borders of his field. But it was more beautiful and more serene. 103. And more serene. This will suffice as a fragment of an initiation. Its quotation is warranted, insofar as it describes impressions that are typical of this degree of approach. Another feature that is typical is the increase of the power of the color blue. One should also pay attention to the empirical world. We certainly encounter, not only in the awakening of national consciousness, but also within internationalist revolutionary movements, a marked predilection for certain colors. The color red benefits from the fact that it has a power that lies beneath the political hierarchies as a pure elemental color, and its appearance in the fire of conflagrations and volcanoes, but above all in blood. Against it, the white of the Bourbons, or later, the black or brown shirts, could not triumph. In any case, this red depends on constant motion, like the circulation of the blood of the beating heart. The color red is displayed in battle, and especially in civil wars. Blue, on the other hand, is the color of the spirit, and of the higher unities attainable only through the spirit. As the color of the cosmic and planetary immensities, it also symbolizes the computerized spirit that is victorious over the passions. In its domain, there is no hatred. These observations pertain to the attention deserved by the appearance of the color blue as a symbol. Symbols are, of course, the products of a selection, but before the selection, there must be a pre-selection in the depths. Later, they will converge, and in this sense, it is agreed that blue and silver symbolize aeronautics. When we characterize impressions as typical, we presuppose that they are not the objects of claims by a single individual, but that they are also shared by others. The flow of blue light heralds approach. This phenomenon is typical. It breaks down an individual perception. Just by chance, I recently received a privately published book, Schicksalsrune in Orakel, Traum und Trance, The Runes of Fate in Oracles, Dreams and Trance States, Arbonne Press, Arbonne, 1969. 1969. It contains Rudolf Gelpke's notes concerning the experience of spaceflight as recounted by astronaut Dr. Erwin Jekyll in Stein am Rhein, December 23, 1966. I will quote a few notes relative to our theme. 19. Dropped, 0.2 mg/LSD. 20.45. Feel lighter. 20.55. Now the effect is beginning to be felt clearly. Intensity of blue, smoke from an incense stick, shadows in the room. Even lighter. 21.1. Colors. Following the approximation of blue DIY. Acoustics unaltered, on the bells of the clock tower, always as in a village. 21.15. The painting on the wall takes on a third dimension. 21.2. I could imagine that a water lily floats this way on its stem. My favorite aphorism, the greatest love is objectivity, even better in Latin, amor maximus. Amorai est, the acronym reads, amer. Nay. 21.25. Now I am sober again. Desire to remain in the moment, without interruptions or evasions. Clear blue, unusual freshness. Also on my skin. How marvelously fresh. I feel as if I am in a sauna, but it could also be water. The shadows are becoming more distinct. Yes, they are breathing. Ah, oh, the 21.35. Outside, the noise of motors. Yes, the motor also agrees. Gelpka, where are you floating? 21.5. Various colors, then they all disappear. Presence is transparency. The light is always good. 22. Ernst Jünger is always talking about ascent because he lives in a cave. Only flying seems beautiful to him. 22.55. I have always known that the eye is a nod of a tree. Also, after the gradual descent, unusual visions that, in part, are only accepted by those who are in a similar state of mind. For example, Schelling. He conceals abysses. He knew more than he knew. Or, in Rome, I have seen the writing of Petrarch. He had the power of a hangover but no weight. Or, my complexes are totally on the surface. Deep down, I am identical with myself. That is, without vanity. 9G. Finally, on the return flight, sentences especially devoted to ecstatic intoxication. This is not drunkenness. It cannot be compared by any means with alcohol. They are completely different languages. In narcosis we sink, until the water closes over us. Here, however, we ascend. The sky opens up like a flower. And finally, ascent and descent have symmetrical properties. If, in some passages of these extremely abbreviated notes, the reader perceives echoes of the preceding reflections, it is a sign that his reading of this book has borne fruit. In every era, long before Delphi and Dodona, the revelations disclosed to the aspirant who beholds the vision are complemented with the interpretation of the initiate, of the person who is experienced with internal landscapes. The secret heart of nature is approached in the voice of the enraptured aspirant, but he needs an augur to discern, according to his rank and importance, the often confusing oracle. Fashion has seized upon the psychopharmaceuticals just as it embraced astrology. The newspapers are full of articles about these questions. It is not by chance, but a sign that heralds growing, unsatisfied needs. The century will not conclude without some strange phenomena supervening yet. Everyone writes poetry, but who has written the perfect poem? This is also true of interpretations. Here, the history of discoveries has hardly even begun. Places and names are missing on the white spaces of the map of the internal world. Babel, the Babel Mandeb, the Sinai. It is rare to see, as in the Apocalypse, a brilliant light. At what point will man become identical with himself? If he manages to live up to the maxim, know thyself, then he will have bloomed. The mother and the father also have to become one. The power of images is displayed in the fact that they have us in their power. However, they can exercise an even more imperious constraint. They absorb us. When we penetrate into the elements, into the characters, into the spirits, into the gods, which does not mean that we become identical to them, but to ourselves, we conjure our absent being. When in section 276 above, I mentioned the name of Rudolf Gelpke. 104, I was reminded of the first time I met him, when I began to concern myself with the third phase, the Mexican phase, of approach. At that time he was living with his mother and his sister in a villa not far from Basel, a city where I had lived sporadically, but always with pleasure, during the 1950s. His mother drove to Binningen to pick me up and take me to her house for dinner. Along the way she stopped at a hotel to pick up another guest, Wilhelm Furtwängler. As we were driving across the market square, the car broke down because of a problem with the transmission. Mrs. Nahr, I see you. Gelpke went to look for a mechanic, but before she departed, a line of trams had formed behind us, whose conductors were angrily blowing their horns. The maestro and I had to offer a sacrifice to Mercury as we pushed the car off the rails. Then, to relax, and to watch the course of events, we went to a nearby cafeteria. As it turned out, the breakdown was a fortunate coincidence. In my experience, I have often had good luck with breakdowns. We were thus able to take advantage of a peaceful interlude to talk about something that had been addressed by Plato, and concerning which I always enjoyed listening to the opinions of intelligent contemporaries. How should the artist behave towards a despot? We would not have had time to discuss this later, since Furtwängler, who was scheduled to conduct a concert the next evening, would go to bed immediately after dinner. On the days before concerts, it was his habit to go home to meditate and rest until he went on stage. Rudolf Gelbke was just then in his first year at the university. Our first meeting was brief, but augured well under a good conjunction of the stars. When, now and then, I heard from him, it was as if he had been suffused with the essence of the East. There is an elective affinity between the spirit and the substance of foreign cultures, an osmosis. Translations of Persian texts arrived, like that marvelous story of the princess in the Seven-Star Towers. Had he in the meantime obtained a position as a professor in Tehran? Did he teach classes as a visiting professor, as Mircea Eliade did at American universities? I don't know, or I have since forgotten. That world of examinations, positions, academies, and honors is basically irrelevant. That is the world that is swarming with revolutionaries who are not even capable of living without a car, and who parasitically batten, like remors on a whale, on the stomach of Leviathan, upon whom they depend for good or for ill. Then I received his apology for ecstatic intoxication. In this respect, as well, he represents the East against the West, 105. I opened the book to the introduction, Tehran, March 1966, and I saw my memory corroborated by the following sentence. I spent the last 10 years, in equal proportions, in Iran, Persia, and in the West, in Europe and the United States. I also read the chapter dedicated to Antonio Perry and his trips. 106. By the way, I see the author as more akin to Antonio, Prince Ahmed, and his niece Peri Banu than to the doctors, except for such spirits as Galland, Hammerpurgstall, and Rickert. The Orientalists form a particular elite that succumbed to a seduction, as did Goethe. At the heart of Gelbke's work on inebriation in the East and in the West, we find the following passage. The drug researcher, the kind created by Ernst Jünger, for example, in the Eastern and Western figure of Antonio Perry, is a totally modern phenomenon. This figure can only arise in a society whose religious image of the world has been shattered, and where, as a result, the knowledge of the metaphysical implications and the symbolic character of ecstatic intoxication and of the vehicles to achieve it has also been lost. I say. It is laudable that, shortly afterwards, the author does justice to the vine and to its condition of equality with respect to any other drug in the hierarchy of the vehicles of ecstatic intoxication. In this domain, if he compares it to opium, there is undoubtedly a difference with respect to keys, but not with respect to the chamber that is to be entered. Much more important is the difference between the Western interpretation and the Eastern interpretation. I quote, "For a Western man, reality is the external world. Consequently, he will always feel tempted to judge every way of life, every opinion, and, in general, everything that separates him from action, as an escape against reality and from reality. The Eastern man adopts the opposite view. In his judgment, the road towards the interior, the mystical journey, is the only experience of reality that goes beyond time and space, and therefore beyond the veil of fleeting appearance. This is why, from his point of view, the person who escapes is actually the person who lives in thrall to the external world, the man of action." Speaking of wine in the light of the East, we cannot fail to mention Omar Khayyam, the tent-maker, or Hafez. Concerning the latter, Gelbke says, "Naturally, wine, for a wise man of the rank of a Hafez, has both meanings, that is, symbolic and real, and this is confirmed by the following verses. You fill my cup, waiter, with the purple light of pleasure. You sing a song, O minstrel, because the sun revolves in rhythm with our desires. A divine visage reflects from the bottom of the chalice. A madman, whose anxieties will never be quelled by the wine of our cup. I am afraid that the break of dawn, the day of the resurrection, will accuse as a sin, not my bacchanals, but your abstinence. A living heart, beating with love, can never perish. And in the book of the world we are fated to inherit eternity. Naume. From the verse translation by George Jacob in Unio Mystica, Hanover, 1922. 279. If I do not like the term Drogenforscher, drug researcher, it is not so much an aversion to the word itself as to the use to which it has been put. An Indo-Germanic root, P or K, has been split up in the Romance and Germanic languages to form verbs that sometimes contain an interrogative intention and sometimes an investigative intention, argentum's poscure, to demand money. Research is not free of suspicion. The struggle in Faust Studio occurs around the extensive or intensive sense of the word. It involves the dilemma between science and knowledge, that we in truth can nothing know, that in my heart like fire doth burn. 107. Since then, research has become increasingly more dependent on technology, on statistics, on pure mathematics, on nuts and bolts, on microscopes and telescopes. The researcher is no longer stalking the real tiger, or grouse, or even a strange nocturnal butterfly. He is a cipher in a planned hunt. Disgusting types populate the margins of science, like the impotent and shameless old man who measures orgasms with a stopwatch. The heartbeat has been replaced by the ticking of the clock. It is nothing to marvel at when Gaia sheds her leaves. However, after the bleaching of the winter, even more than spring will be engendered. We live in an epoch in which words have lost their gravity, which tends to take place periodically. Then they should be recharged again or replaced. Even the term forschen, to research, becomes suspect. Intelligent Westerners foresaw this, as in the case of Flaubert, who shared with certain other persons an inclination for the East, Bouvard et Pécuchet, 1881. At that time, with regard to spiritual matters, it was still possible to take some liberties. Gelpke, therefore, refers to the venerable root of the word. The lover asks a question in a way that is different than someone who is just curious. The light and shadow of the cosmic hunt still affect, and the great huntress still approaches him like the goddess of the moon, while Actaeon, because of his sacrilegious curiosity, is torn to pieces by his own dogs. It is said that Actaeon preserved no trace of humanity, except that most fateful trait in a situation involving amorous relations: a conscience. The most marvelous thing about this great myth is how Chiron, preceptor of Actaeon, called off the dogs. He showed them a picture of Actaeon, which made them sit calmly at its side. This power touches upon the job of the artist, of the man who is a friend of the muses, of the wise man, in Eris when the dogs have lost their master. The work of art not only acts prophetically on the future, but interprets, expiates, and pacifies the past as well. Retrospective on Goddenhall. I owe the spectacle of the blue thread to a morning in Bottmingen. It is interwoven with another event, with my visit to the Celt, Huneberg, on a winter night. It was an encounter one night with fate. It was only insinuated, and for good reasons. I knew in advance that my little book, A Visit to Goddenhall, would neither make much of an impression, nor would it be a commercial success, and I was struck by a kind of chill when I saw it in the shop windows. For Bader, the task of art was still transparency. And in a consumer society, other principles prevail. This is of the nature of the thing, and anyone in this society who gives himself aristocratic airs of discontent will make himself ridiculous. It is precisely at this point where meditation generates a particular kind of attraction. Even our contemporaries endowed with intelligence do not know what to make of a visit to Goddenholm, as I was able to gather from their more or less perplexed observations. It was, besides, very hard to classify. When, after the First World War, I was appointed to the commission that drafted the new military regulations, I began to read contemporary literature. This was preceded, in military hospitals and during periods of convalescence, by an avalanche of readings that were by no means fruitless, focused particularly on the classics and the romantics. With respect to the moderns, the ones to whom I then turned, I am indebted to Friedrich Jorg for a good selection. He had been seriously wounded and discharged from the army a year before. He called my attention to the expressionists, especially Trakl, to whom I have remained totally faithful. 108. At that time, in Berlin, I also obtained a copy of a collection of short stories by Gottfried Ben Brains. Reading this book made me want to read his subsequent works. For every passionate reader there are a few authors. One reads with a feeling of participating in their work, and whose new books are awaited with impatience. This is a spacious playing field for hopes, delights, and disappointments. I have feeling that in his poems there had to be something to discover, particularly in the verses that approach the undifferentiated, and touched upon the stratum that covers it, and over which a precipitation begins to fall. Although vaguely, like dew and fog, the indeterminate is still strong here. It is the object of poetic invocation, as for example in the following stanzas. Oh, that we might be our ancestors' ancestors, a clump of slime in a warm bog, life and death, fertilizing and parturition, would all be functions of our silent juices, and an algal leaf or a sand dune, shaped by the wind and basil and heavyset. Even a dragonfly's head or a gull's wing would be too evolved and suffer too much. 109. It is a ticket for a voyage to the Isle of Orplid. 110. A beautiful equilibrium between the conscious and the unconscious vibrates in these verses, and also between certainty and pain. It is thus like a ship with a good draught navigated through frontier rivers. The poem, entitled Songs, trails off in the subsequent verses. However, what counts in the work are the luminous points. The desert extends far into the distance. Time becomes a torture. The affliction that already impregnated Romanticism, that I don't know what I want to say, becomes a modern, orchestrated sadness. I have before me his works, 1960. I want to look up a word in the index, and there I find, one after another, like the labels of a spice rack. Träume, Traum, Tripper, Tristesse, Trop hegelaufene Zone, Turin ein. From this list, one can get an idea of what he is cooking. The poems, certainly both Tristesses as well as Turini, are once again very beautiful. He achieved success with exhibitions like Goneril and More Guide. In any case, one must distinguish between applause and worth. The worth or the measure in which the author is taken seriously is creation of approach. What is striking about this? What is illuminating, aesthetically, politically, or even just by virtue of its sensationalism, is not the house with its walls, basement or attic, but the furniture, the bar with its whores, the cacophony of Berlin. All of this is nothing but a backdrop. Applause is not a sufficient criterion to determine whether the piece will survive once the season is over, or whether it will still be performed 300 years from now. One does less justice to an author by abandoning him than by recognizing his karma and his tragedy, which is always strictly connected with the time and its deadly aggression. In the best cases, the author puts up a good fight, but his successes are turned against him. Time leaves its mark on works and images, even when it takes the form of scars. During the years before the wall, I regularly traveled by airplane to Berlin to visit my brothers who lived the Eastern Zone. We stayed in a small hotel in the vicinity of the Anhalt station. Then I also met Ernst 112 and other friends. I can still vividly recall an afternoon at the house of Gottfried Benn, with whom I maintained an epistolary relation for some time. I would have preferred to see him on the Mediterranean coast, where it is possible to breathe as if you were just released from prison, and where he also liked to stay. However, he wrote me. I think I was in Montecani at the time. The following note: I would have gladly accompanied you on your trip to the south, but I must observe so many dietetic rules, duodenal ulcer, and I would have to bring so many medicines, rheumatism, and I would have to pack so many jars of ointment in my suitcase, eczema, that I lost my desire to go. Until I was in my 70s, I could make my body do whatever I felt like doing. It obeyed and did everything I want. Suddenly, the great tendency to decline, and annoying words like allergic and neurovegetative were no longer of any use to me. They ceased to help me. A dermatologist who was obliged to pack jars of ointment when he went on vacation. This did not look good. Unfortunately, it did not take long for one of those letters marked in black to arrive, which were showing up in my mailbox more and more frequently, and piling up in my house. Gottfried Benn is one of the many sons of Protestant pastors through whom the evangelical church has enriched literature. Things would have gone better for him in Paris or in Rome than in Berlin, but it is not possible for us to choose our native country. At the time when I was visiting him on the Bosener Strasse, he had recovered somewhat, and seemed to feel better. His apartment, located on the ground floor, seemed to hearken back to the Wilhelmine epoch, and had, along with its tenants, survived the firestorms of the Second World War. Ben owed his survival, not least of all, to the army. He had served as a doctor in both wars. The uniform was almost better camouflage in the Civil War than on the front. Ben was able to make use of it, since the resentful persecutors had specialized in targeting him, and certainly did so with a zeal that displeased Himmler himself. In the absurd correspondence that was initiated, and which has in part been brought to light by the indefatigable Joseph Wolff, the question was once asked whether the name Ben did not conceal a Semitic surname. The hallway of his Berlin apartment did not have any windows. His greeting in the shadows was a pleasant one. European courtesy, almost transformed into a second nature, as in the Far East. Sign of the zodiac, Taurus. I was unable to recognize the special features of this sign in his face, and at first sight, I would have instead thought the sign was more suited to his wife. She was at his side, I saw, in the shadows, her face full and placid, and her hair thick and brown, with streaks of gray. She was a woman of few words, but her presence seemed to add a new dimension to the conversation. Although they are not common, such interlocutors do exist, and to say that they know the art of listening would fall far short of the truth. Their silence is rather propitious for language. It gives it body, it becomes a resonance box. Then she went to the kitchen and I could take a look around the apartment. It must have been a cloudy day. The medical office seemed somewhat dreary. But there were probably some bright lamps, since dermatological consultations require a scrupulous inspection. A couch, upholstered with dark leather or a waxy fabric, as is used for medical examinations, was covered with newspapers, which were also scattered around on the floor. As well, it appeared that his reading time had been prolonged until afternoon. Next to the couch, a stand held a glass cylinder from which was suspended a rubber tube, an apparatus for transfusions, an instrument, as Ben said, transformed into a museum piece. As it turned out, he did not have a lot of patience, or did he say that he had almost none? Which did not seem to bother him. Perhaps people only disturbed his meditations. Between consultations he wrote letters or drafts of poems on his prescription pad. He mentioned the newspapers. It seems that we once again share a vile enemy. Bah! They can even write that I sodomize flies. I am totally indifferent. Then I was able to cast another glance at his wife's office. The difference was like night and day. I got the impression that here a delicate order reigned. Little metal, dark wood, perhaps ebony, with mother-of-pearl inlay. It looked like patient and precise work. To have a tooth pulled here would have to be almost a pleasure. When the door opened and then closed, I experienced a kind of déjà vu. Then from the depths of my memory appeared the little atelier of Marie Laurencin. There too the work was almost completely dissolved in a sensation of well-being, at that time in green and red, as now in silver and dark brown. Even better than obtaining income without working is working without fatigue, work as a game. Then we sat down to eat, and we did honor to the viands. Lobsters with mayonnaise, old Burgundy. Back then, he must not have had any problems with his duodenum. It is a relief to find oneself in the lodge of thought, with a spirit who knows how to break through individual, institutional, and regional frontiers, and who also had a little bit of an Aristophanean sense of humor. A little shrimp on the Titanic. There was commotion in the corridors. The water was spilling everywhere, dragging along with it newspapers, straw, all kinds of personal belongings, and even corpses. The rats began to squeak at the door. The waiters had disappeared, but there were still provisions in the pantry, imported cigarettes, Hennessy. This picture is part of the style of the century. I have become accustomed to it since the First World War. On such occasions, we are struck by distinct impressions. Good observations are made. Physical safety is scarce, while the presence of the spirit grows. It is indigestible matter for Leviathan. He will vomit it up. The Ptolemaic and the Mauritanian, a text in which we are measured by that same yardstick, 113 Ben, added some observations. The Mediterranean, the towers of Antibes, a fanatic cause. I had sent him a photograph from there. History. The reptile does not move away so silently. I discovered something that I had not previously known. His presence as a doctor at the shooting of Edith Cavell, October 12, 1915, 114. On soldiers' suicides and their causes. This was the name of the special unit that he commanded during the Second World War. This information was also new, but very illuminating to me, and his affinity with suicide was self-evident. Then we talked about our travels, once again about the Mediterranean. His wife. If you are going to exchange anecdotes about the friends you made on your trips, I am going to step out for a little while. It was obviously her signal to make her exit and disappear into the kitchen. Ben went to his library to look for his report on the tragic end of Miss Cavell. He brought A Visit to Godenholm back with him, which had recently been published. He sat down again at my side. Do you know? This is the most refined book you have ever written. Then he began to leaf through the small volume and began to read a passage about the goal to which we must make our approach, but which is not possible to attain. For an instant, the phenomenon is identified with being, the wave with the sea. The instant eternally returns in which the one is raised over the parts and is cloaked in brilliant light. This mystery was ineffable, but, nonetheless, all mysteries refer to it and are about it, only about. The courses of history and their ramifications, which seem to be so interwoven, lead to this truth. All of human life, every day, with each step, also approaches this goal. The theme of all the arts was nothing but this one. From this height, every thought was judged according to its rank. Here was the victory that crowned every being and removed from each the thorn of his defeats. The grain of dust, the worm, the murderer, all participate in it. This light knows neither death nor darkness. Nen. He put the book down between us on the couch and blurted out, "What the devil is it? What can it be?" "It is the penis." "It can only be the penis." "No wine." It must have been a monologue, because just at that moment Ilse Ben arrived with the coffee. Or it could have been cognac, or a foaming glass of wine. In any event, we spent another hour together, during which harmony reigned. Then I returned to the hotel and meditated on our encounter. Something in me had been affected more deeply than by the conversation about books, men, and events, even more than the splendor and misery of the poet, who throws a piece of himself to the hounds, whose howling is mixed with the triumphant blaring of the horns of the hunters. This fate follows the author and his work in the twilight, a faint streak of light, the tail of the comet. Presence offers more than communication and reflection, unity in the timeless, not just in time. The eyelids of the poet open over wide open eyes, with the soft power of the wings of the dove or the owl. This was the look of the dreamer, susceptible to the display of vehement passions and the awakening of affects, and also capable of suffering. The capacity for suffering is necessary. Suffering overlays the word. Silence is hidden behind the word. If I remember correctly, Ben once compared words to the cells of eyelashes, which approach being by touch 115. But it is first necessary to approach the word, groping for it in the dark by sense of touch. Every word acquires solidity only when it is touched again, when it is rediscovered. A small reserve of words is enough for the poet. Moderation is in fact advantageous for him. Overabundance can sweep us away both in the cup as well as in the sea. 2 verses will be enough to remain faithful to a poet. I brought his poems with me, and I once again read the stanzas that had inspired me in my youth. Oh, that we might be our ancestors' ancestors. A clump of slime in a warm swamp. A testimony to how much our suffering has increased since Rousseau died. In his daydreams one catches a glimpse of distant, but ultimately human, archipelagos. The classics do not love dissolution. Their chief happiness is of another kind. 116. Ben's glance has penetrated deeper into decomposition than Baudelaire's. That, too, is a passage that must be traversed. When I was in the deserted lobby of the hotel and I recited these 2 verses out loud, I discovered with surprise that up to that moment I had been reading them incorrectly. It seemed that until then the blind spot of my eye had rested on the word more, swamp, dotty. I had taken it for mere, sea, and I had sought the rhyme in Schonzuzer too much. A clump of slime in a warm sea. Now the error had been corrected, but I only reluctantly abandoned it. I conclude these reminiscences of Berlin, while the snow falls outside, and the birds are perched in the linden trees of Stauffenberg before they take flight again. At this very moment, a finch and his mate are pecking at the sunflower seeds right next to me on the windowsill. Today is February 11th, 1970. It is Ash Wednesday. This evening we will go, as we do every year on this date, to dine on snails at the Eagle Tavern in Alfheim. Yesterday, in the Riedlingen Square, they burned the witch. In this corner of Upper Swabia, many archaic practices are preserved almost in their pure state. The manuscript is approaching its end. I have spent much more time on it than I had originally intended. Before I once again take up the thread of my theme, I was reading my mail, as I do every morning. Usually this is an appetizer that will last the whole day. I mention it in this context, due to a commentary on Godenholm contained in one of the letters. Perhaps it was suggested by that same passage that had also intrigued Ben, although in a different way. Ventila Horia wrote to me from Madrid, February 7th, 1970. Dominique de Roux m'a fait avoir visite à Godenholm. Je l'ai déjà lu 3 fois et à chaque lecture j'y trouve de nouvelles beautés. Le titre lui-même veut dire peut-être la maison des dieux ou le toit des dieux. Si je ne me trompe, et il s'agit là de la dernière initiation, celle de la mort, esquissée ou pressentie de la première page. 117. By chance this letter arrived precisely today, ad hoc, but other similar signs confirm that interest in this book is beginning to grow. André Almuro, who, following the example of the French Romantics, leaves his Parisian home in the winter for a house in the countryside of the Black Forest, asked me about it now and then for details for his opera, A Visit to Godenholm. A book has to reach the heart. Then it finds its goal, beyond countries and seas. This fact was corroborated some years ago by a visit from Guido, a young Dutchman who reminded me of that Oriental disgust by De Quincey. For De Quincey, the reason for the meeting was the aroma of opium. This time, it was of a Mexican variety. De Quincey's Oriental was a disquieting personality. He became a frequent guest in De Quincey's Nightmares, 118. Guido would also appear in the Theater of Dreams, but always as a friendly guest. The capacity for metamorphosis in oniric personalities is not given to just anybody. It is determined by one's participation in the psychic cosmos, regardless of the nature of that participation. Books have their fates. I saw this now and then for what caused Guido, from his hut on an island in the Gulf of Mexico, to come to Godenholm to seek me out. What could the reading of a hermetic text written in a foreign language have meant to him? In any case, he had instinctively grasped that an experience that was familiar to him had been described in the book. Someone must have mailed him the book or brought it to him. Perhaps Wolfgang Corden, who traveled a great deal in Mexico, and who died young. Or maybe he received it through his connections with the circle of Wolfgang Frommel, another one of those key figures, concerning whom little is said, but who are so well known. In the Second World War, a circle of people was formed in Amsterdam that is hard to defy: musical, political, philosophical, Socratic, Georgian, one of the ganglionic nodes to which Frommel refers as his imperial palace. One anecdote after another concerning this house on the canal seeped through to Paris. Things that I would have preferred not to know in such detail. I heard talk of Trott, and also of Erhard Gupel, when he returned from one of his visits to Beckman. Guido was 16 years old at the time. He worked for them as a bicycle messenger and can consider himself lucky not to have been liquidated. He arrived here too on a bicycle, with which he crossed all of Europe when he was not walking or hitchhiking. Once he even drove a broken-down old car that he somehow got across the border without any license or registration. Guido, do you at least have insurance? Yes, in the vertical position. There is something about Guido's personality that attracts the attention of the police, but when they have exchanged a few words with him, they send him on his way. He is a quiet, affable guest. When I entered his room in the morning, the bed was untouched. He slept on the floor in his sleeping bag, which he also used in the forest and even on days when it rained. He spent the morning in the garden. He liked to spend time in the arbor, with only the I Ching in his yarrow stalks, which he cast and arranged next to the book. I know many people for whom the Book of Changes harbors a great significance. It is linked, for most of them, as is the case with Ernst Wilhelm Eschmann, with their passion for the Far East. In Guido's case, this connection reached the deepest layer of his being. When it reaches this bottom layer, the spirit becomes capable of performing the task of the augur, and then, regardless of which oracle is interrogated, it will answer. He is transformed into a key, one among others, more or less subtly cut. Matter becomes a fatherland without borders. Then it is possible, as in ecstatic intoxication, to throw away the key. Now and then, my correspondence includes a letter from Guido, from Holland, Germany, the United States, Mexico. I have received long telephone calls from California, which annoyed me because they were very expensive. Guido was working in California as a carpenter. That one phone call might cost him a week's pay. For a while he wrote to me from France, where he was taking care of children at a farm. He was good with children. Right now I am taking care of a 3-year-old German-American child. He came here with a severe case of television intoxication. After a few days he has already been cured of his mad desire to throw stones at everything alive. At this very moment the patient is lying tranquilly on the grass, contemplating the flowers. Despite the fact that he did not write them in his native language, the letters I receive from him or of an aphoristic pregnancy. For the new year I have, of course, written you a letter, but as so often happens with most of my scribbling, it has disappeared into the wastepaper basket. Therefore, today I shall start again from scratch. In Wilflingen last summer, you said, Europe is historically dead. The history of the world is the birth pains of the feminine principle. Until then, humanity is still walking on all fours. Wolfscale. Blood is semen. The spirit is venom. The murder of the Flowers children in New York seems to me to be a bad omen. Psychedelic sounds like a pharmaceutical product. We owe this word to the Pope of the American religion, LSD. It seems that they have taken giant leaps there in the last few years. I was never an adept, but I have been seized by the mania for reading. From Tippetslan, I received news that you are considering a trip to Mexico. In the perfection of technology. 119, which I unfortunately only possess in English translation. I found the sentence. Life is reduced to a choice between evils. 120, the old Negro. Black as coal? He was, in fact, a coal stoker, whom I met in the bush in Haiti, asked me the fundamental question of our time. What you foo? He had to repeat it about half a dozen times until I understood his pidgin English. In Germany they gave us a truck, Ecstatic, with a new kind of engine. A vehicle of love, Liebeskraftwagen. 121. And it went on like that, page after page. The text flows in associations. This is how we talk when we have had a little too much to drink. Guido also had a good hand for wood. He made tables and carved sandals, which are so highly appreciated by snobs. Since his business has prospered, he no longer derives any pleasure from it. I think that he was living in an orphanage before he joined the secret organization in Amsterdam. To avoid coming to grief in such places, one must have a good stomach, as they say in Swabia. It is quite possible that this way of living will spread. Society is becoming increasingly more orphaned, not only due to the loss of the father, but also of progenitors. The state, the dragon with 1,000 scales, is transformed into a gigantic pedagogue, and schools sprout up from the asphalt that are increasingly less and less distinguishable from factories. Exploitation spreads and intensifies, as was the case in the past with muscular force. Today, brain power is monopolized. Does this, therefore, mean that evolution is reaching its conclusion, and that the process will end in a fixed order? Nietzsche answered this question in the negative. Huxley and Orwell gave an affirmative, although pessimistic, response. Huxley's views towards the end of his life once again surpassed the splendor and misery of the last man, beyond the ideal of the too many, as Nietzsche called them. Nonetheless, not only will the Babylonian construction of pedagogical automatism and automatic pedagogy increase, but so too will the voiceless dissatisfaction of those affected by these trends. You cannot open up a newspaper without coming across its signs. The spectacle is not the exclusive property of our era, for, since times long past, the spirit of the time has extolled the excellences of its specialties in the booths of the fairground, either in the form of prestidigitators, or hucksters, or dentists. When someone has paid 2 or 3 times what the price of admission is worth, and then once he is inside, they demand not only his skin and his hair, but even his head. The stupefied believer is transformed into a shameless believer who, now, is brought up before the tribunals. The scene becomes more despicable. Finally, in smoke and mold the fleshless dead, and bones of beasts surround me yet. 122. When the desert grows, it is covered with bones, skeletons, and rib cages. This, too, is a spectacle that is returning. The lesser transitions are no longer favorable omens. To study these processes, one must resort, if not to myth, then perhaps to paleontology. To me, therefore, Goddenholm is more than just a monologue. It has earned me the recognition of some marginal vagabonds, of unprogrammed types. Orphanages, That is one of those euphemisms that arise wherever the roots of one's native home have been lost. Everyone knows that a high percentage of criminals, prostitutes, and psychopaths of every variety emerge from them. They are the shadows of a yearning that cannot be pacified. No matter how lifelike it may be, the wooden simulacrum of the mother goose never makes up for the lack of affection needed by the chicks. Besides the I Ching, Guido always brought with him some medicinals for his comfort, a handful of peyote buttons, marijuana, and other similar substances. Once he also brought from Les Moris, as he called his infant's farm, a flower pot with pale sprouts of cannabis. He did not know that in our climate they would fail to thrive. We conversed about this subject only from a theoretical point of view, above all because it seemed to me that his nature had been affected by his trips, not so much by their frequency as by their intensity. The best drugs that we use now do not lead to addiction. Of course, one can be sick for one's entire life, but one can only die once. That is why we find that states of profound ecstatic intoxication are also subject to taboos in their countries of origin. They are either reserved for the shaman, or else they are limited to initiations or festivals. 3 approaches suffice for them: the initiation to adolescence, the period before marriage, and the deathbed. It is said that Huxley, shortly before leaving this world, even took mescaline. Better than opiates anyway. Dying is not very easy. These were the last words of my uncle. This is true, and that is why we should learn how to do it. This is more important than all machine technologies, including the voyages to the moon. This has always been known, ever since Eleusis, in the epoch of the Lombards, the Chatti, the Aryans, the Vikings. This is the meaning of the tests of courage that precede admission to the male secret societies. The youth is introduced to the host of the spirits and the dead, and returns transfigured. For details, read the book by Van Gennep, Rites de Passage, Mircea Eliade shirts, and in small quantities everywhere. Wherever the stakes are that high, there is no risk of addiction, and abuse would be comparable to what was in the past, criminalized as sacrilegious profanation. I already said that Mexico must not be conceived in the geographical sense. It is distributed in small pieces everywhere, even if its own soil is extremely fertile. In our classification, the coca leaf does not belong to that geographical zone, despite the fact that it grows there, but the European ergot of rye, with Hoffman's elixir, does belong there. Hashish, concerning which a campaign against its inclusion on the list of so-called narcotics is currently underway, must be classified in the intermediate degree. In the East and age, old experience teaches that it can very well lead to a destructive addiction. Just like the euphoric derivatives of opium, it can also unleash aggression and a whole series of crimes, as are retailed today in the news, are undoubtedly related to the effects of this drug. This is not the place to compare costs and benefits. We must stick to our topic, approach. Once we have entered its domain, we leave diversity behind as a vain appearance. Phytochemistry is capable of designing a palace with 1,000 glass rooms, which pharmacologists and pharmacognostics help to furnish as if they were interior designers. They can furnish them with paintings and comfortable furniture, with baths and balconies. The scale of the world is will and representation. The variety of energetic and fantastic possibilities will be selected and classified. They can be separated, ordered, and named as if on a keyboard with numerous keys. Here, there is still unexplored territory. But so what? Palaces of this kind are reconnoitered as if they were deserts. These states are not unknown to us. As long as we have not yet opened the door to the last chamber, we will not reign as masters of the house. Now it is necessary for the master to arrive, the guru, and that will be the end of comfort and science. After his political phase, Guido bombed around, alone, from one country to another. There are fetters concealed in the act of joining. To make something work in the opposite sense means to hold the cord of the function from the other end. This is how force is squandered. When you just let go, you give ground to the enemy. To oppose resistance means to employ force in a direction that is determined by the enemy. We are rapidly unmasked. The closer we get to the east, the more we understand this. Saint Anthony, who transfigured the desert into a forest, had meditated on this question. He did not rush to martyrdom, but he did remain visible when the condemned men passed by him. Then he marched to the feast that he had himself prepared. Here we are even princes. Few are worthy of being contradicted. However, anyone who is clever enough does not have to avoid the marketplace. Zarathustra strolled right through the middle of the market square. Guido had smoked with the natives and natives. He knew the flower. Children in California. The provos of Amsterdam. The multicolored hippies who lounge about on the steps of the Plaza de España and around the Barcaccia. The undefinables who are popping up everywhere and who speak in their own slang. Explorers of the deepest depths have joined these communes. It is also a good thing that their members are educated people. More important than the regional and horizontal differences are the vertical differences of the psychonautical trip, that is, the soundings of the depths. For Guido, it was also a question of rhythm. The great trip began when one could say, "I am high." Then came the so-called alchemical nuptials, or the orgasm of the spirit, "I am stone." These expressions are now in fashion. He had yet a third one, which he owed to Wolfskell, and which he begged me to keep secret. I still have not found anyone who has come so far. But the down kick in English in the original American translator's note, "The Last Judgment," always loomed threatening. A mushroom symposium. The down kick also loomed over our symposium on mushrooms in the spring of 1962, but it passed without being completely revealed, like a vague uneasy. This symposium was dedicated to one of the Mexican prophetic mushrooms, the champignons hallucinogens divinatoires, which were already well known for many years in Europe, although in fact only from a theoretical or esoteric point of view. Already, in the exhaustive codex of Bernardino de Sahagún, one finds an illustration depicting the species, a group of mushrooms, over which a birdman with a pointed beak hovers. Immediately after the conquest, the first trials were conducted against persons who had used mushrooms in the sacrament of Holy Communion. They were condemned as chose diabolique et practitioners of deviltry. American translator's note. Science only began to become interested in these mushrooms after Wasson's expedition, when, with a group of ethnologists, chemists, and photographers, he visited the most remote villages in the mountains of Mexico. They even participated in indigenous rites. Their first report appeared in the spring of 1957 in Life. This article was followed in 1958 by the impressive monograph, profusely illustrated by Heim and Wasson, Les Champignons hallucinogènes du Mexique. Their work meets the highest demands of the human and natural sciences, both by virtue of its high intellectual level and its abundant details. In this text, disciplines as diverse as ethnology, archaeology, mythology, history, comparative linguistics, mycology, pharmacodynamics, and phytochemistry are united. In addition, it quotes prophets like William Blake, "He who does not imagine in stronger and better lineaments, and in stronger and better light than his perishing mortal eye can see does not imagine at all." For Wasson, visions are stored in our depths. The mushroom calls them forth. Certainly he praises it, pointing out that it is not addictive. He says he has never heard of any Indian who knew of anyone who had a penchant aux champignons. Wasson probably came to those inaccessible valleys shortly before the gates of the city were closed, with the first helicopter. It was inevitable that shortly thereafter the mushroom would be examined under the microscope at the Sandoz facility in Basel. Albert Hofmann employed phytochemical procedures, and Heribert Kinzet employed pharmacological procedures. The latter had already, however, moved to Innsbruck at the time. In any case, over the course of our correspondence we conceived of the idea of a symposium, to which we also invited Rudolf Gelbke. It was soon time to make preparations that would have to exclude, at the very least, the most crude elements of the layman from the symposium. A certain seriousness in the gathering place could not be harmful. To the contrary, the details would only confuse the uninitiated. Yazdi, a Persian author who is translated and often quoted by Gelbke, offers precise instructions in his treatise on the art of smoking opium. One should avoid using the opium pipe in places exposed to the wind, or dirty or dark places, nor should one smoke in the company of a person who disapproves of smoking opium, or in the presence of a stranger or a non-smoker. He likewise prohibits smoking alone, since it is then to be feared that demons would appear. The ideal is a small and select circle of friends. Today, it would be necessary to add that one should choose a place where, if possible, one will not hear the noise of motors. And this is becoming increasingly more difficult. There was a couch and a comfortable armchair there. I brought blankets and pillows, and even exotic but comfortable clothing, including a hijab that I had recently brought back from Egypt. The evening was heated with a large ceramic stove. It consumes enormous quantities of wood, so abundant in the forests of Stauffenberg. On the other hand, it stored and radiated heat for a long time, so that it was not necessary to constantly feed the fire. It is located in the apartment on the ground floor, where the Gestapo stored documents seized after the attempt on Hitler's life. The Gestapo seal was still there above the door. I had recently married. Torateon and 23 paid for her admission to the house. With the arrival of the guests, the ground floor would have to become taboo. Upstairs, she had to prepare a midnight dinner, select the music, keep an eye on the cat, and prevent it from escaping to the ground floor. Disconnect the telephone and the household appliances and, well, in general, to do everything she could to prevent anything from disturbing our get-together. This, as I have said, has become increasingly more difficult. The monotonous drone of motors is the mortal enemy of all higher perception. Here, the will speaks out against representation. These noises have intensified and multiplied over the last 20 years that I have resided in this town. And not only as a result of automotive and aerial traffic, but also because of the automatic machines that are spreading all over the landscape and in houses. The acoustic fabric has changed. The number of human beings, animals and bells that once composed it has considerably diminished. Silence is not even obtained in the depths. When the fighter jet roars overhead, I see the fish convulsively stiffen in the basin in the garden and dive to the bottom. The four of us were seated at the table, where the pitcher with the magic mushrooms was set. The water had softened them. Each of us began to chew 2 or 3. They were hard and fibrous. They tasted like mold and humus. Mushrooms participate in a special way in the cycle of birth and death. They are closer to the earth than the green plants, just as snakes are, compared to other animals. In both cases, the body is less differentiated. The foot dominates. In compensation, the wealth of salutary and lethal forces is greater, as is their role in the heritage of the mysteries. Old Gunpowder Head 24 knew why he saw the serpent as the wisest of the animals. As usual, we spent half an hour or a little longer sitting in silence. Then the first signs came. The flowers on the table began to blaze and radiate a brilliant light. It was Saturday evening. Outside, as on every weekend, the streets were being swept. The strokes of the broom lacerated the silence. These scrapings and sweepings, joined now and then by a scratching sound, a dull blow, a resounding crash and banging, were produced at random, but were at the same time symptomatic, as one of the signs that herald the onset of illness. It always plays a role in the history of magic spells. Garris reports on its existence in Egypt, Gottfried Keller on its existence in Switzerland. It is necessary to have experienced such a detail, then one knows its place. There are rare insects hiding everywhere. You only need an entomologist to explore the countryside to see them. Before Sunday arrives, the streets are swept, the litter is taken away, the town is cleaned. Before the door is opened, one calls out and knocks. Nothing is more natural. The festival is less an interruption of everyday life than its elevation to a higher plane of meaning. Whatever we may ordinarily do almost instinctively, we become conscious of in a higher sense. From that moment, the mushroom began to take effect. The bouquet of spring flowers gleamed with an intense color. It did not seem to be a natural light. The shadows pulsated in every corner, as if they yearned to become embodied. I felt oppressed and overcome by a sense of coldness, despite the heat emitted by the stove. I reclined on the sofa and covered myself with the blanket right up to my chin. Everything was skin and tactile, even my retina. There, contact distilled multicolor light. It was arranged into chords that oscillated smoothly, in strings of crystalline pearls that evoke oriental change. They form doors like those that we cross in dreams, curtains of voluptuousness and danger. The wind makes them flutter like a robe. They also hang from the waists of the dancers. They open and close with the swaying of their hips, and a drizzle of extremely subtle sounds falls from the pearls and permeates my sharpened senses. The tinkling of silver rings on ankles and wrists is now very intense. I smelled sweat, blood, tobacco, the dirty manes of horses, cheap rosewater scent. Who knows what goes on in the stables? It had to be a gigantic palace, Mauritanian, a place that was not at all pleasant. These dance chambers took the form of contiguous pieces, all in a line until they were lost in the distance. And everywhere, brilliant curtains, sparkling, radioactive splendor. All. Furthermore, the drizzle of crystal instruments seduced, sensually solicited. "Would you like to come with me, you handsome young man?" Now it ceased. Then it returned, more demanding, more penetrating, almost certain of my connivance. Then came something with form, historical colleges, the human vox, the call of the cuckoo. Was it the whore of Santa Lucia, who showed her tits in the window? Then your pay was gone. Salome danced. Her amber necklace sparkled and made her nipples harden when it brushed against them. What would she not do for her St. John? 125. Damnation. It was a repugnant obscenity, but it did not come from me. It was murmured from behind the curtain. The serpents of the swamp, at the dawn of life, lie coiled lazily on the doormat. Their skin was decorated with glittering scales. Other serpents watched us with ruby and emerald eyes from the wooden paneling. Whispering and brilliance, whistling and glow, are mixed, like those minuscule sickles with which the witch of the harvest reaps the stems. Then the sound grew quiet, and then returned, softer, more urgent. I was enchanted. Then we understood each other. 126. My wife parted the curtains. She was busy. She walked past me without looking directly at me. I saw her boots with their red heels. Her garters hung down her thick thighs in the middle. The flesh formed flaps from above. Monstrous breasts, the dark delta of the Amazon, parrots, piranhas, pebbles, everywhere. She went to the kitchen, or did we have a pantry too? I could no longer distinguish between the brilliance and the gleam, the whistling and the glow. It was as if now everything was concentrated, enormously happy and expectant. The heat became unbearable. I tossed the blanket aside. The room was dimly lit. The pharmacologist was standing next to the window, wearing a white mandarin kimono, which I had worn only a little while before at the Rottweil Carnival. The Orientalist was sitting next to the ceramic stove. He was moaning as if he was in the throes of a nightmare. Now I realized it was a first assault, and it would not be long before it was repeated. Time had still not passed. I had seen the little mother with the changing face. But the mud is also earth, subject, like gold, to metamorphoses. One must resign oneself to this, as long as approach has not been consummated. Thus were the mushrooms of the earth. 127. More light was concealed in the dark ergot that is separated from the ear of the rye plant, and even more yet in the green sap of the fat little plants that grow on the torrid slopes of Mexico. Mistletoe probably harbors even greater, unexplored secrets, but secrets that have been sensed from the most remote times. The spirit of the earth reveals its power in a protean diversity, in the slums as well as on the opulent avenues, in the suburra as well as on the capital. De Quincey saw the Consul Romanus in triumph, and Nietzsche saw the bestial Caesar. When Rome grew a whore, a brothel she grew. Shortly after the ascent, there was a hint of a letdown. Perhaps I should take another mushroom. However, the whispers and the murmurings, the brightness and the shining lights, returned again. The bait dragged the fish after it. Once the motif is given, it is engraved as on the roll of a barrel organ. The new assault, the new turn repeats the melody. The game does not lead beyond this roll of evils. I do not know how often it was repeated, nor do I wish to go into details. It is preferable to treat certain things with discretion. In any case, it was past midnight when we were once again sitting around the table and conversing. We also heard something from the floor above. From there, a melody descended, of an incredible and enchanting delicacy, which dissolved in an Eleusinian aura of the spirit of the earth. This portrait is enchantingly beautiful. 128. No Titus, no Caesar, had ever thus made his entry. If we could have this passport to present at the last threshold, the bolts of the door would fly open. The music of Mozart and the muscle, that heart of the sea. We went upstairs. Dinner was served. Our senses were still keen and open, the doors of perception. The light flowed from the red wine in the carafe. A ring of foam broke over the rim. We listened to a flute concerto. It could not have been better for the others. How nice it is to be among humans again. Those were the words of Albert Hoffman, who had sojourned in endless cities of ancient Mexico, among palaces whose rooms were paneled with gold, with columns and staircases of precious stones. In a labyrinthine search for human beings, in a world of geometrical beauty. In silence without an echo, light without shadow. But it was a necropolis, like the city of brass of Emir Musa, over which no bird ever flew. A solitary magnificence, remote and desert. The Orientalist, on the other hand, had been in Samarkand, where Tamerlane lay in his sarcophagus of jade. He had followed the triumphal procession through cities whose wedding gifts to the conqueror upon his entry were baskets full of eyes. There he had remained for a long time, next to one of the pyramids of skulls that were erected to daunt the people, and he had recognized his own head in the ossuary of decapitated heads. It was encrusted with precious stones. The pharmacologist had a sudden revelation when he heard the Orientalist's account. "Now I know why you were sitting on that chair without a head." I was amazed. I could not have been mistaken. I asked myself if I should not have omitted this detail, since it brushes up against the borders of ghost stories. We shall not content ourselves with ghosts, nor with miracles. They are shortcuts. Even Gurres had descended below his level when he addressed this theme. Une jolie femme, a bien d'autres moyens de faire la charité. Ah, it will never be so beautiful again. LSD again. I was still capable, at the right place and time, of rediscovering ergot of rye as the missing link in English in the original. For a long time I had kept 3 glass vials of the extract of its subtly mortal sap, along with the Mexican oddities that Guido had brought to my house from his excursion. Last Thursday, Albert Hoffman arrived from Switzerland for the purpose of correcting my opinion about his synthesis. Synthesis. This is what we call an operation, which should not be precisely delimited as either a discovery or as an invention. Everything is discovered. We lift the veil that covers nature and its forces, into whose heart we shall never penetrate. This is dangerous, and so it was in this case. From this overabundance we extract what we think is to our benefit. We bleed the wealth from the Great Mother. The technological world is not just a mill, but also a central milking machine. This is already visible even in the form of retorts. In this landscape, not only does a subtle grinding and threshing take place, but so too is the sap sucked and distilled in millions of drilling platforms and gas stations. We even milk the rays of light and the air. Today, we must not worry about such things. After breakfast, we took another trip, which ended at nightfall. Against all expectations, I managed to take some notes. This proves, furthermore, that I am now an experienced traveler at such latitudes. Here is my travel log, without commentaries. Wilflingen, February 7th, 1970. 10:25. No nail file to open the vials. I had to have one brought from town. LSD. EJ, 150 gammas, or 0.15 mg. AH, 100 gammas, or 0.1 mg. Dissolved in a small glass of water, a light fluorescence. No, nothing. Nothing is a dangerous business. Bon voyage! Conversation about synthetic materials. They too are nothing but building blocks that we lay in one place or another. Shaped bricks that come from clay, discoveries, not inventions. Not even the growers of fancy greenhouse flowers can create them without seeds. 10:45. A deja. H feels the first effect. Tightness in his shoulders, fatigue. Even more somatic. Record player, Mozart Dada. 10:55. Concerto for flute and harp in C major. A finch is pecking on the windowsill. Did you hear something? You hear everything when you descend far enough towards the bottom of the undifferentiated. The finches are pecking at seeds from a small paper bag, whose yellow color is now becoming intense. And the limestone surface is also acquiring, with the petrified fish, an intense orange, which I have never observed before, not even in the direct sunlight. The bricks in one of the towers of Stauffenberg have turned red, as if it was sunset. Wherever a layer of moss had formed, the green also became very vivid. The color blue, however, remained entirely subdued. Otherwise, we are dead, industrial, barren colors. I am sitting in my studio. AH is in the library. It is starting to snow. 11:15. The blue is now also becoming more intense. The color black is still lifeless. I ask myself whether I should go to the library. It might give him a good scare. I feel the need to lie down. The music of Mozart evokes porcelain figures that dance a minuet. Therefore, still dead. What if we can still do it? It would be, anyway, a test. Oh, you know, that does not require any effort. 11:40. Do you want to sleep? It is not a dream. It would also be serious. 11:50. The external world never ceases to disturb. Bulldozers. But now those murmurs. As if two people were whispering in one of the separé of the universe. They are buffoons. The bells are ringing. Better than machines. Is our perception becoming more acute? Or has matter become more conspicuous? We will never be able to fathom it. 12:10. Our ship is rocking violently. Toward sobriety, too. 12:45. For a moment I was alone with myself, with himself. Then to A.H. Boal. Now something better. Better, yes, better. Although still not quite everything. For a moment, identity. 13:0. Soaring like an eagle. A.H. There is nothing comparable in our language, but it comes from another world. We now enter other spaces, where peace reigns. Only those who know war know the meaning of peace. A.H. The blue is turning transparent. E.J. The name Hoffman, too. 13:15. Absolute well-being. As if a rich spring had burst forth, even at the very heart of phenomena. 13:16. Another attempt to fly like an eagle. Not only the edges, but the whole fabric of the linen, violet. 1330. E. J. Orn. I no longer need reinforcements. A. H. I think that is enough. 1350. Again. The position of the eagle. The flight of the eagle. 3 times. The wing feathers. 14. The final and most subtle approach. The wing of he who wants to sacrifice himself. 1435. Long absence. 15-0. Flight of the eagle. Identity. 1523. 3 wing feathers. 1530. Spring arrives. It was the most enchanting accord, more subtle with the return. 1635. Radiant blue. A.H. I vividly feel the beauty of this space. Therefore, it must come from somewhere else. 1715. Leaps of the eagle. 3. With nightfall we began to converse. We came down. Flight had been a success. Only the machines caused some annoyance. Their rhythm is the main enemy, both of meditation as well as of the vibrations of the muses. Mechanized, brutal will. We are either crushed or galvanized. We should choose spaces in remote gardens, with simple and solid furniture. Little metal, preferably bronze. Much quality wood, like the kind that is used by the craftsmen who manufacture violins. Wicker matting, thatch roofs. No breathtaking panoramas, no views of the sea or the mountains. A pond would be sufficient, a few walls not too high on which a lizard lies. Then we took a walk around the town, each of us lost in thought, before we sat down at the table. The snow had melted, and it began to freeze again. The emanations were still vivid. The snow gleamed like glaze fresh out of a hot oven. Peyote! We began to build the house starting from the roof. Europe, the East, Mexico. First of all, pure pleasure with its advantages and dangers. Then adventure with its fantastic, aesthetic and spiritual regions. And finally approaches, for which, in the past, we would have run the risk of being burned or venerated, and whose names have survived. The word crystallizes. This last chapter is, like the previous ones, intended to deal with the topic more from a thematic than a chronological point of view. When I moved from Überlingen to Kirchhorst, I expected an epoch of more modest labor. But when, from my desk, I saw the street through the garden of the house of the parish priest, I began to suspect that it would be a long time before I would be able to realize such a desire. There, everything vibrated, increasingly more vividly and in a more and more threatening manner. In this period of transition, I was invited once, along with Seeberg, Pickler, and others, to Fuschel. The invitation came from Ribbentrop, who was thinking of some kind of brain trust win English in the original, where an introductory panorama of the foreign policy situation would be offered. In this affair I was not able to make much of a contribution, a circumstance that had been repeated on various occasions in my life. The description of this journey. I traveled in an airplane from Frankfurt to Salzburg and back. Offered Friedrich Seeberg, by the way, material for one of his brilliant anecdotal pieces. I returned to Kirchhorst in a mood of tranquil satisfaction, thinking that I would play a game of poker. This was undoubtedly my intention. That, at bottom, I knew better, was proven to me by the text of On the Marble Cliffs, which then took up almost all my time. That narrative belongs less to the literary field than to the visionary field, an example of what they call in Westphalia, and also here in Lower Saxony, a fire alarm. The fact that that brief text would provoke, immediately, and also, during the first days of the war, such vehement political commentaries, was inevitable and just, to the extent that fate was also orchestrated politically. Was too true. Basically, the war was lost before it even began. In any case, our consciousness has many layers, and vision rarely reaches the bottom. Sometimes I thought that I had been deceived, thus with the entry of the troops into Paris. Later, once again, I felt confirmed in my opinion by a series of details that were impossible to foresee. Thus, on July 20th, 1944, when we would speak of a bad awakening adjusted to such a situation, only seldom do we know the content of the dreams that have preceded. The rustic solitude that was so dear to my hopes had been banished for many years. Meditations, prolonged reading, walks on the moors and the wooded plains, little get-togethers with a small circle of intimate friends, all had been banished. It was necessary to bring an end to a plethora of encounters. I do not want to reckon all of this as a loss. Human beings certainly cause harm, but also bring advantages. Particularly at the Majestic, where they are now debating Vietnam, people were always coming and going. There, I saw the palette in all of its range of colors, from the chief of staff to the telephone operator, from the highest echelons of the SS to the proscribed Jew, idealists and realists, persecutors and persecuted, authors of assassination attempts, murderers, suicides. All of these visits continued when I returned again to Kirkhorst. There was still a sense of unease in the air even several years after the entry of foreign troops. The house of the parish priest was located on the Hanover-Hamburg road. At the time, the highway did not yet exist. Cars followed one after another in a closely packed line all along the old military avenue of Shell, whose cobblestones were polished by their wheels. Visitors came to spend a few minutes, a few hours, or a day. Many also stayed for a whole year. One of my regular guests was Walter Frederking, a doctor from Hamburg, whom Kieserling once described as one of our most gifted psychotherapists. At the time he was treating my editor, Benno Ziegler, who was suffering from bulbar paralysis, a brain disease that is fortunately very rare. To be diagnosed with this disease amounts to a death sentence. Ziegler also visited me a few times. He offered me the distressing spectacle of a progressive decline. The symptoms of this illness include the gradual paralysis of the organs of speech, which among other manifestations implies the progressive incapacity to pronounce certain sounds. In his visits to the Majestic, Benno had already displayed an ominous aspect for cares that not only concerned his own fate. His wife suffered terribly from second sight, and predicted the details of the catastrophe, which were later confirmed. Then new storm clouds gathered. At first, I was fascinated by his views on the situation and his plans. He possessed an intelligent, active spirit, thanks to which he had attained, from very modest beginnings, an influential position. But the time came when he no longer paid attention to the content, but only to the form of his words, to that whole vital apparatus which we cannot dispense with. There he had, once again, something that failed, as if a button did not work or a typographical character were erased. Then came attacks of asthma. He retired to the door to cough, while he pressed a tissue to his mouth. Afterwards we would continue with our conversation, as if nothing had happened. It was, however, disturbing. In many illnesses, days and weeks will pass by, during which the patient is no longer capable of speaking. Then we were obliged to look in our wordless treasury for coins that have not yet been coined, so that the sick person feels that he can confide in us. Concerning the outcome, there could be no doubt, but the aspect that displayed such sufferings is dramatic. The temporal decomposes, very close and unmistakable, with its terrors. It seemed to the doctor that the patient was at fault because he did not want to face up to his situation, but instead stubbornly submerged himself in his own private affairs. He has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. However, these small setbacks are precisely the most painful. The last trip you take, the last time you leave your house, the last time you sign your name. He still wrote his name on a postal money order when the post office and even the world of names and numbers disappeared, as if they had exited the stage in the theater. It seems to me that, in such cases, the therapist enters the domains of the priest. It is true that neither of the two can be denied the right, assuming that they have something to offer. Only then can they lead us by the hand, far away, towards the nameless, and even a little further. To what extent Frederking possessed this gift is something that is beyond my knowledge. In any case, I have heard him praised as a guide for patients who find that their vehicles have seriously broken down. At the time, besides autogenous training, he was also involved in narcoanalysis, and therefore in the investigation of psychic problems in a state of profound ecstatic intoxication induced ad hoc sufferings that remain hidden, often from the very person who endures them, must be made conscious and cured. To conjure them, by way of the word, or to give them a name, can be enough as a remedy. Already, by itself, ecstatic intoxication can provoke a catharsis, purification. At the same time, it can cause harm. These are drastic remedies, which not every patient can endure, and not every doctor feels the vocation to administer. Did Frederking introduce ecstatic intoxication with mescaline in the therapeutic arts? In any case, he was one of the first to use the drug for such a purpose. In essays published in Medizinischer Monatsspiegel and in Psyche, he goes into details. We elaborated on this theme after conversing on Benno's condition. Later, when I moved to Swabia, we exchanged letters for a time. As my files show, our correspondence lasted 15 years, until Frederking's death. It was inevitable that we would agree to a session. At that time, mescaline excited my imagination with the prospect of all kinds of fabulous adventures. They were based on the monograph of Beringer, who had carried out experiments with the substance in Freiburg, and on the chronicles of travelers. We did not make our first appointment until January 1950, when I moved to Ravensburg. We wanted to meet in Stuttgart. There, Ernst had built a new house on a slope in the southern zone, replacing the house that was destroyed. It was spacious. The roof was covered with thatch, the walls with books, except for the large window in the front room, which looked out upon a very populous neighborhood. The horizon ended, on the opposite slope, in a forest. The garden, an old vineyard with reddish clumps of soil, was situated in such a way that it faced the sun with so much protection that the paulownia tree formed robust branches, and the emerald lizard survived the winter. From that January day, house and garden were indelibly engraved in my memory. The paulownia tree had acquired Mexican contours. The lights, which glittered below in the blocks of houses and moved up the slopes of the mountains, assumed at moments the magic of a blizzard of cosmic snow. It can also happen that I am suddenly surprised to find myself in Mexico, on a street or at a train station. Human beings and things are mixed all together in all of it. I mention this because it leads us to the conclusion that engrams leave a profound imprint. I cannot recall the exact date of our meeting. Just then, I had a lot of other things on my mind. The house was too small. I was obliged to leave some of my books behind, and others were piled up in the vestibule. The manuscript advanced with difficulty. Our correspondence was not going very well. The Mediterranean was still forbidden to me, that great, time-honored source of serenity. Benini 129 tried very hard to obtain a visa for me, but in vain. She had a falling out with Perpetua, or, more accurately, she had once again taken advantage of an opportunity to get angry with. She went to Goslar, where we had spent a series of happy years before the war. People with hot tempers do not hold a grudge. They soon forget. When she disembarked from the train at Goslar and Fritz Lindemann asked her what had happened, her anger had already cooled. Bah! Another row with the old man, and she had been thinking in these terms for about half the return trip. For me, my anger would usually last longer. When Martin said of me, "He is not loyal, but he is devoted," this is also true of my bad moods. The waves do not break at a great height, but, like the tide, only recede very slowly. These are different, even zodiacal temperaments. One day, while I was eating breakfast, she was reading an astrological column and suddenly said, "Of course, I have already said it. Aries devoured Pisces." It is true that my reply, "There are whales, too," was not entirely correct from a zoological point of view, but I had expressed it as a polite rejoinder, and that is how she received it. She was splendid in her sentiments, thoughts, and actions. Theodore Huyas once said to me that she is a woman to whom you could entrust 3 estates. Unfortunately, I did not have such properties in my possession. That morning, then, I was in a bad mood. The house was unfurnished and unheated. Besides, I was obliged to get up early to arrive in Stuttgart on time. The alarm clock is an appliance that I have always hated. I went to the train station without breakfast, after having cleared my head with a cold bath. Walter Frederking was waiting for us in Stuttgart. We immediately got to work. By chance, Matthias Wiemann was at home. His presence was comforting as usual. He had to leave on a long trip, however, later. He was only able to attend the preliminaries of our session. We did, however, incite him to carry out his own personal experiment, which he undertook a short time later with his wife, Erica. The first liftoff took place at about 3 in the afternoon, and an hour later we took a second dose, which made the trip last for approximately 12 hours. Frederking also indulged in a small dose, obeying one of the rules of the Persian, Yazdi. In mixed company, the non-smokers must at least partake symbolically of a small piece. I came prepared with paper and pen, but I could not write down even one word. The doctor had warned me in advance. After spending about an hour, experiencing mild nausea, I was stunned by a bang that sounded like a pistol shot. Our host's wife had opened a jar of instant coffee next to me. Immediately afterward, a fern began to come to life in a flower pot, moving in a way that was both vital and mechanical, as if a chain of caterpillars were advancing, or it could be the segments of a green centipede. That was the beginning. A private exhibition, Vorweisung, absorbs and captivates us. It was as if an artillery piece had fired and was echoing, or as if a banner was raised over great spectacles, exhibition, Vorweisung. If we turn our head and look back, there is someone right behind us. This is certainly how the modern world must be seen, the precision, the extraordinary force that drives its events. This reveals the essence of the signs. We were immersed in visions, meditations, visual and auditory perceptions of images and compositions, until 6 in the evening, when the world had already completely wound down. But at the same time, the tension increased painfully. It was as if the flow of images was no longer sufficient. They had to fall back to the rear. We insisted on taking a third, stronger dose. The doctor thought this was reasonable. If you want to make sure that such incremental additions are fruitful, you have to add a big leap forward in quantity to your quality. It is analogous, if we wish to use an image from mechanics, to breaking the sound barrier. The jet reaches a border where the accumulated air is traumatically breached, and with it the vehicle enters a new phase, supersonic flight. This is, as I said, a crude example taken from the physical Titanic world, but it is typical of its insatiable veracity and of its tendency to escalate. After generating an extraordinary momentum, gravity is overcome along with sound. At the critical points, and with regard to thermodynamics as well, there is no more elevation. But there are surprises. It is likely that such a point is to be found where time and eternity are contiguous. Frederking had drafted some protocols. It is hardly worth the trouble to quote them, since these forms of verbal fixation affect the experience. In any event, Frederking's abilities embraced much more than psychologists could offer, in general, or than they claimed to offer. In him, there was something that no specialist should lack, and whose absence turns knowledge insipid, as if it lacked salt. I am referring to the artistic substance. I had felt it immediately in him, since without that requirement we would not stay in touch with each other for such a long time, but that night the substance became more evident, as in general happens to the substantial behind phenomena, and also told him this, and I would like to quote the following passage from his report. 1710. How powerfully the world can expand. More than a century. No, it is the Stone Age, with fish and saurians. Then one observes Frederking, a man who is sensitive to art, a great man. It is surprising that I had not seen him earlier. He does not mention the fact that, once again, from the next room he approached, dancing a Chinese dance. He had a lampshade on his head, as if it was a conical straw hat worn by the peasants of the rice paddies, and he asked, "What do you think of me?" Now he looks Portuguese. He is in a dark house and is contemplating a town square illuminated by the sun. Between the square and the house, the Persiana. He follows her with his eyes. Now the house becomes completely dark, as if the darkness was concentrated in an inkwell. Nah. I repeated this excursion 2 more times in company and once alone. I did not succeed in re-experiencing the intensity of the first trip. Erika Wiemann wrote to me after her experience and told me that it was incomprehensible to her that anyone would risk doing such a thing a second time. She recalled voyages that were in part sublime, in part frightening, in halos and bathyspheres. Besides, she had observed me and a few of our mutual friends and expressed a view that would later be confirmed. Some of us stared with wide-open eyes from the open spaces under the trees, like owls, like birds of ill omen. Matthias added, "Of course, and I seem to see it clearly again in the presence of Erika. It is a necessary foretaste, an eruption in that interregnum, where the soul spends its first season, after having abandoned the body. I am uncertain whether a violence of this type, which employs chemistry and alchemy instead of levers and gears, is not a sacrilege. Whether the legitimate road does not lead to enlightenment by means of fasting and prayer, by seclusion and looking inward, whether the human being would be better off with spiritual guidance rather than magical trances. This recalls Baudelaire's assessment, but neither of them has paid attention to the prescribed rules of the game and have come out winners. Once is enough. In this respect, he is obliged to admit that Erika is right. Gurdjieff was also of this opinion, at least with regard to adepts. The latter have gained an image of the dimensions, within which they move like blind men. They have plumbed, just once, the abysses that yawn under the keel of their ship. There, they are allowed to touch bottom, and this disembarkation is a long-lasting settlement. I think the following situation led to a bad trip, an afternoon gathering, which Frederking had harmonized by way of doses tailored to the various spirits. In this sense, he was a connoisseur of scenic arts. His wife was also present. That night the lights flickered below at a distance that surpassed that of the galaxies. It was not a spatial difference. They were not malign lights, as in the paintings of Bosch. Lifeless, impossible to revive, a crystallized nothingness. The cosmic cave was deserted and desolate. It did not want to shine any new light. It was even a situation in which it was disdainful of all of this. No less melancholy was my solitary excursion in Ravensburg, which lasted until nightfall. I was sitting by the window and looking at the snow-covered field. The snow is iridescent, as every painter knows quite well, but that day it radiated, in emanations increasingly more vivid, clouds and waves of luminous matter. Interwoven in this blanket of snow, minuscule sparks glittered, scintillae dot. The flames flickered. In those environs I also felt the distance. I heard a dog howling. It was the wolf of Fenris. From the foam that splashed from his jaws, the Milky Way was born. But here, space did not lack life. It pulsated with expectation. Half of my being breathed empathy, but the sinister predominated. I paced back and forth. I made myself comfortable in the armchair and observed the books. Their spines rose up like towers. I was not conscious of how much energy was concealed here, that they were printed, that they had frontispieces and texts was irrelevant. It was the simple reflection, a platonic shadow of a spiritual power. Authorship was a minor loan, limited in time. I could not bear to always see phenomenon that way, not even a simple phenomenon. It is good that our perception filters it, that our senses divide it, that the word fixes it. I went to the other room, where my son was sitting at the table. He had just finished eating. My wife came through the door with the gesture of a priestess, her hands crossed over her breasts. Her smock hung down to the floor. She was standing, it is true, in a dark part of the room. I saw her attending to her duties and her responsibilities, and I also saw the totemic animal of the sun, just as I had seen the books. Everything was in order, all was going well. So I sat there a long time, contemplating the two of them in a silent and peaceful room. Just as previously the fire was engendered from the snow, now my power and my confidence flowed. When I reflected on this later, I realized that I had not spoken a single word. Insurmountable distances seem to promise to cleave us from being, if the approach is frustrated, 130. But if it succeeds, being will begin to concentrate. Outside and inside, past and future, begin to merge. The world becomes hospitable. Anxiety is born from the perception of the sinister. This disturbing guest approaches us and penetrates into our entrails. But only thus does the mask fall, and we recognize that the sinister is in reality our home. Only by passing through estrangement can we recover the confidence in what is normal. It is dangerous to reconnoiter frontiers with others, where the behavior in English in the original in which we dress ourselves and in which we take pleasure becomes transparent. We experience this when we go on drinking binges and even more wherever ecstatic intoxication batters down doors that everyone thought were locked shut, even to them. In his treatise on opium, Yazdi says, for this reason, that one must not smoke alone, nor should one smoke in the presence of strangers. In any case, propriety, when it is authentic, is rooted in the undifferentiated. We see it in sick people who still strive to keep up appearances. Even when it is hard to speak, they still have their dignity. States of mind of ecstatic intoxication do not strictly deviate from the norm. They are interwoven on the margins of everyday life. The thread certainly takes on an unusual color, but it is woven throughout the whole cloth. This entails certain bold actions and misunderstandings, which are characterized by the effect of comedy. Reality plays on diverse planes. Scenes of this kind can appear in Mexican festivals. It is the usual practice for them to start early in the day because they ordinarily last a very long time. And keeping order in the house poses requirements, particularly in epochs when a shortage of lay brethren and sisters is becoming increasingly more obvious. But they have to be reckoned with too, or at least they have to be pleased so that they can be ready, as in an opera, where no one delivers a letter or sweeps the floor without singing. This makes life in cities like Naples easier, a priori, while in the north the people are content with the libretto when they do not just remain silent. We are now very animated and carrying on a natural conversation, while the mistress of the house has gone downstairs to the ground floor to prepare a snack. She soon returned, horrified, and told us that the fried eggs had come alive in the pan. Suddenly, they formed yellow cones. The devil held sway down there. The environment was suffocating and sinister. Was something burning? Yes, it was the central heating. Perhaps we should go downstairs and set things in order. But first we should take off our jackets. For a moment a breeze blew from downstairs, as if it came from a den of evil death. The atmosphere became confused. But it was temporary, and was nothing but a strange sensation. Listening to bad music would have been dangerous. One cannot say that mescaline is as inoffensive a substance as Huxley claims it is. It is true that the kind of harm that it could be expected to inflict is less serious if you compare it with the damage caused by alcohol, tobacco, or pill. But one must take into consideration that mescaline reinforces the initial state of the person who takes it, which might be weak or confused. Thus, a child could acquire, like the sorcerer's apprentice, a power that he is not capable of controlling or that might reinforce his tyrannical inclinations. It could also potentiate the banal, as in the case of the typist who had visions of mountains of whipped cream. In such a case, one does not take a trip through some chemical door in the wall into the world of transcendental experience. Nor does one attain to the brief but timeless illumination that Huxley yearns for, and rightly so, in our study program. In this respect, there is nothing to do, for if they were to possess the philosopher's stone, the philosopher would miss his stone. Well, no. We must point out that the Mexican drugs are not erotic stimulants like ether and alcohol. They lead to deeper sources of character than the crux that divides the sexes. Character receives influences from gender, but it is not determined by gender. Thus, a graphologist can offer a good analysis even if he is unaware of the gender of his subject. Age, education, the style of the epoch, and temperaments confer a more constraining imprint. The risk is of another kind. In an instant one can recognize what, otherwise, would take years to be revealed. No confession goes so deep. By the way, where does this sudden feeling of resistance that we experience when we read words like transcendental come from? Undoubtedly from the fact that the categorical delimitations of idealism no longer allow us to divide the cosmos. Certainly we do not have a better knowledge, but we do have a different kind of sight. Just as there is a grammatical instinct, so too is there a philosophical instinct. Refined matter. I quote, "What is even more disputable about the character of revelation of some of the experiments with mescaline is the circumstance that the mysterium tremendum not only emanates indistinctly from an object, but also from expressly banal objects." Dr. Peter Ringer. Thus, describing an experiment he conducted on himself, the author points out how he remained, for a very long time, absorbed in the contemplation of a half-open door. "It seemed to me as if I had in my hands the meaning of the world." On this point I can only disagree. Perception of that kind, or that kind of capacity for perception, is a sign that we have advanced a long way towards approach. A door begins to open. This is certainly an everyday banality. But already in Rembrandt this everyday banality becomes disturbing. He not only painted the door, but also what was hidden behind it. The door begins to open. We are scheduled to be tried in court, or we have been called upon to testify as witnesses. The judge enters the courtroom to pronounce the verdict. The doctor returns from the radiology lab. We experience the tribulations of the prescribed, the raptures of the lover who has waited all day long for his beloved. All of this orchestrates with clear and obscure sounds the symphony of fate. The door is like a mirror. It returns to us the usual image. However, now it becomes transparent. Or even better, we begin to suspect that it can become transparent. It is not this or that particular fate, with its fleeting happiness or misfortune, which will enter. Time is now raised like a curtain. Not this or that fate, but fate in summa, fate as a solid mass, which projects its shadow ahead of it. At the instant of death, we penetrate the substance of history. One of the best sayings of Léon Bloy, 131. In such an approach, the episodic becomes irrelevant, while matter begins to radiate with greater intensity. The door, the gate, acquires meaning in itself. The narrow way and the valley of shadows become even more narrow. They are transformed into the bridge of Sirat, which separates time and eternity like the blade of a knife. Among millions of temporal passages, only one counts, which, like the unit in the cosmos of numbers, is concealed in all of them. The cross is perceived with more force and with more power when it is lowered to the one who is to be crucified. The prophet saw more, the evangelist less, thus it is for all consummation in time. The moon landing is one of the examples with respect to our time. Here one must seek, among other things, one of the reasons why the Jews did not accept the Messiah. We are even less capable of accepting the moon in the form in which it has been offered to us. Nevertheless, being was concentrated then, as epiphany, in the phenomenon, while today it is flattened out. Hills and crosses were extremely abundant. After having defeated Spartacus, Pompey ordered that the main road to Naples should be lined with crucified prisoners. But only once has the hill of the world appeared at Calvary, and in the cross the universal fate of man. For an instant, the door opened, the curtain was torn down. This has lasted for 2,000 years. This is how we should view the door, just as we should see the cross. If we were to live in a mathematical world, the cosmos of numbers would have been arranged in this way, in the cross of the coordinates as a basis for all arithmetical and geometrical operations. In a magical world, a splinter of its wood would become the goal of crusades and pilgrimages. Bloy, who in our epoch has had a surprisingly sharp eye for signs and figures, says in one of his diary entries that in any case, the form of the cross would have been realized in history. If Christ had been condemned to die by the sword, we would have venerated the hilt of the sword in the form of a cross. And if he had been stoned, then he would have died with his arms extended in the form of a cross. This is one example among many, one example above all for the concentration of being that manifests the real even while the real is disappearing. The more powerful the influx of reality, the more the outlines of names and dates are blurred. This is experienced in the form of a peculiar interweaving of apocalyptic feelings and an increasing sense of serenity. Approach cannot stop with the father and the mother, with Adam and Eve, with the gods and the demigods, with the protozoa and crystals. Nor can it stop with the material that the psychologists bring to light. Dostoevsky mentions, in a letter to A.Y.F. Blagorovov dated December 9, 1880, the chapter in Karamazov in which he describes Ivan's conversation with the devil and expresses his fear that he might be accused of bad taste or superstition for writing such things. And he adds, "I would be pleased if you would corroborate my opinion, as a doctor, as to just how faithful my description of the psychological illness of the hero of my novel actually is." This passage conveys somewhat the impression of a prince of the spirit who is trying to obtain a passport and some spending money at a customs office, instead of passing through the wall and its guards. They are the signs of an epoch in which theology has lost power and clings to the apron strings of science. Nietzsche also praised the psychological mastery of Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky exhibits that capacity that in our epoch forms part of the job of the psychologist, and certainly of his analytical premises. One asks, as in every job, what it is good for and where it is leading. Psychological differentiation will end up dissipating into hot air rather than getting to the bottom of things. In the meantime, the aspect of the spiritual passage has been radically transformed, and there are things that have benefited from passing through the fountain of youth of devaluation. They are contemplated from new perspectives, and for that reason they point towards new and distant horizons. In this context, we must mention the fashionable word, demystification, even if only as a kinetic phenomenon, as a kind of clearance operation. If, for example, I were to get rid of my theological furniture and take down paintings because they seem outdated to me, perhaps even because I find them disturbing, there would be empty spaces on the walls. Naturally, one's glance does not fall on the empty space, but on that which the images represent. These have been disguised and covered up. The same thing often happens in one's house or apartment, especially when moving. We take down a faded yellowish painting, and behind it appears the wallpaper in its original color, not discolored by the light. This wallpaper represents the undifferentiated, and perhaps even the reticulum. The force flows from those depths. Not only have we become capable of creating new images, but also of seeing what the old images represented, of understanding the sacrifices that were offered to them. This is the stage that follows the transvaluation of values. More surely than the hammer, It heralds the new from which it has crossed the line. Of course, the old images were not sufficient, and time will consume even the new ones. We do not penetrate into their heart. However, a new glance begins to be directed towards time and its diversity of forms, a glance that not only discerns the substance that is concealed behind the masks, but also in its own surface. The birth of the morphology of culture at the beginning of the century is a clear sign, this raising up of one stratum after another, each of which fascinates, while the last one never satisfies. As if one were to search under the ruins of cities that are constantly being destroyed, the Troy of the poet belongs to the legacy of our experiences. Certain attempts to refine materialism have had to precede this process. Not all of those who looked here for life found it. The sarcophagus with a lid of stone, wood, and metal only conceals a mummy. However, the scarab is the herald of hidden riches. When its wing covers vibrate, everything, even the hardest rock, is restored to life. This is the light of time, a whole separate theme. When we inspect the stratum, as laborers or as a mining foreman, as geologists, paleontologists, historians or specialists in prehistory, as speleologists or explorers of the ocean depths, we merely carry out attempts at resuscitation. Dinosaurs, Cro-Magnon men, pharaohs of the Valley of the Kings, Agamemnon of Mycenae, all of them erupt, conjured by knowledge in our world. Naturally, everything is reduced to a play of shadows inside our cave, an allusion to the enormous density of the substance. They repose in the lap of an infinite and ineffable plenitude, at the margin of which we know something or nothing about their existence. The resurrection, like the miracle, is included among those auxiliary concepts, thanks to which we get a glimpse of the inapprehensible. They are dissolutions of timeless powers by means of perception. A ray of light enters through the window. It is but one among many others, and only for that reason is it bearable. More light, 132, might also mean only light, and in this sense one would have to understand the maxim as holy and as a sign of the transition, 133. Skepticism of the will. The style that is being developed in our epoch is sober, objective, and of an inexorable precision. At the same time, it is fantastic to an extreme degree, and it is our job to bring these two qualities to equilibrium in action and to their adjustment in contemplation. I dealt with this problem in a brief text entitled Sicilian Letter to the Man in the Moon, 1930, 134, to which I need add nothing more. The style of the epoch also colors the exploration of those strata where events and objects are not present, but ideas, which are more important than voyages in the astronomical cosmos. Gods, demon, ancestral spirits, totem animals, and immediate emanations of animate and inanimate nature were in the past the objects of experience. The encounter signified for the participants, and often enough for the historical world as well, the advent of a new epoch. Here we will not engage in an exhaustive investigation and archaeological survey, but instead, for an instant, the curtain will open in close proximity to the timeless. In the sacred writings and in the myths of the peoples, testimonies of this vision of the great mysteries have been preserved, a vision that is frightening rather than comforting. On the beach at Patmos and on the Sinai, the elements become fertile. From the encyclopedists to the textual critics and the declared nihilists, skepticism has provoked an overturning of the world of images, which has led to the Cultural Revolution. The creation of a blank space, however, can only cover surfaces. When it becomes absolute, the process begins to change. Monotony becomes eloquent. When paintings were taken down in the past, what remained was not an empty space, but a vacant space. The radiation that emanates from this space can become so strong that it begins to be dazzling. This applies not just to the undermining of images, but also to the attention that was previously concentrated on them. Sacrifice, prayer, and invocation cease to exist, but they leave behind them an unsatisfied need. This need is not capable of being interpreted on its own terms, since it is deeply rooted in the bios and in its instincts. Even the flower worships when it turns towards the sun. Here, particular dangers are incubated, since if the vacuum absorbs that which disappears with the ebbing of the tide, certain primitive atavisms may be awakened. This explains not just the sectarianism that is flourishing everywhere, but also the idolatrous worship devoted to political scarecrows and their theories. Our intelligent contemporaries free themselves from the last inhibitions. A black who goes to the jungle to make an offering of a handful of fruit to his fetish not only works in a more reasonable way, but is also infinitely less dangerous. By this I am referring to the excesses that are intimately related to our topic. They are concomitant phenomena of the great transition, of the changing times, of the time of changes. Knowledge is beginning to animate epochs and spaces from the past. They are conjured. This can only be a beginning. In the caves of Lascaux, in the Valley of the Kings, at the Lion Gate of Mycenae, in the reborn Pompeii, a shudder overtakes us, as if the Platonic shadows have become transparent. Now something very archaic and very venerable can supervene. Venerable, of course, only in the context of the unintelligible, which metamorphoses in the realm of illusions. This goes beyond spatial and temporal greatness, artistic glory, the real power. All of this was mortal just like us, and it is immortal like us. Hence the sorrow of Emir Musa and the secret jubilation for the changes of time. Archaeology today is reckoned among the highly developed sciences, and this in the ambivalent sense of knowledge, both the knowledge of cognition as well as knowledge of approach. Skepticism accompanies us like Mephistopheles, and without it we would not feel right, like Peter Schlemiel when he lost his shadow. These days, the man without skepticism is the naked being, the primitive, the easy prey of ridicule. In the best cases, he is ripe for the museum. Eyeglasses are more than just a prosthesis. They are an article of our clothing. Eyeglasses disillusion. It has long been the case that one only encounters visionaries among rustics. Only in dreams is skepticism unnecessary, and all attempts to fathom images do not reach the bottom. The ancients believed that in dreams we think and act like gods. The dream is a very powerful medium. Finally, I do not want to forget repose in absolute blue, which does not extinguish images, but incorporates them, as if pieces of ice were melting in the still sea. It is not the blue of the Adriatic, or the blue of the Aegean, or of the Pacific, perhaps the Mediterranean Sea, or the ether of the most distant galaxies, has a similar radiance. In our epoch, the night no longer suffices as absolute repose. When I disembark on this or that sphere of the psychic cosmos, I speak with the gods that live there, with Thor and Freya, with Brunhilde and Judith, with the crouching panther and the scarab. I do not doubt their power and their instruction. I have been dispossessed of my shadow. We are under a bright light. However, when I return, I once again don my shadow. I did not yearn for a mitigation, but an amplification of consciousness, an objective and interpretable discovery. I can recount, or I can also remain silent about, what I have seen, whether due to prudence or due to well-founded fear. Not only have I understood what moved men from all over the world and from ancient times, I have seen in their space and with their eyes. This must not be confused with an escape to past epochs and remote places, as was the case, to one degree or another, with the Romantics. It is likewise something different from the erudite approach to the spirit of the times by archaeological, historical, and ethnological inquiry. Meanwhile, consciousness, with its ruthless shadows, has become even more acute. Consciousness therefore accompanies us towards the most remote part of the forest. This allows us to trace the contours and to classify encounters, for which the spirit, even now, was not prepared. We can even penetrate them and cross through them. That which has supervened corroborates approach. The absent complements the present. They are found in the mirror, which dissolves time and unrest. The mirror has never been so empty, so lacking in dust and images. It is the work of 2 centuries. To this is added the hammering in the workshop. The curtain becomes transparent. The stage is free. Peregrino approaches. Cats and dogs. Like all questions pertaining to matters of taste and even more to matters of sympathy, the dispute about who enjoys preeminence, the dog or the cat, can never be resolved. Here, deep inclinations come to light, as well as aversions. There are people, and they are not few in number, who find that just being near a cat or a dog causes them physical discomfort. Richelieu was crazy about cats, particularly very young ones. Bismarck preferred enormous dogs. We can hardly imagine that Hitler would feel a predilection for cats. He raised German shepherds, the last of which he ordered to be poisoned before he died. There are diverse points of view from which one may establish such a comparison. If we start from nobility, understanding by that term the preservation of one's freedom, independence, and dignity, the cat undoubtedly deserves our praise. It follows no orders. It refuses all of them, except for the ones that it likes. It only responds to calls and caresses when it pleases. In fact, it is the cat that caresses us. Baudelaire saw this quite clearly, and dedicated some very beautiful verses to the cat. If they could bend their pride to rein or whip, Erebus would have them for gloomy steeds. 136. In the house of masters who expect and demand service, we would find ourselves, for this reason, among dogs and horses instead, and often in great numbers. This custom still survived until quite recently. Today, you have to travel to distant lands to find even a kennel, a stable, or a falconry reserve, and even in these peripheral regions, they survive almost exclusively as collectors' pieces. Horsemanship has become a sport like any other. Riding a horse is no longer a sign of power. It is not a privilege of the knightly way of life. In a dynamic epoch, the horse has less importance than the amount of horsepower that can be mobilized. Its power is quantifiable. When Pickler wrote his travel letters, East and West were still full of horses and dogs. The fox hunt represents an important theme in these letters. Pickler tells us about one of his fantastic loves, a kind of resuscitated wild hunter roan 137, who possessed 2 terrible packs of hounds. With one he hunted the fox, while the other rested. These hunting dogs, and even more the deer hunters, devour incredible amounts of meat. To feed just 1 pack cost, per year, more than £1,000, and this at a time when Ireland was experiencing shortages of even potatoes. The dog, especially in his largest and strongest breeds, was a regular resident of castles and palaces, as the friend of the rich and powerful, of hunters, knights, and policemen. He is also found in hells and abysses. The Bible does not attribute any good things to the dog, except that he licked the sores of Lazarus. But he is also the loyal guardian and defender of his master, and often enough, the last to remain faithfully at his side. Well, although they were subjected to harsh criticism during his lifetime, Pickler's letters constitute a goldmine of discoveries. In Germany, elegance always arouses suspicion. Reading these letters is like walking through a masquerade dance, where the figures are hardly visible through clouds of confetti. Not only are there comical and vain features, but also grotesque and archaic ones. Corresponding to a fashion of that epoch, a quintessence or a consommé will begin every chapter, a didactic example for hack writers on the theme, the preamble. In the letter that discusses hunting cited above, one also finds fox, hunt, and clerical fox, hunters, and, among others, Billy, the rat, destroyer, colors of the days, anecdote told by Sir Walter Scott, disadvantages of a sandy soil, and also ride in the steam carriage. This steam carriage constituted one of the attractions at Regent's Park. It reached a speed of 5 miles per hour. Pickler was naturally one of the first curious observers who dared to take a ride on this train, 1828. The smell of oiled iron, which makes steamboats so unpleasant, was far more insufferable here. Horses and sailing ships would survive another 100 years, when they were rapidly eliminated. In this case, however, the knight's sense of smell sensed the enemy even at its very beginnings. A corresponding passage may be found in Wilhelm Meister, where the first whistle of the locomotive is described. That which is supervening announces its arrival. On that very same day, the indefatigable prince also rode, the carriage drawn by kites, the invention of a British schoolteacher, which made a good impression on him. The vehicle's forward motion depended on a large kite. Pickler. The sensation is very agreeable, for you glide over the unevennesses of the road as if carried over them. As a country diversion, the invention is, at all events, greatly to be recommended. Me. The encounter of Homo ludens with Homo faber is fused at the margins. Technology can assume ludic forms and vice versa. Freedom is fortifying. It instills life into the marionettes. The pinball machines in bars. Someone puts a coin in one, launches a ball, swings at it with the flippers, listens to the sounds of the bells, and sees the lights turning on. Sees his score mount, sees the lights flash, and then puts another coin in the machine. You can fly to Jupiter, win an auto race, or sink 10,000 tons of shipping. They are prayer mills. Back to cats. Being around them is good for the man who lives a tranquil and contemplative way of life. Old women love them. Rome is also home to many half-wild cats, large numbers of which have sought shelter in the Forum, in the Theater of Marcellus, and in other plazas. The ruins, with their crumbling vaults, offer them a refuge. In Rome, I often saw a very old woman who brought the animals a basket full of good food. At her call, they emerged from the undergrowth, or from behind the ruins and columns, giving voice to meows of recognition, purring, and rubbing their sinuous backs against the hand of their benefactor. Paul Liotto, together with his girlfriend, the Panther, brought similar pleasure to the cats of the Luxembourg. They brought them meat patties from a butcher on the Rue de Seine. The cat is better company for the man of the muses than is the dog. He does not impede the course of thoughts, dreams, and daydreams. He even favors them by way of a sphinx-like radiation. Albrecht Erich Günther, a great lover of cats, views them as household guardians that ward off demons, and he attributed their inestimable contribution to domestic tranquility to that role. It is true that cats do not depend on people. They are not loyal like dogs. This is why slavish submission is alien to them. The name of the dog and the name of the cat can both be used as insults. This is true, in fact, for almost all domestic animals and for many other animals, in a descending line, down to the worm and the snail, and displays profound affinities ex negativo. As totem animals, free and powerful beasts are chosen: the lion, the bear, the buffalo, the eagle, the hawk, and also the snake form part of this group. What is surprising is that cats do not appear in the Bible, even though the Jews must have been very familiar with them, at least during their exile in Egypt, where cats were numbered among the animals that were worshipped as God. The cat, then, depends less on the person than on the house. It is true that humans also belong to the house. When I observe Manda, who has kept me company for almost 4 years now, including this January of 1969, I am amazed by her sense for the right place and time. In the morning she likes to come with me to the studio, because silence reigns there. The hallway is busy. In the kitchen she hears the tinkling of the silverware or the hum of the dishwasher, which she finds particularly disturbing. She could walk on the floor, but prefers furnished spaces. Most of the time she remains invisible on the seat of a chair, under the table. She values the tablecloth highly. When the sun shines into the studio, She tends to favor the windowsill. She jumps to the mantelpiece or even onto my lap when she feels better there. It will also happen that she will lie down on her back on the floor. In this way, she expresses her desire to be caressed. Why does the pleasure of such a creature affect us so deeply? Why does it provide us with such enjoyment? Why does it make us so happy in a way that operates more powerfully than its individual sympathy? It is true. Look how beautiful that canine gaze is, as if he sought to discern something in our eyes, as if he were expecting to see a sign that would bridge the enormous abyss that separates us from him. But even if he were capable of understanding our language, we would not be able to answer his questions. The only dog I ever owned was a female German Shepherd, and what I found most surprising about her was the intense way that this animal knew that I was her master, despite the fact that I did not lavish a lot of attention on her. She died of distemper at the foot of my cot, in a barracks during the First World War. I sat there, suffering, as I have always suffered, and I did not lack for reasons, when I was obliged to say goodbye. It was a silent moment, while the shadows lengthened, peacefully, almost outside of time. Luxie had dark brown eyes, and she overwhelmed me, right up to her last breath, with her affection. In what did my merit consist? There, something took place that I can only sense, and with respect, to which she was closer than I was. Well. The gaze of the cat is more distant and strange. His eyes are yellow like amber, blue like the sapphire, green like turquoise. Manda's eyes are of a blue color one hardly ever normally encounters in nature, either in the fish of the coral reefs or in the bird of paradise. Her iris reminds me of the blue of the imperial morning glory on a calm and mild morning. Manda is the natural-born mistress of the house. She accepts my affection and my service as something that is her due. Her power is great, because it is based on a beauty of which she is confident. If she could form an idea of fate, it would be one in which I would be a slave of the temple, devoted to her service. Luxie, on the other hand, may have considered me to be her god. Sometimes Manda would lick my hand, but motivated by a kind of curiosity, not undoubtedly out of mere affection. When she does not get her way, she gives voice to disconcerting sounds. For example, when she is not fed at her usual time, she demands raw beef lungs cut into large pieces. She will reluctantly drink milk, and sometimes she will eat a small piece of fish. Today, January 20th, 1969, around midday, she has been sitting next to me since this morning, under the table, on her mat, exhausted from her nocturnal adventures. It is during these nights when kittens are engendered. When she comes home in the evening, she sits at our side with her purring and her enthusiastic meows. She stretches out on her back and begins to claw the chair, until I cannot take it anymore, and I let her go out. A tomcat is already waiting in the shadow of the stable. She escapes from my hands and leaps, through the snow, onto the tomcat, with a deep cooing sound. Both of them disappear into the darkness. One can hear their demoniacal activities from the garden. The cries of the Siamese cats are more frightening than the cries of the local cats. A peasant from Dorfren who could not sleep because of all the noise said, "If I did not know it was your cat, I would have taken care of it." That summer, he had already lost several chicks to my cat. Rah! There is an aura around every animal. They are quite at home in the heart of the world as much as any one of us. When I observe the chickens in the shadows of the barn floor, but also in the full light of day, in their enthusiastic and powerful incursions into prohibited gardens, this impression is strengthened. 2 years ago, I was, with Tarita, engaged in one of our excursions through an empty village in the middle of Angola. It was around midday. The blacks were at the plantation or hunting. A handful of huts and barns bordered the village square. There, chickens were busy pecking around in the dung, very silently. It was a village of animals, not of human beings. The power of the animal is prodigious. The cosmos is hidden behind it. One could name painters and poets who even today possess free access to secrets that have long been inaccessible to theologians. What the latter discipline knows about the lamb and the dove, and also of the serpent, is nothing but a lot of allegories without any vitality or power. They remind us of the eunuch angels of paradise, where tedium reigns. With the Jews, demystification began, not just of the gods, but also of all of nature, the mineralization of the serpent, and contempt for the summits on which the trees and the animals were the object of worship. The Christians carried on with their work. When the cat lacks that intense and immediate sympathy towards people which is present in the dog. The latter is the escort of the active and vigilant man, above all the hunter and the herdsman. Even at the most ancient campfires he must have kept man company. It is an authentic symbiosis, a very close form of living together, and also something more. The dog participates in the expeditions and voyages of human beings. We find him both among the natives of the tropics, as well as among the Eskimos. Even feral domestic dogs hunt in packs over long distances. The cat, on the other hand, is not an animal of the campfire, although he is one of the animals that like to sleep close to the fire. The human way of life does not influence him, although the community is his habitation. It is more like cohabitation than living together, less like symbiosis than saprophytism. What probably happened is that humans caught a kitten now and then, and ended up getting used to it. Thus, at the Von Krosigk farm in Libalo, 138, I saw a genet that had been trapped by a hunter, an animal as elegant as it is fierce, which, if he is approached, will try to avoid contact, and will climb on top of a cupboard or take refuge under a desk. He only allows the daughter of the house to pet him, a 12-year-old girl. He will also eat from her hands. Thus, there are always human beings who overcome the differences from the undifferentiated, and thanks to its internal warmth, demonstrating, in this way, their vocation for domestication. By entering into contact, a magnetic attraction is generated. I often saw the genets jumping over the trail, like shadows in whose green colors lighthouses were reflected. It is capable of crawling on the ground like a lizard. Bream says of this creature that it seems to set 100 joints into motion. In these genets and civets, perhaps some kind of domestic animal may be concealed. The tiger civet, most graceful of the feline-like animals, is often praised as a particularly pleasant companion. The dog hunts by day, the cat by night. Not only is the cat a home-loving animal, but he is totally nocturnal. His eyes, his ears, his tactile fur, his silent, elastic nature, and the fact that he sleeps by day corroborate this. He does not hunt in a pack, and he does not need any guide. He feels good alone. This is why, by his nature, the cat seeks out the company of solitary people. His taste corresponds to that other facet of the human being, leisurely, self-absorbed, poetic, imaginative, and visionary. The cat has his natural place wherever the human being spends the day sleeping, not excluding the oniric life, as I observed in Manda. Sometimes, while she was sleeping, her jaw would move, as if she had caught a mouse, or her hair would stand on end, as if she was approached by a dog. Then she would give vent to a sound of profound contentment. The cat's power is not concentrated in movement, but in tranquility, and the pleasure, the participation in well-being is more profound and universal than what could be conceded by mere sympathy. Here, too, there is contact, but it not only produces heat, but the concentrated power begins to be interwoven into space and to be communicated. It is the timeless depths, free of desires, which now dawn. The more we accommodate ourselves to the times and allow ourselves to be swept along by its current, the farther we will be removed from that which endures. This also applies to animals. Never before has so much and so little been known about them at the same time. Never before has there been such an accumulation of anatomical and ethological knowledge. Never before has so little ever been known about their salutary essence, about the intact splendor of their nature as creatures, something that myths and legends have seen as miraculous, and that forms of worship venerated as a divine quality. A partial blindness, associated with a higher level of wisdom, distinguishes Homo faber, whether he directs his gaze towards the stars, towards man, or towards the atoms. This is the basis of his power, and naturally also his suffering, and perhaps his downfall. UI. The North, the active world, melancholy, dogs and beer are mutually harmonizing, just as the South corresponds with dreams, wine, cats, and Dionysian joy. We can form chains of such a kind that we can amplify them at our whim until they compose the molecules of organic chemistry. They are subtle affinities, but also fragile ones. We realize very quickly how we are addressing the individual case. There, nothing really exists but variants and exceptions. For example, it is obvious that Bismarck and Hitler could only love big, strong dogs, just as Bismarck and Pickler demonstrated their sensitivity to dogs and cats. Bismarck and Hitler conducted military campaigns in France. Richelieu was crazy about cats. Clemenceau liked to be referred to as the tiger. Both had waged wars against the German Empire. Hitler's aversion towards horses not only forms part of his nature, but is also a typical trait of the epoch, since our time is not favorable for horses. As is becoming increasingly and ominously more perceptible, our time is hostile towards animals and plants, while the role of the horse also corresponds to that of a symbol of social status. The horse is only allowed in sports, that is, wherever the character of labor has penetrated even into play and game. It survives in the same way as the sailing ship. Hitler decimated the aristocracy and would have exterminated it if he had enough time. He would have preferred to conduct the war without officers, with only technicians and functionaries. His secret infiltration of political commissars into the army was a first step in this direction. A young soldier who returned from Narvik told me that there, on a certain occasion, they needed a bolt for an artillery piece. When Hitler heard about this, he immediately called the warehouse where such a bolt could be obtained. Something like that makes a big impression on technicians. Just as he disliked horses, Hitler also felt an aversion for beer. Even the smell of people who had been drinking beer, he found disagreeable. This aversion was based, in turn, on his strict vegetarianism, which largely presupposed a particular sensitivity. This quality conferred an advantage on him, insofar as it warned him of dangers and allowed him to avoid assassination attempts. There is information about the changes he made in his itineraries and his long-established plans that showed how high-strung he was. There was no lack of hysterical traits. The mother image is surprising, a model example of the lunar and sleepwalking type. Then there is the father, like a drill sergeant. When that old man looked at me with his one eye, he seemed to me to be a complete stranger. This was a precocious assessment of Stauffenberg. When he appeared alone, for example, when reviewing troops, he tried to cover his private parts, either with his hat or with his hands, a trait that is obvious in many photos. A defect, even a castration complex, might be suggested. It appears that his corpse was even subjected to a detailed autopsy, despite the abundant gasoline used to cremate. He had in common with Said the desire to leave no trace behind him after his death, and although both had quite different motives, there is a point of contact. The sensitive part belongs to the sense of smell. The nauseated sneer which consists in curling one's upper lip and which is shared by many great persecutors, Stalin, Beria, Himmler, and others. Chaplin did not need to make faces to play the role of the dictator. Both are contemporaries, almost born on the same day. This is the key to his bashfulness. From the sublime to the ridiculous, as also from the ridiculous to the horrible, there is only one step. Of course, Chaplin is the more potent, the more radical. Laughter, too, can shatter foundations and bring down walls. Hitler set the fire, and Chaplin brought fuel to the fire, even dynamite. This constitutes a separate topic. Here we should only point out that the classification by types such as dogs and cats only establishes crude differences. In the case of Bismarck, we would have to add the bear, and in that of Clemenceau, the rooster. In this way, increasingly more subtle differentiations are required to characterize the individual. This situation was more simple when one still trusted in and relied on the totem and on this basis made distinctions. When consciousness was powerful, it did not need to fall back on characters, but on types. It celebrated festivities where it experienced not only similarity but identity with the animal. This unity has been lost for a long time. One of the symptoms is the absence of plants and animals on seals and flags, as well as the disappearance of the fleur-de-lis and the eagle from standards and heraldry. The fact that this is a loss is a fact that is recognizable by the vehemence of the nostalgia that follows in its wake. The search is urgent, the rediscovery, even if only by way of a detour through Mexico. On gambling. If we can believe Tacitus, the Germans would stake and lose their own homes, wives and children while gambling. In any event, right up to our time they have dissipated in card games not only patrimonies, but also inheritances. In the hosts of Cortez, there was a soldier who staked the sun in a card game, referring to a strange idol that had fallen to his lot in the division of the loot after a temple was pillaged. The goods acquired by warriors, pirates, and gamblers are not destined to be in their possession for very long. On the playing table, the bets pile up with a dizzying speed. In one night, prodigious sums are won and lost. The game creates addiction. It is similar to those forms of intoxication whose excitation is based on greed. As a result of the French Revolution, gambling stakes were raised to new heights, and the outcome was often disastrous. This phenomenon has also found an expression in literature. In Balzac, for example, in his description of the Parisian gambling den. In the London clubs, games with dangerously high stakes figured among the opportunities for a dandy to exhibit his cold-bloodedness. In this respect, Wellington was no exception. High-stakes gambling is one of the symptoms that characterize the decline of the aristocracy. 8. Bottom. The root has begun to rot, but in the kaleidoscope of history, the impression arises that the axe has struck the trunk, and undoubtedly due to suspicious existences that have flourished in society. Casanova mentions a man named Schwerin, who pawned the pour la mérite of an illustrious ancestor. Such things will always happen. In every flock there is a black sheep, in every family a prodigal son. The tendency of such things to appear more frequently is not a fact that can be verified statistically. Anyone who is interested in genealogical context in the manner of the Haas, in family trees and biographies, will find that at the turn of the 19th century, the alienation of patrimonies increased, and so did marriage for love. For many vocations, imprudence is indispensable. It is an existential precondition for their performance. Among soldiers, those belonging to light cavalry regiments, especially hussars, have since time immemorial been famous for their hot tempers. Their mission was to demoralize, to spy on, and to attack and ambush the enemy. They participate in skirmishes, planken, a word that is related to flash, blinken, 139. The classic charge, the decisive blow reserved to the cavalry, who fought with cuirasses and went into battle with swords held horizontally. They constituted the preferred personal guard of the prince. Tolstoy sketched the figure of the light cavalryman, with his light and shadow, in the two hussars. Kleist also introduced him in his stories. The surprise attack of the hussar involved the rapid seizure of loot, bold charges, reckless gambles. He liked to bet everything on a single card. The hussar's affinity with populations of nomadic horsemen is reflected not only in his equipment, but also in his physiognomy. One could imagine Z10 among the Pandurs. 140. In many regiments, it was precisely ugliness that was valued. The dazzling element of ambiguity is also present wherever these horsemen erupt into universal history. Blücher, whom Napoleon called the drunken hussar, and for whom even Leon Bloy professed admiration, preserved his sanguinary temperament until an advanced age. His tenacity in remaining in contact with and attacking the enemy, exemplified above all in the Battle of Waterloo, could take on demoniacal features, which evoke the Wild Hunt, 141. It is reminiscent of the panting dog, hot on the trail of the fleeing prey. Sometimes he did not seem to be in his right mind, and he imagined that he was an elephant that was the cause of so much devastation. Naturally, he was also a compulsive gambler and also a bad risk when it came to paying his debts. Besides, there are still families that have kept IOUs with his signature, which have remained unpaid. Blücher, who ran away from home when he was still a teenager to enlist in the Swedish Hussars, was not an educated man. His strong suit was not knowledge, but character and temperament. His toast at Wellington's diplomatic table, "May the pens of the diplomats not again spoil all that the swords of our brave armies have so gloriously won," remained proverbial for a long time. People with such gifts seldom lack that natural flair that enables them to hit the nail on the head, as Blücher did in many of his sayings. Thus, for example, the following saying concerning the Prussians, written after 1815, when he returned from a health spa, with his health in tatters, "The state does not possess a constitution that is any healthier than mine. In war, we remain fresh. In peace, no one wants to walk on his own two legs." Zieten knew how to engage in brilliant repartee. In general, his lives are more accessible. Insolent speech is characteristic of the soldier of the light cavalry. Both Zieten and Blücher were expelled by Frederick due to their arrogance, but they were also readmitted to the service. The great leader of cavalry troops in the 7 Years' War was Seydlitz. He got his start in the cuirassiers. Right. Dangerous traits rise to the surface in civil wars and similar situations. Then the hussar can arrive on the scene, playing the role of the type who does not pull any punches. He is quick to hang or shoot, like Blücher when he had to deal with the Saxons who mutinied in Lüttich, when the news was announced from the Congress of Vienna that their country would be partitioned. Just before the executions were to be carried out, the Prussian General Borstel hesitated for reasons of conscience and was dismissed. He was, it is true, an old cuirassier. Galifet also faithfully represented this type, with his jagged and rough way of life. In his name, the Song of the Rooster was played on the trumpet, which at the gates of Sedan summoned the cavalry to its last famous charge. It was said that one could even smell the gunpowder smoke on the bodies of the fallen. Memories that would have annihilated a man of the stature of Borstel would obviously not even have been a major burden for Galifet. Voilà l'assassin. This is how he was later presented as the Minister of War in the Legislative Chamber. He displays some Mexican traits, including memories of the brutal massacre of Sebastopol, the model for the future battles of Material. Rochefort, in his journal, Laterne, the model of all those weeklies bound in red cloth which were as blunt as a bullet, recounts a dangerous encounter with Galifet. The man of letters escaped by a hair from the man who did not pull any punches. The behavior of Galifet in the Dreyfus case, which earned him the hatred of the conservatives, was, in this sense, atypical. It is undoubtedly fair to say that, in the 19th century, generals were effectively under control, with the exception of South America. Monarchs or parliaments held the reins. Now, generals are taking the reins everywhere, and not only in Africa. Where arguments are no longer convincing, it is but one step from the terrible simplificateurs to the simplificateurs terribles. Tolstoy, who was familiar with the characters of war and peace, provides some details. A colonel in a front-line regiment, who had fascinated a young officer at a dinner party due to his modest humanity, shocked him on the following morning by virtue of the zeal with which he watched a sentence of corporal punishment being carried out. It is understandable that along with horses and horsemen, so too has gambling in its old forms fallen into disuse. The father to whom the son confesses his gambling debts has disappeared even as a character in novels. Likewise, the son who shoots himself in the head or washes dishes in America because he abided by his word of honor. Gambling debts are debts of honor, a rhetorical flourish which has caused much misfortune, but which has now lost all its value. On the gaming table, fate is cheapened. These days, the word of honor is an expression whose value has fallen to rock-bottom prices. Everything becomes cheapened to the extent that it is reckoned in numbers. At the end of the 19th century, however, unfortunate incidents still abounded, and so did the trials that followed in their wake. Power and patrimony, circulation and capital. Money in motion produces stratification. Money, immobilized, produces concentration. Here, a qualitative difference is manifested, that is, a difference between mechanical increase and organic growth. It is not enough to increase the balance in a savings account to create a patrimony. From a quantitative point of view, a patrimony can be small, even as paltry as that of a petty bondholder in Munich on the eve of the First World War. Its value is not concealed behind numbers, but in the leisure and, contrary to all acceleration, the peaceful security that it concedes. Perhaps one can enjoy oneself more in a small garden than in a spacious park, even when its cultivation does not exclude hard work. A dynamic society stratifies, although not in accordance with its patrimony, but in accordance with the income that is conceded by the power of possession. The latter, for its part, redounds to the benefit of hyperactivity, the possession of a greater quantity of power, the abolition of space by way of telecommunications, capital in general, a process that is also forwarded by investment. Advertising belongs to this tendency. The importance of a book is not estimated by its value, but by the number produced. One must also consider the fact that the power of possession is not always in the hands of those who have obtained some income and deserve it. Its power can also be transformed into the capacity for administration. There is a rude awakening that is characteristic of those mornings after triumphant revolutions. When the time came for redistribution, certain types appeared who had not fought on the fronts or on the barricades. Behind the liquidation of the first uniform is concealed a kind of legality, perhaps even a kind of reason. The matter acquires a more frightening aspect when we note the fates of every one of the exceptional personalities, for example, the fate of the social revolutionaries, before and after the October Revolution. Prussians and war. Their fondness for war forms part of the black legend of the Prussians. In fact, however, the disorder of war instills them with an instinctive fear. Compared to Louis XIV, the great Elector of Brandenburg is a normal monarch, and Frederick is the brilliant exception. In his old age, he regressed to the type and was incorporated into the popular consciousness as Old Man Fritz, not under the aspect of a young man in blue armor, as he was depicted by Pesnik. They are more soldiers than warriors. They are fanatics of order. Order must prevail in the economic and social fields, and the military field, naturally, as the preferred field because at the front order is concretized in a synoptic model. Frederick Wilhelm I, he represented the type right down to the smallest details. Having become involved, against his will, in the Nordic conflicts of Charles XII, he did not, at the time, fight any war, despite the fact that there was no lack of good opportunities. The reason why the Prussians do not love war is their mistrust of the elemental forces. They create disorder. They esteem synoptic frameworks, the state as a large estate, the order of the armory. The failure of their firing line formation tactic was a catastrophe for them. At Valmy, just as on the Marne, their nerve failed them. Nolentum trahunt. There is a secret power of history that acts by retarding the pace of events. Goethe had seen it in situ more clearly than the generals. Frederick Wilhelm II was neither a soldier nor, by the way, an eminent military tactician. He was a weak character, but one with an enigmatic personality, as the excellent portrait by Anton Graf has captured so well. Frederick Wilhelm III had to be led to war like a dog to the hunt. Whatever I said, he was still capable of saying even in 1813, when he had already experienced a few setbacks. He opposed the autonomy of York, although the latter injected new life into the monarchy. Frederick Wilhelm IV allowed major opportunities with regard to domestic and foreign policy to slip through his hands. The pan-German solution was one such opportunity. The imperial crown emitted, in his view, the carrion odor of the revolution. The title of emperor made Wilhelm, I think of himself as a kind of moral commander. He, under whose reign only successful wars were waged, and who was a good monarch, demonstrates typical Prussian traits. Enthusiasm is foreign to him, and even repugnant. When, after 1864, the victorious regiments put roses into the barrels of their rifles, he displayed his outrage. Likewise, when Hohenlohe presented himself in 1870, in a helmet that had been grazed by a bullet at the Battle of Sedan. When, after St. Private, he saw a fallen hussar in a red uniform on the square, he realized that the dead soldier's coat was still in good condition. Someone should take it to the quartermaster's storeroom. The saying attributed to a Prussian sergeant, "It's time to put an end to the GC," was on the mark, like every good anecdote, in expressing the heart of things. They do not like volunteers. Their inclination to gamble is strong, but only slightly developed. It is directed towards automatic perfection. The march of the Guard at Potsdam exhibits an almost unreal character, which has not gone unnoticed by intelligent travelers from other countries. No deep ancestral lineage, a small native land, but much state and homeland. Perhaps this has determined their sober judgment in questions of power, which distinguished the Prussians in their best times. Hitler had to remove them from the administration and the army, before he could do just as he wished. From the beginning there was mutual antipathy between them. Wilhelm II, who enjoyed in a romantic and almost literary way the terror that emanated from fortifications and weaponry, became almost invisible during the war. That war was not for him a means like the cavalry charges or the great sea battles of the past. Waldersee Bülow, the younger Moltke. In personal matters he had, unlike his grandfather, a bad hand. The aspiration was shifted to the phenotype, from being to appearance. It is not impossible that he will be rehabilitated. It is probable that, like Frederick Wilhelm IV, he was too gifted for a job in which intelligence mattered less than character and charisma. It is inevitable that we should compare him with King Gunther and Hamlet. Perhaps someday he will be understood as a tragic figure. This claim is not so bold, since it can be applied to any man. But almost always we lack a Shakespeare, or at least a Georg Büchner, to reveal what was hidden behind the mask. What the Prussians have been reproached for is not so much their warlike spirit as their resistance to time and its transformative power. They were the last stronghold of obstinate opponents of progress to dissolve in Europe. If one thinks of what came after them and what perhaps is yet to come, maybe then we will judge the suspicion under which they have fallen differently. Books and readers. Among the monuments of the imaginary city, there must be one that the unknown reader dedicated to the anonymous author, as a display of gratitude for the genius that helped him to achieve a second, more buoyant existence. In any case, it almost seems to me as if, during the long road we have traveled, that we have lived more intensely in books than in our interval of time. I did not travel from Leipzig to Halle, but from one chapter to another. Between them was the rhythmic, tedious banging, and the monotony of railroad ties and rails lined by telegraph poles. The emptiness of the technological world. That is the way it was when I was in school, and then in the army. A life in installments. The palace of the reader is more durable than any other. It survives peoples, cultures, religions, even languages. Earthquakes and wars do not shatter its foundations, nor is it threatened by the burning of libraries like the one at Alexandria. Markets, villages of fellahin, Colossi, skyscrapers, countries, and islands grow until they disappear into the sky, as if the rain will always water them. Reality is enchanted. Dream becomes a reality. The door is open to the magical world. I think that I have already mentioned the Mandarin, who wandered into a line of criminals awaiting execution, profoundly absorbed in a book, while ahead of him in line, the decapitations proceeded. Most of the time the reader is engrossed, but not because he is incapable of dealing with his environment, but rather because he considers it to be of minor importance. And this is the way it is, above all, when the world lowers the price and what it supplies is diminished in value. Fontaine's Wirrungen has left an indelible mark on my memory. I can recall details of its contents more precisely than I can recall the details of the day when I was first introduced to the story. It was the day when the Otago rifles arrived, fresh as a daisy, from New Zealand to fight against us, and the mutual exchange of machine gun and artillery fire commenced. During the pauses, I returned to the Lakes of the Mark in the crisis of 1870. I began to read The 1001 Nights, that unfading gift of the magical world to the West, when I was 9 years old, in June 1904. That month, I had found the book on the table, a birthday present from my mother. It was Gustav Weil's translation in 4 volumes, which always offered me refuge again and again, like an oasis in a desert, until I passed on to reading Lippmann's translation in 12 volumes. The stories were deeply etched in my memory, as were the images from the richly illustrated edition. Now I have come to feel these sensations in Taroudant, in a Moroccan city that, despite its proximity to the coast, still exhibits a strong Eastern imprint. The 1001 Nights, the model of authorship that is both collective and anonymous. The work could be the invention of a demon, constructed overnight like one of those fantastic palaces. We should also think of the mother of pearl of a seashell, a cerebral trace that has hardened with iridescent incrustations. Illness and demonic power on. 142. News about Walter's misfortune. Illnesses come and go. They appear and disappear like comets after having caused calamities. Thus, malaria, whose power is now limited but not eradicated. As an illness of the swamps, it is now receding. A Dr. Ernst devoted a study to it about 30 years ago, one that went beyond the bounds of his discipline. Great epidemics are like wars, although it is difficult to separate them spatially and temporally. Their victims are just as numerous, but anonymous. The nameless designates an ensemble of powers that are hard to recognize and to endure. They can manifest themselves, often almost imperceptibly, like great political powers that have developed neither armaments nor armies. Malaria ended with the Crusades, sieges and pilgrimages to Rome. 5 German emperors died of malaria in Italy. The Indians were familiar with it. They had already called it the Queen of Maladies 3,000 years ago. Dreams, ecstatic intoxication, and fevers were related to one another. Their home is the swamps. The rise in the temperature of the blood by 2 or 3 degrees is sufficient to open the doors to a new world of images. The feverish patient begins to dream as if his spirit had drawn open a curtain for him. Life becomes more passive on the outskirts of his airless lowest depths. Existence adopts vegetative traits. More than one sick person recovers his health reluctantly. The Greeks believed that the lotus and the water lily flourished in the swamps under the light of the moon, which disappears with the dawn. They told how the nymph, Lotus, had metamorphosed into this flower when Priam was pursuing her. Among the Indians, Lakshmi, the goddess who was the daughter of the ocean and the night, rose over the abyss of time in a lotus petal. The lotus eaters, inhabitants of the swamps that produced their food, had gained fame as sleepers for having lost their memory, without affliction. In Book 9 of the Odyssey, Homer describes the encounter of the Greeks with this people of a benevolent but dangerous spirit. Odysseus had dispatched 2 explorers to the heart of the island, accompanied by a herald, and they had a third man under them. They started at once, and went about among the lotus. Eaters made, who did them no hurt, but gave them to eat of the lotus, which was so delicious that those who ate of it left off caring about home, and did not even want to go back and say what had happened to them, but were for staying and munching lotus with the lotus. Eaters without thinking further of their return. 143. This depicts one of the most ancient encounters with vegetative contentment, even with the temptation of addiction, that can be found in the history of political consciousness and responsibility. Odysseus, who always had a remedy, opted for a disintoxication cure. He ordered the men to be captured and forced them to sober up, tying them to the benches of the ship. Palus, swamp, stagnant water. The word is also applicable as a name for the Stygian lake, Avernus. The swamp is an intermediate realm, neither land nor water, miasmatic and shadowy. Malaria is bad air, unhealthy, just like the name of that illness that leads to an early death or to a lethargic existence. It is interwoven with the fate of the European, not only in the tropical colonies, but even on the margins of his own continent. Energy is extinguished, the quantity of red blood cells is diminished. Children born with malaria waste away. Many die immediately after they are born. I saw them, delicate and pale like starved buds, during my first visits to Sardinia. Naturally, the islanders had obtained some relative insurance against it, at least by pre-immunization. The expression is derived from the theory of tuberculosis and means protection by reinfection with the organism. Resistance has been acquired over the course of generations as an inherited advantage. The power of the disease has been attenuated little by little, like that of a wave that goes to die on the surface of the beach. The foreigner does not enjoy this advantage. The Roman official who moved to Sardinia expected to last for 3 years. His coffin was shipped along with his baggage. Even in our century, there were neighborhoods in Rome where, during the dog days of summer, malaria came. A walk through the foreigners' cemetery near the Pyramid of Cestius is instructive in this regard. In Baedeker's Guide, it is recommended that one should keep one's windows closed when the train is passing through the countryside. The great era of the swamps passed when the birds and the mammals arrived and the number of volcanoes declined. Skin and plumage now had to supply what the earth had provided in the past from its own bosom. Food was abundant in the warm lands, where dragons and monsters lived, and above all the serpent, as a symbol of the power of life that also embraced death. It lay under the great hemlock or on the dead roots of the mangrove, bathed in the light of a pale sun. The swamp is hostile to consciousness and history, but not to the life force. In the swamp there are neither ancestors, nor heroes, nor complex organizations. For history, with its consciousness of time, to be able to proceed, it was necessary that first the heroes should drain the swamps and clear the land. Cultivation followed them into the gullies and ravines after they killed the monsters that lived there. This is merely one example of the great transformations that spread over the sea and the mountains. The brilliant light came with Aries. As a solar sign, it dissolves the sign of Taurus, whose nature is entirely telluric. Heracles, Theseus, and Moses founded new laws and new orders. Heracles cleaned the Augean stables with the current from 2 rivers. Theseus defeated the Minotaur, and Moses punished the worship of the golden calf as sacrilege. The Argonauts, who had taken the golden fleece as booty and yoked the bull to the plow, are primordial Aries. Alexander was the last, and with his death, the mythical world disappears. Swamps still exist, but even in the Amazon basin, highways have been built. Malaria still claims its victims, and its somber toll cannot even be calculated. However, it is possible to halt its spread, as is also the case with the other great epidemics. The microscope, and also advances in the fields of chemistry, pharmacology, and zoology, as well as in trade and administration, offer their help to medicine. The doubling of the European population in the 19th century is explained above all by the decrease in the infant mortality rate to which the anti-malarial fight also made its contribution. Disease not only generates symptoms, but it also adopts a figure. It not only has causes and occasions, but also a domain and a system. It can remain totally or temporarily latent, without manifesting any symptoms. It only merits the name of disease when the sick person responds. There is an infinite number of protozoa. Many are harmless, others are dangerous or very dangerous, while others are indispensable and beneficial. But even the very dangerous ones only become active when the physis accepts them and responds to them. It is on the basis of this observation that some methods and prescriptions are based, above all, on the margins of mainstream medicine. But regardless of the remedies that might be adopted, whether tactical or strategic, against the disease, it is the sick person who is still its servant or its master. Success, that is, a cure, is the authentic fruit of sovereign activity, which the sick person is capable of opposing to his suffering. The great epidemics of the past were viewed as personifications. They threatened like clouds of locusts, old crones, pale horsemen, earthquakes and comets announced their arrival. The little man of the plague brought the Black Death from the forest in his hat. Not only do diseases as such constitute a whole, but so does illness as an evil that spans the ages. Only the type and arena of the attacks vary. In the world of labor, they are strictly associated with the tempo that exhausts the heart and the nerves and increases the number of heart attacks. And poisoning must also be taken into account. Now that the plague has been vanquished, infestation is on the rise. It is impossible to completely safeguard oneself from it. The poison is concealed in the air and in the water. It rises from the earth and gets into our food. It comes in the form of radiation, drugs, and medicine, and is not restricted to material things. We guarded L. Armin Miller, himself one of those doctors who, like Goethe, observe diseases in the sense of the intuitive contemplation of nature, speaks of the demonic character of syphilis. This affects the person who has had bad luck in the lottery we all play. Demonic power is concealed in every illness. In this sense, one cannot but agree that the primitive peoples were right. This trait is particularly evident in afflictions like rabies, to which Armin Müller also devoted an enlightening study. What is peculiar in syphilis is the moral effect, from which not even educated doctors have been immune. The treatment began with a sermon. The causal nexus between blame and pain, divine punishment even to the third and fourth generation, is in this case an example of methods of pedagogical intimidation. This was the center of gravity of Walter's anxiety. Back then, I told him, desert to the front, go to the first-line trenches, do not have the least doubt that Oppen, who was the colonel, will not make you go home. Will not make you go home. To which he responded, I thought about it, but to fall in combat, it is necessary to have been purified. Every illness can be viewed in the light of morality, and therefore it can be related to a sin, or at least to a fault. This is something that was accepted as true in the times of our first fathers. Consider now, who, being innocent, has ever perished? Where were the upright ever destroyed? Thus, in Job 4, and then in chapter 24, drought and heat consume the snow waters, so doth the grave those which have sinned. The womb shall forget him, the worm shall feed sweetly on him, he shall be no more remembered, and wickedness shall be broken as a tree. Now, disease is an evil, and is also contagious. The more serious it is, the more the sick person is viewed with mistrust. In his account of the plague in London, Defoe provides examples of such attitudes. The horror, and even the repugnance, have been preserved in tasteless expressions. That kind of person has the plague in his body. The sick person is bothersome, and often dangerous. He has to be isolated. However, the triumphant entry of the disease cannot be prevented. King Pest, one of Edgar Allan Poe's stories, describes this triumph that ridicules all preparations. The sandalwood captains, adventurers who in the last century sailed the southern seas in search of that valuable wood, often rid themselves of their sick crewmen in a particularly brutal way. Usually the natives, when they found them on the beach, were more humane and tried to help them. The natives were themselves, however, decimated by the contagion. Sometimes, even the most resistant elements were exterminated. Elsewhere, I have already mentioned an experience that my father had when he was a young man, in 1892. I am referring to it again here because it is a useful illustration. One morning he was walking past the central train station in Hanover when a traveler left the station and walked across the Ernst August Square. He had only just noticed this stranger when he heard an apprentice shout, "He's from Hamburg!" I must also point out that, at the time, in 1892, Germany underwent its last wave of cholera in the city of Hamburg. It was obvious to him that he had discovered a new insult. The shouted warning made my father think. It was a milestone in his development, which, despite his benevolence towards the individual, was distinguished by a skepticism towards the species. Observations, experiences, and disappointments had condensed in his person until they formed an anti-Russoisian system. To him, the human being was suspect right from the start. He was therefore only doing what many other people commonly did. What was peculiar about him was only the fact that he did not try to hide it. In the stranger whom we meet on an island, in a desert, or even in the forest, on the outskirts of a big city, what is manifested to us, in the first place, is the species. We feel mistrust. Even as children, we were warned not to trust strangers. I would like to explain the word Aussatz, leprosy, as a term that causes an Ausschlag, rash, to be pendant, something that precipitates, sich niederschlagen, or crystallizes, sich ansetzen. First of all, strange spots or discolorations are found on the skin. Etymologists trace the word back to aussetzen, to expose oneself to a danger, to stick one's neck out, to give up. This is illuminating, but language does not generally work in such a roundabout way. Lepus is the scale, lepra the disease that makes the skin squamous. Lepers were effectively abandoned to the elements. They lived in special leper colonies to keep them away from the populated areas, and in these colonies they had their own chapels and cemeteries. Before they passed on to a better life, they were thrown out by the community as if they were already dead. It was thought that the very blood of lepers poisoned wells. In their travels, they had to announce their presence with a bell or a rattle. When they bought something at the market, they had to put their coins in a bowl full of vinegar, as was customary during plagues. The unnerving sound of the rattles of the lepers was familiar, and almost proverbial, in medieval cities. There is a grating sound, as if the lepers were shaking their rattles all at once. Ulrich Kraft in one of his sermons, old 1503. Even in Wild we hear him speak of the lepers who lived in the marshes. Leprosy, one of the horrors of the Middle Ages, only survives today in the peripheries, and will soon only exist in the history of medicine. The great diseases follow their courses, like cultures. They are born, they flourish, they reign for a long time, and finally they are extinguished. Their disappearance is almost as strange as their first appearance. A gigantic fish that submerges again after having brought misfortune. Fear does not go under along with a disease, however. It spreads to other fields. It changes its object. It is not very highly developed in cases of paralysis. It is somewhat developed with tuberculosis, and it is very highly developed with cancer and heart disease. Heart disease is accompanied by intense stress. They are variations on the true melody of "The winds of death are blowing," as it says in the song. Oh! The terrors of the Neapolitan evil have also passed into history. It was a long road from the malady of Ulrich von Hutten, who succumbed to the disease after 11 mercury treatments, to Maupassant, in whose horla the oncoming footsteps of madness and the horror it evokes resound. This is very remote from the solid beginnings of a Rabelais and his venereal Venus. In general, when we read Goncourt's diaries, we get the impression that the literary coterie that was then making its debut had been transformed precisely into a sumptuous dessert for this evil, whose veracity has since declined. It then moves to the nerves and emits will-o'-the-wisps throughout the fin de siècle, whose consciousness and artistic delicacy confer a sinister phosphorescence on the disease. The horror is encountered in Verlaine and his followers, in Rops and Murger, and also in Demel. We are the plague of lust and death. The horrors of leprosy have been lost. In their place, we have this anxiety with its nervous complications. In a restaurant, Edmond de Goncourt saw how the gastronomical habits of his brother had become vulgar. He pointed it out. Jules broke into tears. Then Edmond could not contain his tears either. Research is not unanimous with respect to the case of Nietzsche. The only thing that is certain is that Overbeck, after the attack, found certain medicines in the apartment of his friend in Turin. If we fail to contemplate illness as a power, and certainly as an autonomous magnitude with its own course and, perhaps, also with its own purposes in the overall framework, then we will never understand it in its totality, but only in its details. From the perspective of our time, not only does it show itself in diverse forms depending on the legion of illnesses and the populations it afflicts, but it is also revealed in the era itself. This is just as applicable to illness as it is to the response of the sick person. It is not by chance that we use the word afflict, eon, to mean either a state of affairs or an activity. Thus, for example, Walter's states of anxiety were typical of the epoch. A few years before, they could not possibly have taken that form, for anxieties of that kind had to be preceded by the application of light into a dark domain in microscopic technique. We get an incomplete view of it if we interpret it only as a relation of cause and effect. The entry into a new state of consciousness not only modifies optics, it would then be necessary to understand the concept in a more comprehensive way. Undoubtedly, fear must grow as our optical instruments are perfected by way of selection. This involves correspondences. With such technical equipment, we are capable of seeing at a greater distance even what is hidden in a drop of water. Bloy attributes the invention of means of high-speed transport to fear. Back then, no one was talking about rocket. Human ingenuity must have a premonition of situations where life depends on the possibility of reaching a distant continent within a few hours. The heart of time and of the times resists vision, but there are always surprises with respect to the simultaneity of phenomena separated by enormous distances. Shortly before the French Revolution, Herschel discovered Uranus. Without that planet, no horoscope is complete, just as no political prediction is fully meaningful without knowledge of the French Revolution. Even the name of this planet is food for thought. The same thing happened with the latest planet, Pluto, which in 1930 was more the object of calculations than observations. Are they nothing more than names, suggestions, random events? It is worthwhile watching how a seed develops its particular image when it grows. A canker sore, a tumor of the pituitary gland, certain forms of megalomania. An infection that destroys one organism can compensate for a defect in another. A bout of fever unveils worlds of unusual images. Then, an illness of the spirit produces never-before-suspected fluorescence, a brilliant eruption. But of what then happens, we perceive only crude symptoms. Sight hardly goes beyond the cross-section cut of the microtome. This is the way of plant colonies. A seed or a spore has approached and develops a flower or one of the colored images from the dermatology manual, a lupus in the form of a butterfly. A virus, in the form of a cold, goes almost unnoticed in one child, while in his brother it causes lifelong paralysis. However much our knowledge of diseases grows, the sick person asks correctly, what precisely does all of this have to do with him? That is a whole different matter. John F. Kennedy, who had suffered much, said, Life is unfair. Some people are sick and others are well. This is just as correct as the assertion that not everyone becomes the President of the United States. And once again, the question arises, how many chance, almost unbelievable, events had to converge for the bullet that was fired at him to hit the target with such fateful necessity? No, his wife shouted when he fell on her. It is the first word that is imposed on us when we are faced with such misfortune. Furthermore, a death of this kind shakes the foundation of consciousness, and not only in the field of political power. It also summons into the arena all those spirits who are interested in astrology and numerology, or who know how to recognize patterns and strange coincidences in certain historical periods. They suspect hidden connections, but they do not penetrate into the authentic, deep meaning of the magical conjurations. Spilled blood harbors a power that is not susceptible to representation. The fact that some murders, such as, for example, the one that took place at Sarajevo, entail unforeseeable consequences, is neither more nor less surprising than the fact that a child can set fire to a city with a match. But the ardent power of blood offered in sacrifice has always been known. Then it becomes beneficial to feed the fire. Wow. One must add to illness something typical, something hidden in the hard nature. Hence, the interpretation of the signs poses questions that touch upon both fate and responsibility. In hygiene, this is secularized. Krause went to Calcutta and brought smallpox with him. He had not been vaccinated. A criminal case.